Hello everyone, welcome to Twilight. If you have anything to say related to the video or notice any issues, let us know in the comments. For now, enjoy the video. What if Bella was a mermaid among vampires? Forks, the wettest town in the US. Looking out the window at the thundering rain, I agree with the title. I've just arrived at my dad's home, my new home until I graduate and move out. My dad, Charlie, is the police chief of this small rainy town which has the population of 3,120 people. A town this small, it wouldn't surprise me if everyone knew everything about me by start of school tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, Forks seems like a nice, calm place to live if you forget about the unstoppable rain. When I told Mom I was going to move in with Dad, she wasn't exactly happy. I think she was more upset that I was leaving her after all I was moving for her. She'd just married Phil, but his job as a baseball coach requires him to move about a lot. Mom wanted me to join them, I think mainly to keep her company while Phil is at work, but if I did, I'd have to quit school, and I love it too much to quit. So I packed up my stuff and flew myself to Forks. Dad was practically bursting at the seams with excitement as he pulled up to pick me up. We have never been the huggy-kissy type. However, after not seeing him in over a year, I couldn't resist wrapping my arms tightly around him. At first he seemed reluctant, but I soon felt his arms lightly wrap around me. Getting from the cruiser to the house without getting wet was a bit of a challenge, but with an umbrella and my jeans tucked into my Converses, I was able to maintain my dryness. I would hate to think what I'd do if I had gotten wet. I shuddered at the thought. Charlie would probably freak out. Charlie's friend Billy and his song Jacob stopped by to welcome me to Forks. I remembered Billy and Jacob from when we were kids. Charlie and Billy are huge fishing fans, going to the river every chance they had. Jacob and I used to get dragged along when I came to stay. I was closer to his older sisters, but it was refreshing to finally see someone I actually knew in this town. Charlie had told me Jacob's sisters had moved away. Rebecca got a scholarship at Washington State University and hardly comes home. I can't believe that Rachel is married and living in Hawaii. She's not much older than me. Although Jacob's younger than me by 2 years, you wouldn't think it by the size of him. He's built like a heavyweight champion, which is scary for a 15-year-old. His long hair, black hair, and rusty skin was a big indication that he was from the La Push Reservation just outside of Forks. I heard from Charlie that the beach there is gorgeous. I'd have to check it out. Jacob and Billy stayed for a little over an hour while Charlie and Billy caught the highlights of the latest baseball game. After our goodbye and a few invitations to visit La Push, they left. So I decided to make dinner for Charlie. He was pleased that he'd have a home-cooked meal for once. Charlie can't cook and neither could Mom and Phil, so when I turned 12, I asked my grandma to teach me everything she knew. Now, I could pass as a 5-star chef with all the skills she taught me. We didn't really speak much. I have always been comfortable in silence with Charlie, and I know he feels the same. We're so much alike, apart from the obvious differences. After we had finished dinner, Charlie offered to wash and dry the dishes before he watched today's game highlights. Of course, I didn't argue with him, happy to stay away from water as much as I can. Saying goodnight to Charlie, I went upstairs and ran myself a nice warm bath. I could lie for hours, just gazing at my tail. I've been a mermaid for 1.5 years now after falling into a small ravine near where I lived in Phoenix. Some of my classmates were having a late-night barbecue and had invited me. Of course, I would have rather been reading an old book than hang out with a bunch of screaming teens. But Mom made me go, calling me unsociable, so I went. And I got stranded by the ravine with no cell service and no ride home. I had sat for 10 minutes as I tried to think of the best thing to do to ensure I make it home in one piece. I decided to walk about the ravine bank. I remembered there being a bridge, however I couldn't find it in the darkness of midnight. As I continued to walk, I tilted my head and marveled at the brightness of the moon. But being clumsy as I am, I should always keep my eyes on my feet. I tripped over a rock I had not seen, then slipped and finally landed with a splash into the ravine. I was beyond angry by now. Slowly, I began to swim to the edge of the ravine, but not before I noticed the peculiar bubbling of the clear water. I didn't take care to think about what was happening. All I cared about was getting out of the damn water and finding my way home. It was 3 in the morning by the time I had made it home, finally dry and completely exhausted. The next morning, I decided to take a quick refreshing shower before school. I screamed for 10 minutes straight as I tried to come to terms with the monstrosity my legs had transformed into. A tail. And ever since, I avoided water in public. However, in private, I spent most of my time in the ravine, swimming happily by myself. Not long after I discovered my tail, did I discover my magical control over water. I could make it do anything I wanted: freeze, boil, grow, and turn it to jello. It was amazing and incredibly useful. And I can guarantee I will be using it excessively now that I've moved to Rainy Forks. Charlie had already left for work when I awoke the next morning for school. He had left me a note and my new set of car keys. I smiled as I remember meeting Jacob and Charlie mentioning that he had bought it for me. Excitedly, I ran towards the door, keeping to the porch so as to not get wet, and there, in Charlie's parking space, was my new orange truck. I still can't believe Charlie got me a truck. I smiled at the chains on the tires as I took notice of the icy pathway. Thoughtful of Charlie. I thrust my hand before me, curled my knuckles into a tight fist, and grinned as I watched the ice quickly turn to steam. At least I've avoided one huge issue today. I won't be late after slipping on the ice. The next issue is to survive not getting wet during the school day. I successfully managed it in Phoenix, however there was a few slips. I'll just have to be aware of all the bathrooms and the closets. I arrived to school in plenty of time. Thankfully, the rain had held off enough for me to run across the car park to reception. As I stumbled through the door, the short lady who sat behind the desk sprung from her seat, a large grin splitting her face. "Oh, Isabella, look at you all grown up. The last time I saw you, you were 10. I bet your father is so pleased to have you staying with him." I smiled politely as I accepted the paper she handed to me. "Now, that is your timetable." She handed me another piece of paper. "And your teachers will have to sign this one. You have to bring that back at the end of the day." She then handed me a map. "If you get lost, I'm sure if you ask, someone will be willing to help." I nodded my head. "Thank you." Without another word, I turned and left the small office, only to bump into someone. Ouch! Is he made of bricks or something? I looked up to apologize but couldn't form words. Wow! This is where all the models hide out. His golden eyes met mine, his brow furrowed as he studied my face. His face was flawless. His skin was the palest I've ever seen, almost translucent. His hair was a reddish brown, close to bronze. I didn't realize until my eyes ran to his chest that both of my hands were resting on his hard, muscular chest. I felt my cheeks burn as I bit my lip, reluctantly removing my hands. "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going." I mumbled. He swallowed before stepping back. "It's all right." His brow furrowed deeper as he watched me, his contemplating something before he turned his head. I followed his gaze to notice a small petite girl, her short dark hair spiked in every direction, leaning against the lockers not far from us. She smiled at me before skipping towards us. "Hey, I'm Alice." I smiled back at her, a real smile. "I like her, she's practically oozing happiness." "I'm Bella. I'm new here." She nodded before turning to face the boy beside her. "This is Edward. My brother. My rude brother." Alice elbowed her brother, giving him a scowl. I looked between them. Why didn't I see it before? They have the same eyes and translucent skin. Edward cleared his throat. "I apologize. It's nice to meet you, Bella. You're the chief's daughter, yes?" I groan. "I am doomed to be known as the chief's daughter." "Yes, I am." Alice giggled beside me. "I guess you get that a lot, huh?" I scrunch up my face and nod. The bell rang loud beside my ear. I look up at it and scrawl. "I didn't want to go to class yet." Alice bounced between I and Edward, linking her tiny arm with mine before she started to drag me down the corridor. She gazed at the paper in my hands. "Ooh, we share English together. Come on, I'll show you." As we turned to the left at the end of the corridor, I turned my head to look for Edward. He had what looked like a confused and pained expression across his face as he watched us leave. What's his deal? Alice sat beside me during our lesson, filling me in with the lesson subject this semester. Turns out, in Phoenix I was ahead, making this semester a dawdle. At least I won't have to do the reading again. Alice showed me to my next lesson before leaving for her next, promising to meet me after to take me to my next. As I entered the already filled classroom, I scanned the room for a spare seat. I took the empty seat beside a girl with mouse-of brown hair, her face covered with makeup. She waited until I had taken out my notebook and pen before she turned in her seat, her eyes assessing me. "You're Isabella, right?" I sighed. I hate being called Isabella. I'm only called that when I'm in trouble. Bella. I corrected her. She hummed as she continued to watch me. "I'm Jessica. You're like from Arizona, right?" Does she really speak like that? 'Cause it's like real annoying, right? She's in Forks, for Christ's sake, not Jersey Shore. Yeah. Short answers for Miss Simple. Shouldn't you be like tanned? Not if you're underwater for most of your time. I just shrugged my shoulders, then turned back to listen to the teacher. Hopefully she'll get the message. And she did, until the lesson was over. I gathered up my item fast, hoping to escape to Alice before Bimbo asks me more questions. "Hey, Bella. Do you need help getting to your next lesson?" She smiled at me, her eyes practically demanding I do as she said. "I'm meeting Alice." Her eyebrows shot into her hairline. What did she have against Alice? Alice Cullen? I simply nodded. Her eyes began to bulge. "No way. Wow. She doesn't speak to anyone but her family. None of them do. Have you spoken to them?" I'm sure that's not true. Alice seemed too friendly to keep to her family. Jessica watched me curiously, obviously waiting for my reply. "I've only met Edward. Why is there more?" Now I was curious. Alice hasn't mentioned her family, apart from Edward. There's 5 of them. Dr. Cullen and his wife adopted Em a couple of years ago. They moved here from Alaska last year. Interesting. Bella. Alice called from the door. "We're going to be late." She tapped her watch as she raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, Alice." I turned to Jessica and gave an apologetic smile. "I'll see you around." She nodded. "I'll see you at lunch." I scrunched up my face to Alice at the thought. She just grinned back at me. Again, linking her arm with mine, she led me toward my next class. All the while, I was so tempted to ask more about her family, more particularly Edward. But I will wait for her to offer information about her family, otherwise it'll look like I was prying. Alice left me at my next class in the capable hands of Angela Weber, of whom I liked very much. She had to be the kindest person I've ever met. She had gorgeous, long black hair which looked lovely against her sun-kissed skin. Even her brown eyes looked kind. She asked me loads of questions about Phoenix and moving in with my dad. I loved talking to Angela. She was so down to earth and caring. She too demanded I sat with her at lunch, and this time I didn't disagree, accepting her proposal with a large smile. Alice didn't meet me at the door after this lesson, so Angela directed me toward my next lesson. Thankfully, I arrived early enough to steal a seat at the back of the classroom, where I hoped to avoid the attention I have been attracting. As the students began to fill, a blonde-haired boy came to a stop in front of my desk. At first, he just gaped at me to the point I began to wonder if he had a problem. "Can I help you?" I asked politely. He seemed to snap out of his trance, his blush reaching up to his hairline. He cleared his throat before shuffling from foot to foot. "I'm sorry, it's just you're in my seat." "Oh!" He could have just said instead of staring me out. "I'll move." I stayed as I began to collect my stuff. No, it's all right. I'll just take this seat beside you." "Okay. Some people in Forks are weird. Maybe it's the air? So, you're Bella." I nodded. "I'm Mike. I can't wait until tomorrow where all of these awkward introductions will be over. How do you like Forks?" "It's very green." I state, not moving my eyes from the whiteboard. "You get used to it after a while." "And the rain." "I will never get used to the rain." We didn't speak anymore until the end of the lesson. Mike was waiting for me at the door, a smile covering his face, making his blue eyes stand out. I was wondering if he wanted to. I tuned him out as I noticed Edward walk past me. My eyes followed him until he looked up at me. His golden eyes met mine and I blushed. The slight smile on his lips practically made me melt. "Bella?" I snapped my eyes away from the god of Forks to look up at Mike. He was now also watching Edward, his brows knitted together, his eyes burning with annoyance. "I'm sorry, Mike, you were saying." He snapped his eyes back to mine. "Do you have anywhere to sit for lunch?" Angela chose then as a good point to jump in, flashing Mike a kind smile. "You ready, Bella?" I nodded. "See you later, Mike," I said over my shoulder as Angela began to lead me toward the dining hall. After grabbing a slice of pizza, fries, and a Coke, Angela led me to an empty table. It wasn't long before our table began to fill. First to join us was Angela's boyfriend Eric and his friend Tyler. They were, regrettably, followed by Mike and Jessica, who seemed to be a couple. Throughout lunch, I was the topic for conversation, much to my annoyance. Tyler and Mike seemed to hang on my every word, their eyes never leaving me the entire lunch hour. It was very unnerving. And when the bell rang, I was practically burst at the seams to be able to escape the attention. Unfortunately, Jessica shared my next 2 lessons and happily escorted me to biology. The only available seat was beside Edward, a fact I wasn't too unhappy about. He, however, didn't seem to be pleased. He scooted to the very far edge of the desk, as far from me as possible. I looked at him curiously, my brow furrowed. I was just about to ask him what was wrong until I noticed his eyes. They were the darkest black I have ever seen, which couldn't be possible because Edward has gold eyes. I blinked a couple times before I looked back at his eyes. They were still black, how weird. I decided to leave Edward be, giving the teacher my undivided attention. As soon as the bell rang, Edward was already out of the door. Maybe he is holding a grudge against me for bumping into him. I shrugged to myself as I met Jessica at the door. She was obviously quite smitten with the handsome Edward Cullen, as she couldn't shut up about him. No wonder Mike was sour about Edward. However, being unbelievably godly wasn't exactly Edward's fault. Even in geeky glasses, I bet Edward would look gorgeous. He couldn't help it. Gym was a disaster. Being my stupid, clumsy self, poor Mike landed a bat to the back of his head. At least he was impressed that I could accidentally fling my bat to the other side of the large hall. Jessica, who had been unluckily assigned as my badminton partner, began to get frustrated with my lack of coordination. Therefore, we lost. Then came the showers. I must have been the only one who refused to shower, using the excuse of waiting until I got home. It wasn't like I had gotten sweaty in gym while I watched Jessica play single-handed. Of course, I couldn't exactly give them the real reason, so I hurriedly changed and ran to my truck, hoping no one would notice how the rain would fall anywhere but on or near me. I had made it safely to my truck when a car drove past it, splashing through the puddle that sent its contents hurtling towards me. I quickly glanced around to see if anyone had seen before diving into the truck, pulling my hoodie over my head. Slamming the door quickly, I was made aware that my time was up. My golden tail appeared before me, my legs nowhere to be seen. Damn. I was hoping for an uneventful day. Slipping my hoodie over my scaled bikini top, I raised my hand to dry my tail. A knock to my window startled me. Jumping, I withdrew my hand and rolled down the window. Alice smiled at me. I looked down at my tail, glad she couldn't see into the cab of my truck due to her shortness. I knew that I would be dry and tailless in 5 minutes, but being in the open like this unnerved me. "Hey, how was your day?" she asked, her eyes searching my face. "It was fine. I saw that puddle." Lauren can be a right bitch sometimes. I'm sure she did it on purpose. "Oh, I'm fine. I'll dry off quickly." She obviously wanted to speak to me more, but I just wanted to get home, where if I get what I don't have to worry about exposure. "I've got to go, so I'll see you tomorrow." Her brows furrowed as she continued to analyze my face, but seemed to come to the conclusion that she should let me go. "Sure, I'll see you then." I watched her walk off towards a silver Volvo where Edward stood. They exchanged words before she slid into the passenger side. Edward looked toward my truck, so I quickly turned in my seat, thrust out my hand, and was dry in seconds. Maybe I'll drop by the store to get something nice for Charlie's dinner. Over the next week, the rain had turned into snow and ice. I barely made it to class without slipping up or getting wet. Thankfully, the caretakers made sure to keep the path clear, making it easier for me not to get wet. Today, as I made my way towards the dining hall to meet with Alice and Angela, Alice has now taken to sitting with Angela and I at lunch. Mike and Tyler were having a snowball fight. I tried to sneak past them without being noticed, however I was unsuccessful. "Hey, Arizona." Mike called to me, a snowball in his raised arm, ready to spring. "Catch!" I tried to duck, but I was unlucky. The snowball landed squarely in my chest. Shit. 10 seconds. My eyes widened in horror before I took off, running as fast as my clumsy feet will take me. I had just made it to the bathroom when I unceremoniously tumbled to the floor. My tail slapped against the tiled flooring as I landed. Great. At least the bathroom was empty. I quickly froze the door before raising my hand to dry my tail. Bella? Are you alright? Angela called. I heard the rattling of the door. The door's stuck? I heard her say to someone else. Bella? Alice called. I'll be out in a minute. I'm not feeling well. I slammed my hand against the cold tiles. Sometimes I really hate being a mermaid. I made quick work of drying my tail, checking I looked normal before I melted the frozen door, pulling it open to see the worried faces of Angela and Alice. Are you alright now? Angela asked, putting her arm around my shoulder and placed her hand over my forehead. Christ, Bella, you're boiling. I just shrugged. I'm fine now, guys, I swear. They didn't look very convinced, but dropped it, pulling me towards the dining hall. You will feel better once you've eaten. I just nodded, going along with the story. As soon as we entered the dining hall, Mike comes running over to me, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, Bella. I was only joking. I gave him a smile as I patted his arm. It's all right, Mike. I just don't feel very well. For the rest of lunch, Mike, Angela, and Alice continued to fuss over me, making sure I ate and had plenty of drink. Mike Every escorted me to biology, stating that I might pass out. I took my usual seat next to Edward, expecting, like every other lesson, he would ignore me. However, today he turned to face me, curiosity filling his once again gold eyes. I was so shocked that he was acknowledging my presence that I didn't take notice of what he was saying. What? I asked after I snapped out of it. He sighed in frustration before repeating what he had said. You're not a very good liar. Ouch! Who's he to tell me if I am or not? I turned in my seat, my mouth slightly agape. He's got a nerve. Alice was right, he is rude, incredibly so. Excuse me, I exclaim, a little too loudly. He seemed unfazed as he continued. I said you're a bad liar. Your eyebrow twitches. A ghost of a smile pulls at his lips as he mentions this. It does not, and how would you know anyway? It's not like he's actually spoken to me apart from, nice to meet you, on my first day. He was really testing my patience now. First he ignores me and then he accused me of lying. I was watching you when you told Mike you didn't feel well. What really happened? I become defensive, turning away from him to face the teacher. It wasn't like he had a right to ask me that. Why would I tell him anyway? It's not like we're besties. I don't know what you're talking about. I heard him scoff beside me, drawing my attention to his disbelieving face. He seemed to go back to ignoring me after that, which I was happy about. He may be the most handsome man I have ever come across, but he is conceited and rude. If I never had to see him again, I would be happy. Okay, maybe it wouldn't be bad to see him face, after all he has been plaguing my dreams since I met him. I let out a relieved sigh as I left the classroom, happy to get out of that awkward situation. It was like he was surrounding me. I could feel his presence next to me, like an electric current, smell his intoxication scent as it invoked me. It was a relief to get out of the classroom just to clear my head. How can someone who irritates me to death totally control my thoughts and dreams within a week? I wanted to scream in frustration. He could wind me up like a ball of string with one sentence out of that perfect mouth of his. I made it out of the block before I stopped walking, leaning against the wall as I took in a few calming breaths. At least I have gym next, where I can take out all my anger and frustration out on the shuttlecock, or at least try. Closing my eyes, I thought of the river in Phoenix, of how at peace I feel while swimming. Slowly a smile crosses my face as I remember my tail. Although I may hate it at times, it's my favorite feature. Without it, I would feel incomplete. Dreaming of anyone nice? Came Alice's jolly voice from beside me. I opened my eyes to see her brows furrowed. Are you okay? I flashed her a small smile as I pushed off the wall, just thinking of home. She watched me careful before linking her arm with mine. Well, now you're late for gym. I shrugged. I'd never be the slightest bit excited for gym unless it involved Edward without a shirt. Gah. I shook my head. Damn Edward. Gym went swimmingly. Jessica played doubles by herself while I sat back, twiddling the bat between my fingers. Thankfully, by the time we left the gym, the snow had stopped. Unfortunately, the ice still remained. Slowly, I managed to make my way towards my truck, surprisingly without incident. Grabbing tightly onto the edge of the truck bed, I pulled off my coat, folding it over my arm. "Bella, move." Alice's voice screamed at me from across the car park. I turned to find out what she was going on about, but stopped dead in shock. I was going to die. Tyler's fearful expression got closer as his truck skidded towards me. Without thinking, I trussed up my hands, hoping that I could use the wind to slow down the van. But I couldn't remember how I did it last time. I started to panic. Tyler's van wasn't going to slow down on its own. It had hit the biggest streak of ice in the whole car park. I was going to be roadkill. A blur shot towards me, pushing me towards the icy pavement before slamming down on top of me. If I wasn't in too much shock, I would have screamed, until I felt hands pushing the hair from my face, shushing me quietly. I looked up at my savior, already knowing who it was by his delicious scent. I smiled gently at him before realizing his body was flush against mine. I began to blush, so I turned my face where I noticed the van, inches away from us, a large dent resembling the shape of one of Edward's large hands. Again, I looked up at my hero, confusion furrowing my brow. Then I felt it, the melting of the ice beneath me. Oh no! I had to leave. I could hear the chatter as people began to crowd around us. Quickly, I pushed against Edward's chest, happy that he let me go, before I jumped up and began to run towards the school. I couldn't go into the woods that surrounded the school, it was too open. So I continued running, knowing I was running out of time and that Edward was calling my name as he ran after me. I barged into the first classroom I saw, grateful that it was empty. I had just managed to lock the door when I fell to the floor, my golden tail flopping onto the carpeted flooring. "Bella? Are you all right?" Edward called from the other side of the door. I heard the rattling of the door but couldn't focus on what was happening outside. I raised my hand, drawing myself off as quickly as I could, hoping Edward wouldn't burst through the door before I was able to de-mermaid myself. "Bella? Are you hurt? I think you should see a doctor. You hit your head pretty badly." As I stood up, I realized he was right. I rolled my neck, flinching at the shoot of pain. Ouch! Maybe I should see a doctor. A sudden flash of memories of the crash hit me. Edward saved me. He stopped the van with his hand. How? Why? It's impossible for him to even be fast enough to save me. He was beside Alice when she called me. Wasn't he? I'm positive he was. And no way was he strong enough to stop the van, especially not on his own with a single hand. What is he? Oh my God, Tyler? Is he okay? Is he hurt? "Bella, I can see you. Open the door or I'll kick it down." Edward growled through the door. "What do you care? Just go away, Edward." I grumbled as I gently rubbed my neck. He was right though, I needed to see a doctor. As I opened the door, I could see Edward pacing through the window. As soon as I stood out of the room, his head sprung up as he sniffed. "You're bleeding. You need to see a doctor. Come on." I didn't bother to protest as he grabbed my hand and began to lead me towards the ambulance. I don't remember hearing them. Raising my hand, I was shocked to see blood. Oh God. As I stared at it, my head began to fuzz. I couldn't stand the sight of blood. The smell, that rusty, salty smell, was worse. I swallowed as I moved my hand from sight. Deep breaths, "Bella. Bella?" I heard Edward call as I began to drop, the cold concrete getting closer. Thankfully, Edward caught me, his strong arms wrapping around me. God, please don't let me be sick on him. I must have passed out because the next thing I know, I'm on a gurney as it's rolled through the hospital. Oh God, not a hospital. I hate hospitals. The gurney came to a stop at a room, which I presumed is going to be mine. I hope they won't keep me here long. I closed my eyes again as the pain in my neck began to come alive. Ouch! I won't be doing that again, that's for sure. Welcome back, Bella. I'm Dr. Cullen. Edward tells me you hit your head badly and then passed out. Is that correct? Dr. Cullen, as in Edward Cullen. Oh, great. I cleared my throat as I tried to sit up only to have pressure on my shoulders, pushing me down. Finally, I reopened my eyes to see a gorgeous man. He must be in his late 20s, blonde hair, and the same golden eyes as Edward and Alice. Weird. He gave me a friendly smile as he removed his hand from my left shoulder. Turning to my right, Edward had his hand firmly on my other shoulder and didn't seem to be planning on removing it. What's his deal? Looking back at the kind doc, I realized he was waiting for my answer. Yeah. I remember it stinging and then the blood. I screwed up my nose at the thought of its ghastly smell. Not a fan of blood? I slowly shook my head. It's not so much the sight, but the smell. Dr. Cullen's eyebrows raised as he studied me. What is with people doing that with me? Humans can't smell blood. Edward stated, his brows furrowed as if he was wondering why he said that. What does he mean, humans? Maybe he isn't? There's a thought. Then again, neither am I really. Opposed to what? I replied. When Edward showed no sign of elaborating, I gave up. I'll figure it out soon enough. Well, Bella, I'm going to have you sent down for a scan, and if everything is all right, I will patch you up and send you home. My scans came back clear, thankfully, so Dr. Cullen stitched me up. Edward held my hand as I flinched. God, his hands were like ice, but I held onto his hand as tight as I could. Dr. Cullen just babbled on about my father as he tried to distract me, but it didn't work. Okay, Bella, you're ready to go. Now, take it easy and no exercise until you have your stitches removed. No exercise I could live with, no swimming I couldn't. I was going to take a trip to La Push tonight for a swim. Damn. Maybe he means exercise like dancing or gym class. Not even swimming? I asked. I could imagine my face looked like someone had just told me my puppy died. I need a good swim. Lounging in the tub isn't satisfying enough. I could feel my lips pull into a pout. I'm sorry, Bella, but no. Not for at least 2 weeks. I could cry, but I won't. Charlie burst through the door, his expression one of worry as he clambers to my bedside. His eyes looked me over, probably looking for some ugly cast. After realizing I hadn't done too much damage, he relaxed, turning to the doc for answers. She's fine, Chief Swan. The driver came off worse. We've done a scan and there's no lasting damage. A slight headache and neck ache for a couple of days, but apart from that, she'll be same old Bella in no time. Charlie seemed satisfied with Dr. Cullen's assessment. He grabbed my backpack, getting ready to leave. Charlie's not a fan of hospitals either. Dr. Cullen left with Charlie, saying something about papers to sign, leaving Edward alone with me. He seemed slightly nervous as he stood at my bedside as I pulled on my Converses. So, how did you stop the truck? I asked. Edward didn't seem shocked at my question, obviously expecting it. Why did you run off? Gah. He's so frustrating. That's not an answer. How did you stop the truck? Why did you run off? I asked you first. Fine. It was an adrenaline rush. Now answer my question. As if. What kind of answer is that? How did you get across the car park so fast? I was right next to you. No, you weren't. You were with Alice. I saw you. He's so frustrating. They're not that hard to answer. You hit your head, Bella. You don't know what you saw. Now answer my question. No. What kind of an answer is that? God, you're so irritating. I could feel my blood begin to boil as I stared into his calm eyes. They were still gold and fixed on mine. Ditto. He growled back, his perfect teeth clenched. I could feel his breath against my face. I didn't realize how close we had gotten until then. Edward seemed to notice this as well as he steps back. I'll find out sooner or later, Edward. He didn't look scared at all as a small smile graced his lips before he turned to leave. Back at you, Bella. Edward went back to ignoring me, which I was happy about. However, he would give me those lingering stares across the dining hall. After a week, it was starting to irritate me. I mean, what is wrong with this guy? Ever since the accident, I've been thinking nonstop about every single detail. It was physically impossible for a human to do what Edward did that day. To move so fast you don't get seen, to have enough strength to stop a speeding van. He can't be human, so what is he? Apart from mermaids, I have no clue what else exists out there. For all I know, he could be a werewolf. Nah, but he's definitely something. Maybe he was bitten by radioactive spiders or is an alien from another planet. Bella? My eyes snapped towards Jessica, who was leaning across the table, her brows furrowed. What's with you and Edward, having a staring match? I blush. I didn't even realize I had been staring at him. Had anyone else notice? What were you saying? I asked, desperate for a conversation change. She seemed happy with the redirection, practically bouncing in her seat while Mike tried to hold her down. Well, we're going to La Push Saturday to surf, you in? La Push, I still haven't been there, thanks to Dr. Cullen and my stitches. But they're getting removed tomorrow, so I'd be classed fit to go. Great. I've heard that it's the only beach worth going to. Sure, I've not been there yet. Now I had something to get excited about. Of course I couldn't go swimming in public, but I'm sure I can find a secluded spot. Maybe even see Jacob. I've only seen him a few times since I've moved here, but I can feel our friendship growing. He's like a little brother I never had. Great. It's just me, you, Mike, Eric, and Angela, but Angela doesn't surf. I thought about inviting Tyler, but he still has that cast and it won't be fun for him. I cringe as I thought of poor Tyler. He ended up with a fractured arm and whiplash. Nothing major, but it still hit me that I survived with a slight cut because I have a supernatural hero who hates me. Hero? Maybe he was bitten by radioactive spiders or is an alien. A smoking hot alien. Have you spoken to him? I know he wanted to apologize. Angela said next to me, her hand gently rubbing my arm, offering me support. To be truthful, I have been meaning to speak to him, just haven't found the right moment. It's just awkward. Well, not time like the present. Just get it over and done with. I'll do it now, I said as I stood and made my way toward his table. His face showed his surprise at my arrival, but soon turned to guilt. Bella, I'm so sorry about nearly killing you. If it wasn't for Cullen, I would be at your funeral. I am so sorry, and I promise I will do anything for you. Anything. His voice was so full of guilt it made my chest pang. You really don't have to, Tyler, I'm fine. The only injury I had was from Edward pushing me to the floor. He seemed happy by my answer, but his face still showed his worry. I was wondering, to say sorry, would you go to the school dance with me? I could have fainted. Me, dance? Not even if you paid me. It would be both painful to do and watch. Wow, Tyler, look, I don't dance. I won't even in Forks. I'll be with my mom in Jacksonville that week. I forgot about the dance, mainly because it was Lady's choice. I'm too clumsy to dance. There is only one person I'd even consider going with and he'll rather interrogate me. So I made up a lie, which is probably going to be true once I've spoken to Mom. Oh, sure, Bella, no problem. His downcast face only made me feel worse for rejecting him. Without another word, I awkwardly made my way back to my table. See, I told you I'll be awkward. So how did it go? Angela asked, her eyes glowing with curiosity. I dropped my head to the table. Not good. Dr. Cullen happily removed my stitches and gave me the okay to swim, making me the happiest person on the beach on the slightly drizzly Saturday afternoon. Sun had been predicted, however, just like Forks, it was threatening to rain. Mike picked us up in his Jeep so we wouldn't have to worry about parking. It would have been a good idea if we actually all fit. The whole ride I was practically bouncing in my seat. All I could think about is the feel of the water whooshing around me as I swam. I know I need to be careful, but I needed to swim, to stretch my fin. Even if I stay after they leave and then go for a swim. I just needed to get in that water. After Mike, Eric and Jessica shimmed into their suits. They took off towards the water. Jessica screamed at its coldness, but continued to paddle in on her board. Mike and Eric, once they got over the coldness, caught up with her, howling as they hit a wave. Angela and I decided to stay in the van, in the dry, and watch. So, you don't surf? I asked Angela, who sat beside me. I passed her a licorice stick as I waited for her answer. Not really. I'm just not a fan of the sea. You know, jellyfish, sharks, seaweed. So I stay away. I nodded in understanding. I too hate seaweed. I hate getting my tail caught in it because seaweed around a tail is like rope around a wrist. It burns. And sharks, I try to avoid as much as I could. Jellyfish are gorgeous as long as you keep your distance. As a mermaid, you have to be aware of the dangers in the sea. It doesn't stop us swimming though. I've swam with sharks. I offer her, a bored expression on my face. They were curious by my presence in the sea, but they left me alone, probably sensing my power. If they did come near me, I would boil the water around them, scaring them away. Really? Wow, I would be terrified. Her face showed her surprise. Yep, it was all right. They're not interested in you unless you taunt them or bleed. I had seen that on a documentary, so it must be true. Not that I'd test it. Angela nodded her head in acknowledgement as she continued to watch Eric surf. So are you going to ask Eric to the school dance? She blushed as she tore her eyes away from her geeky friend, watching her hands in her lap. Why'd you ask that? She blushed even deeper as she glanced up at me. Oh, come on. You're always together. You always smile around him, and you can't take your eyes off him. Grow a set and ask him, or I'll do it for you. She sat up straighter in her seat. You know what, Bella, you're right. I'll ask him to the dance tomorrow. The determination in her eyes told me she believed she would, but I could tell she was nervous from the way she was biting her lip. You're a strong, independent woman. You can do this. I gave her a prep talk, hoping it would boost her spirits. Thanks, Bella. She replied, slipping her arm around my shoulder, squeezing me to her. It wasn't until I heard rustling that I realized she was robbing me of some licorice sticks during our hug. Hey, I growled, ripping the pack from her grasp and stuffing it in my jacket before zipping it up tight. Bella, called a voice from across the beach, tearing my attention away from Angela, of whom was sticking her tongue out at me. The speaker began to run towards me, morphing into Jacob as he came close enough to see. Hi. I smiled at him as he finally reached us, slightly out of breath. His hair today was pulled into a long ponytail, making him look older than his 15 years. Not far behind him, two other boys, I presume his friends, come running towards us. Bella, have you been? He asked, leaning against the van as he caught his breath. Great. Who are your friends? He seemed to have forgotten about them as he turns around, relieved to see them arrive behind him. This is Quill and Paul. He gestured towards the two russet-skinned, long-haired boys. Paul flashed me a wide, toothy smile while Quill raised his hand in a wave. It's nice to meet you. I turned back to Jake, who was shaking hands with Angela as she introduces herself. So, you not surfing? Jake asked. I shook my head, not wanting to go over it again for the fourth time. You? Nope. Just out for a walk. Just then, Jessica came running over, water dripping off her as she skidded to a halt beside the van. Instinctively, I cower back. She took in the new arrivals and introduced herself. Not long after Jessica arrived, Mike and Eric made their way over, curiosity covering their face. After all the introductions were made, Eric and Mike decided to start the fire. However, they were unsuccessful due to the wind, so I secretly gave them a hand. Thankfully, the rain was holding out, which was good because I got to sit around the fire, absorbing the warmth. Jessica must have grown bored with the silence as she turned to me, her face showing her interest. I knew what she was going to ask me and I wanted to avoid it the best I could, but I couldn't think of a way out of it. So, you and Cullen? What's going on there? I rolled my eyes and signed. She's like a pit bull. Nothing's going on. She shook her head, obviously annoyed at my response. Come on. He saves your life, stares at you all the time, and was completely freaking out when you collapsed in his arms. He looked really worried about you. He started shouting for a paramedic, and then he practically demanded he went in the ambulance with you. He totally has feelings for you. I'm surprised you didn't invite him along. Edward was worried about me? He did stay with me at the hospital, but I always thought that was because of his dad. There's nothing between Edward and I. We don't even like each other. He hates me. She continued to shake her head in disagreement. He so likes you. I groaned, knowing I wouldn't be able to get her to shut up anytime soon. What Cullen? Jacob asked from beside me. I didn't even realize he was listening. My cheeks burned as I thought about him telling Billy, who then tells Charlie. How would Charlie react? How would Jacob know the Cullens? Edward. Jessica practically sighed as she spoke his name. I noticed Mike glare as she did this. The Cullens are bad news. Quill grumbled under his voice. Interesting. Why's that? I asked him. He seemed shocked that I heard him and then blushed. We don't know, but they don't come here. I nodded, leaving it for now. I'll ask Jacob later. Wanna go for a stroll? Jacob asked, obviously trying to distract me. However, silly Jacob is walking straight into a trap. Sure. We walked in silence for a while before curiosity began to get the better of me. I turned to look at Jacob and realized he was looking off into the trees that surrounded the beach. So, what did Quill mean about the doctor's family? I asked quietly. Jacob looked at me and raised an eyebrow. The Cullens? Oh, they're not supposed to come onto the reservation. He seemed hesitant to elaborate. Ops, I'm not supposed to say anything about that. I can keep a secret, I won't tell anyone, I'm just curious. I whispered as I acted mock hurt. Jake rolled his eyes before sighing. Do you like scary stories? We took a seat on the sand, far away from the sea. Do you know any of our old stories about where we come from? The Quilutes, I mean? I shook my head. Well, there are a lot of legends, and one of them claims that we descended from wolves. And that the wolves are our brothers still. It's against tribal law to kill them. Then there are stories about the cold ones. My brows furrowed. The cold ones? Yes, the blood drinkers. Your people call them vampires. A chill ran down my spine. Vampires, blood drinkers. No way could Edward be one. Does that go for the rest of his family? Even little Alice? Nah, it's not true. They don't exist. Then again, neither does mermaids. According to legend, my great-grandfather knew some of them. He was one who made the treaty that kept them off our land. You see, the cold ones are the natural enemies of the wolf. Well, not the wolf really, but the wolves that turn into men, like our ancestors. You would call them werewolves. But this pack that came to our territory during my great-grandfather's time was different. They didn't hunt the way others of their kind did. They weren't supposed to be dangerous to the tribe. So my great-grandfather made a truce with them. If they would promise to stay off our land, we wouldn't expose them to the palefaces. If they weren't dangerous, then why? I asked, absorbing every little detail he fed me. There's always a risk for humans to be around the cold ones, even if they are like this clan, who claim that they don't hunt humans, but prey on animals instead. Well, then surely that means they aren't dangerous after all. Right? You never know when they might get too hungry to resist. Or not. So how does it fit in with the Cullens? Are they like the cold ones your great-grandfather met? I feared the answer. No, they're the same ones. I didn't get to finish my chat with Jake as Mike came running towards us. Apparently it was time to leave. I tried to persuade him to leave me behind, but he wouldn't have any of it, practically demanding that he gave me a ride home. I was a bit annoyed that I didn't get to have my swim, but I can do that later. My head is still reeling from Jacob's revelation. Charlie was home by the time Mike dropped me off, so I started his dinner. Spaghetti bologneses. Charlie enjoyed it very much, helping himself to 2 more plates full. Once again, Charlie did the dishes before plunking himself on the couch to watch the game highlights. I tried sitting with him for a while, but my head couldn't stop thinking about what Jake said. Vampires and forks. It's almost laughable. It sounds loony. But being a mermaid, I know that things aren't always what they seem. I need to know more about the Cullens, but how? I doubt they'll be on Google or Facebook. You wouldn't want to stand out like that. I turned to face my dad, the police chief of Forks. Why Google when you can ask your dad? Hey, Dad? He turned to me, however his eyes were on the TV. Great, if he's distracted this would be easier. Do you know the Cullen family? His eyes parted from the TV for a few seconds to look at me. Dr. Cullen's family? Sure. Dr. Cullen's a great man. Not evil then. The kids are a little different. They don't seem to fit in very well at school, I said, thinking on the spot. If there was anything there, then my dad would know. After all, he is the police chief. He began to grumble at my statement as he forgot about the TV and turned fully to face me. TSK. People in this town. Dr. Cullen is a brilliant surgeon who could probably work in any hospital in the world and make 10 times the salary he makes here. We're lucky to have him. He's an asset to the community, and all of those kids are well-behaved and polite. They're all very mature. As an old-fashioned? Centuries old? Anyway, how can Dr. Cullen be a vampire and a surgeon? Those things don't mix well and have a happy ending. Logically, just because they're newcomers, people have to talk. I guess Dad hears about this a lot. If my dad, the police chief, says they're good people, then they can't be vampires. I decided to call it a night, wishing Charlie good night before I sprinted upstairs and booted up my MacBook. I typed cold ones into the search bar and clicked on the first Wikipedia page, leading me to a Native American creature called Apatamkin. There was so many names for them: Filipino Danag, Hebrew Esteri, Polish Upier, Romanian Vericolossi, and loads more. I continued to surf the internet, but all said the same: vampire, blood drinking, super strong, fast, the usual facts that any Buffy fan would know. God, I hope Edward doesn't have a bumpy forehead. I forced myself to focus on the two most vital questions I had to answer. First, I had to decide if it was possible that what Jacob said about the Cullens could be true. Could the Cullens be vampires? Whether it be Jacob's cold ones or not, Edward Cullen was not human. So that's a maybe. That will have to be my answer for now. What will they do when they find out I'm a mermaid? I have no idea what would happen. Can a mermaid be turned into a vampire? I've read such legends, but I'd never wish to test it. Just the thought of blood made me nauseous. I'm alive, full of blood, and am practically food to them. I have no idea what my blood smells like to them, but I know I have to avoid them. Edward especially. No matter how much I don't want that. Secondly, the most important question of all. What was I going to do if it was true? Avoid him as much as possible? A sudden agony of despair gripped me as I considered that alternative. I couldn't possibly have feelings for him. Could I? I mean, he's obviously attractive. You'd have to be blind not to be attracted to him. And he saved my life. It's only natural I was connected to him. Did my heart accelerate when I was near him? Yes. Did I think of him all the time? Yes. Did my stomach get all jittery when he's close? To the point of nervousness. Did that mean I have feelings for the annoying Edward Cullen? My head began to hurt. It was too much for me to take in. Until I have indisputable evidence to prove this, I will not confront them. For now, I'm going to bed. I was sitting on La Push Beach, soaking up the unexpected sun after an enjoyable long swim. It was good to be able to swim again, to be free in the wide ocean. I look up at the sky. I've missed the sun the most since moving to Forks. In the heat, my tail dried quickly, allowing me to take a stroll down the sandy beach. It was weird that no one was here on this brilliant day, but I couldn't complain. I liked the quiet. Bella? Jacob called from the gap in the trees. Jacob? I made a step towards him, but he ran towards me, grabbing my hand as he began to lead me to the water. No, Jacob, I can't go there. What's wrong? He continued to tug on my hand, almost crushing it. I tried to tug it free, but he was holding too tight. You have to run, Bella. Run. I followed him, trying to avoid the water. Whatever we were running from, I didn't want to get slowed down by having to detail myself. Is this why there was no one here today? Did I not see a sign or something? Why? Jacob didn't get a chance to reply as he fell to the ground, clutching his chest as he groaned in pain. Jacob? I began to panic. What do I do now? Leave him and run, or stay and protect him as best I could? He began to shake violently, so I took a cautious step away. My instincts told me something was very wrong and that Jacob can take care of himself. Run, stupid Bella. I turned to run when Jacob exploded into a rusty-colored wolf. I couldn't hold back the scream that burst from my mouth. Jake? I practically cried as it came towards me, staring intently at the woods. A figure appeared in the opening, hidden by the shadows. Somehow I knew it was Edward. My gut told me it was him and that I was safe. I made a step towards him, but was startled by the snarl the wolf made. Edward? I called out, taking another step closer. Finally, he moved from the shadows and closer toward me. In the sunlight, his skin looked paler than usual, deadlier. And then he smiled, showing off his perfect white teeth along with his extended canines. A shiver ran through me. No, not Edward too. I stepped closer to get a closer look at him. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Come with me, Bella. Trust me. Edward's velvet voice said, drawing me closer to him. Something told me that Edward would never hurt me. I was stopped in my path by a rusty blur as it attacked Edward, pushing him to the ground. No, not Edward. My Edward. I took a step towards the wolf, thrusting out my hand, burning him. No one hurts my Edward. The wolf turned to me. I could have sworn I saw him glare at me before I was knocked off my feet. I sprung up in my bed, panting. This was bad. I had feelings, romantic feelings towards Edward Cullen. And if he was a vampire, I'd have to let go. Could I do that? My plan to avoid the Cullens failed as soon as I stepped out of my truck on Monday. I had woken up late, which meant there wouldn't be very many parking spaces left. And I was right. The only space left was beside Edward's shiny Volvo. I cursed my bad luck as I hopped out my truck to nearly collide with Alice. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Is that fear? I surely can't be scared of Pixie Alice. However, I could be scared of Pixie. Might be a vampire Alice. We're going shopping after school today for a dress for the dance. That darn dance is all anyone thinks about. Unlike me who worries about not getting wet or vampires in my school or math homework, I couldn't understand. What's so special about dressing up and making yourself look like a dateless klutz? I'm not going to the dance. She scowls at me before linking her arm with mine. But aren't you going with Tyler? That's what he's told everyone. He said what? I practically screeched. Alice broke into a fit of laughter. I knew it wasn't true. I'm not going. I'll be in Jacksonville that weekend to see my mom. Anyway, I am too clumsy to dance. Please, Alice, don't guilt trip me into it. Edward's not going either. You two are party poopers. She grumbled as she linked arms with mine before dragging me towards out first class. You're still coming shopping tonight in Port Angeles. An hour's drive in a car to Port Angeles with a suspected vampire doesn't sound like danger at all. But it would be good to get out of this suffocating town. Maybe being out of Forks will take my mind off Edward. Sure, why not? Sounds like fun. Why does Emmett have to take my truck? I whined as we continued to our class. She flashed me a smile. I don't think she understands that no one drives my truck. I have grown quite accustomed to my truck, because Edward's driving us. My eyes practically popped out of my head as my mouth went slack. Edward, the one I'm trying to avoid the most, is coming dress shopping with Alice and me. Why would he want to do that? Surely he would be bored. I can't go. We're not exactly friends right now. Were we ever friends? Did I want to be friends? Don't be stupid. Anyway, he offered, mumbling something about two girls alone with a credit card. I laughed. I've heard Alice go on about shoes or clothes, so it wasn't hard to imagine the damage she would do to Dr. Cullen's bank account. Alice, I don't know. I needed to avoid Edward to make it easier on my heart if I have to leave him. And going shopping with him isn't going to do that. You are going, and that's final. Meet me at the car once school's out. Edward was waiting at the car as I approached after school, leaning casually against his silver Volvo with his arms crossed. His expression wasn't the happiest. Maybe it would be a good idea if I skipped. Bella, Edward said in greeting. I stood beside him as I waited for Alice. The air between us began to crackle with the tension between us. This couldn't be more awkward. Finally, Alice came dancing towards us, a huge smile pulling at her features. Hey, Edward, Bella. You ready to go? She asked as he opened the back doors for us to shuffle in. Just as Alice had got herself seated, she turned to me. Bella, why don't you sit up front? Why are you doing this to me, Alice? I practically shouted in my head. The little pixie is playing matchmaker. Curiously, I glanced back at Edward to find him staring at Alice, his face completely blank, not giving anything away. This is going to be torture. Alice, I don't. Nonsense, Edward doesn't bite unless you ask him to, she said, her lips pulling into a face-splitting grin. Did she think that was funny? I gulped at the thought. I nodded dumbly as I thought of Edward with fangs, nervously making my way around to the passenger side. Edward was in the car beside me before I had even opened the car door. I took in a few deep breaths as I tried to calm my racing heart. I'm a wreck. Being beside him again, the tension began to rise. Edward's hand clenched tightly on the steering wheel, making his knuckles ice white. Yes, he could feel it too. Edward drove like a maniac towards Port Angeles. It's a wonder how he didn't get a ticket or in a major accident. As he pulled to a stop in the car park outside the mall, I released my fingers from the bottom of the seat and took a deep, calming breath. He's a maniac? How can Alice stand his reckless driving? Alice was out of the car and bouncing beside it impatiently, waiting for Edward and I. Just from looking at the very excited Alice, I was going to dread this trip. Maybe I could escape for an hour or two. Linking one arm with mine and the other with Edward, Alice began to drag us towards the mall entrance. The first shop we were dragged towards had a designer name I've never heard of before, but Alice had, and was even more excited by just the sight of it. Edward was freed by Alice's tight grip, however, I was not so lucky. I must have seen every item, in every color more than once. I was sure I was going to go cross-eyed. I'm positive I heard Edward laugh every time I complained to Alice. Once Alice had filled my arms with clothes, she pushed me into a changing room. The first item was a tight blue dress covered in tiny black butterflies that had no straps and fell just above my knees. I had to admit it was very pretty. Shyly, I stepped up from behind the curtain, only to find Edward sitting on the bench. He raised his head to lock eyes with mine. I swore I heard him gasp. I couldn't keep my eyes off his face. His wide, dark eyes ran over my body, his gaze burning my flesh. Had someone just turned up the heating in here? Oh, Bella, you look beautiful. I am so buying you that dress. Alice's voice came from beside me, but I didn't take my eyes off Edward. Wait, did she say she was going to buy me a dress? I'm not going to let you buy me anything, I told her stubbornly, finally taking my eyes from Edward. Alice simply smiled as she turned to Edward. What do you think, Edward? I could feel my blush as my cheeks burned. Once again, I could feel Edward's eyes on me, but this time I couldn't look. Bella, you look very nice. Maybe I should let Alice buy this dress. I looked at the price tag. Yep, only Alice could afford it. We moved from shop to shop before I finally decided I had had enough. Alice had made me try on clothing from every store and had even bought me a few items. If I don't leave now, I know I would end up with a new wardrobe courtesy of Alice and Dr. Cullen. Maybe she should see a shrink. I'll be sure to mention it to Edward. Alice, is there a bookstore around here anywhere? I asked as we walked into another shop. Poor Edward had been handed so many bags. He made a run to the car to dump them. This was my time to escape. Yeah, it's not in the mall though. It's just around the corner. I nodded and made my way towards the exit. Where do you think you're going? She called, folding her arms across her chest defiantly. To the bookstore. I need a break. Well, wait for Edward. He'll go with you. I shook my head. I didn't need a bodyguard. And I definitely didn't need Edward. I won't be gone long. You wouldn't even know I was gone. I continued to walk to the entrance without being interrupted by either of the Devil twins. Alice was right. The bookstore was just around the corner. It wasn't anything special, just a small store behind a couple of warehouses. I didn't realize I had been there for so long until I happened to gaze out of the window to notice that it had grown dark. Ops. I quickly grabbed my phone to find it was dead. Great. Just great. Alice was probably having a tizzy and Edward was probably saying, I told you so. I hurried out of the door, making sure I stayed under the streetlights as I headed left, past the warehouses. Did I come this way originally? I continued walking, hoping to be lead to a road, but instead I found myself at a dead end. Okay, it was obviously the other direction. Finally, I reached the road, so I knew I was on the right course. I continued up the road, keeping close to the wall of the houses. I needed to hurry before Alice calls my dad. I started to move faster. As I rounded the corner, I noticed a group of hooded figures walking my way. It's okay, Bella. Just breathe. I made a move to cross the road, but was delayed by a speeding car. Hey there, baby. A voice called from beside me. Wanna have some fun? Asked another voice. I cringed. Just leave me alone. I growled as I waited for the next car to pass. Please leave me alone. Oh, she's got spunk. I like it. The first voice said. I shivered. Hurry up, damn traffic. The group grew closer to me, forming a circle around me. Damn, my heart began to pound, making my chest hurt. Maybe I did need Edward. I felt a hand run up my back. What do you think, baby? Want some of this? A voice said in my ear. I gagged at both his offer and the stench of alcohol. I need to leave. I began to back away, however, I bumped into a body. Leave me alone. I hissed as the guy behind me grabbed my shoulders. I'm stuck. Come on, baby. The guy in front of me growled, grabbing my waist roughly. I shivered as fear began to take over. I said, leave me alone. I growled. I'm a mermaid, for God's sakes. I have powers. Why am I scared? 2 of the 5 men were clutching tightly to a can of what I presumed was beer. I smiled as I blew up the cans, spraying them with the liquid before I boiled it. They screamed like 10-year-old girls. I took this opportunity to turn as try to run, aware I was being followed. You stupid bitch! One shouted as they chased me. I continued to run until I found a small alley. I hid in the shadows as I watched the gang run past the opening. I sighed in relief as I slowly made my way to the exit, sticking my head around the corner to see them at the end of the road arguing. She couldn't have gotten far. Stupid bitch. I'm going to fuck her up when I find her. I shivered as I pressed my back against the brick wall. My heart was still pounding. The next time I peered my head out, I noticed Edward's silver Volvo turn around the corner near the gang, heading towards me. He's too far away. Hurry, Edward. Thank God. I glanced at the idiots who were still standing on the corner. Maybe they forgot about me. I ran out of the alley, however, I unfortunately tripped, tumbling to the ground. Ouch! Looking down at my stinging knee, I saw the sticky red blood oozing out of the large graze across my kneecap. Oh no, blood. I felt my head begin to feel fuzzy. There she is. I heard one of the guys shout. Oh no. I struggled to push myself up onto my feet, swaying slowly as I tried to defuzz my head. There's no way I could run the short distance to Edward's moving car. Edward! I screamed as the car screeched to a stop. Edward sprung out of the car, his head whirled toward the alley. He ran towards me just as the gang reached me. Edward stood in front of me, using his tall, muscular body as a shield. Of course, I couldn't help but peer around him to see the reaction of the drunken idiots. They didn't disappoint as they frowned at Edward, obviously wondering when he got here. Move out the way, jackass. One of the very brave idiots said, trying to push past Edward. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Edward growled, his hand clenching into a tight fist as he took in a deep breath. I noticed Edward grow ridged. Was he trying to calm himself, or did he smell the blood? Bella, get in the car. He hissed through his clenched teeth, his nostrils flaring. Edward, let's just go. I whispered, grabbing a hold of his rock-solid arm as I tried to tug him towards his car. He turned to face me, staring me down with his coal-color eyes. Weren't they gold? Bella, get in the car. I won't tell you again. I flinched as he tried to shake off my arm. Edward, they're not worth it. Let just go. Yeah, Edward, listen to your girlfriend. Just go. I wouldn't want to ruin such a pretty face. One of the drunks remarked. Edward, come on. I tugged again. This was pointless. Edward, come on. Another drunk mocked in a high voice. Okay, I've had enough. I clenched my fist, aware the gang was still wet. Again they growled, hissed, and screamed. Stupid freak. Another one growled, jumping forward only to be flung backwards by Edward. Wow, all he did was flick his wrist. This time Edward didn't stand still. He took a step towards the gang, growling menacingly. I watched them cower backwards in fear. Oh no. Edward grabbed the closet one to him and slammed him against the wall. The next was pushed to the ground as another fell atop of the other. The last one standing had the sense to turn and flee, running as if his life depended on it. Edward took in a couple of deep breaths before he turned to me. You're hurt, he stated before he swept me up into his arms. I could have fainted being this close to his glorious body. I placed my head against his chest, listening to his chest, his silent chest. No heartbeat or breathing. No, my heart began to pound as a tear ran down my cheek. Why am I crying? I knew there was a possibility, but I think in my heart of hearts, I wanted it to not be true. Of course, his previous show was evidence enough, but that could be said to be an adrenaline rush. A lack of heartbeat or breathing is undisputable proof. I'm in love with a vampire. Edward placed me gently in the passenger seat of the Volvo. I couldn't meet his eyes in fear what I would see. I couldn't help myself as I flung my arms around his neck and began to sob for Edward. From the shock of my near attack, I felt his hands gently rub up and down my back, whispering softly in my ears as he tried to soothe me. Eventually, I pulled back, making sure to keep my face hidden. Thank you, I whispered. He didn't say anything as he made his way towards the driver's side. Bella, your knee, he said, his gaze everywhere but at my bloody knee. Now that I thought about it, I felt the pain. God, I hit it hard. Looking down, I gazed at my still pouring with blood knee. I took in a deep breath. Don't look at it, Bella. Breathe. Oh God. Edward, I'm sorry. I mumbled as I took off my jacket, pulled off my t-shirt as I used it to apply pressure to the wound by tying it around the wound. He has good control for a vampire. I shrugged into my jacket after I realized I was in my bra. I blushed. Maybe that was why he wouldn't look at me. Don't apologize for bleeding, Bella. His frown told me that he was suspicious of my meaning. Edward mumbled to himself as he began to drive away. Vile humans. I should turn around and hunt down those useless excuses for humans. I shivered at the thought of what Edward was capable of. I continued to put pressure on my bleeding knee, trying not to notice Edward turning on the aircon and opening the windows. "Where's Alice?" I asked, my mind calm enough to realize Alice wasn't here. Once you didn't return, I called Emmett to come and take her home while I went looking for you. When I couldn't find you, I got in the Volvo and started driving around until I heard the vile thoughts of those disgusting creatures. I was nowhere near you at the time, so I put my foot down, but by the time I got there you had ran. As I can't read your thoughts, I had to search for theirs again. When I eventually found them, I saw you were hurt and that they were coming towards you. It took everything in me not to rip them apart. He took in a deep breath to calm himself. Finally, he turned to me, his brows furrowed. I don't think he was supposed to tell me all of this. Did he just say he heard their thoughts? That's not possible. Then again, he's a vampire, so like Mermaid, they have extra gifts. Can he not read my mind because I'm a mermaid? You know, a normal person would be in shock. You don't even look shaken. Not shaken? Huh. I'm in a car with my vampire hero. What could those drunks do to me now? Where were you 2 minutes ago when I broke down in tears? He tilted his head, studying my expression. Something tells me you weren't crying because of your attackers. Clever guy he is. He was right though, I should be shaking or crying or mumbling like a crazy person, but I wasn't. I felt absolutely fine. It was the Edward effect. I feel very safe with you. I blurted out, feeling the blood rush to my cheeks. I gazed into his golden eyes, trying to discern his reaction to my admission. No reaction. This is more complicated than I'd thought. He mumbled almost to himself. Usually you're in a better mood when your eyes are so light. Oh my God, when I fell I must have knocked off my word filter. Why did I say that? What? Edward growled as he pulled the car over, looking deep into my eyes. I have a theory. Oh yeah, about what? You. About what you are, how you found me tonight, your eyes. He shifted in his seat to face me, causing me to momentarily forget my train of thought. You shouldn't do that, it's not fair. His brows knitted together in confusion. Do what? Dazzle me. He chuckled at me, shaking his head. Do I dazzle you often? I gulped as I nodded. What was I saying before I was interrupted? Yes, theory. Let's say, hypothetically of course, that someone could read minds, you know, with a few exceptions. Like me, just one exception, hypothetically. How does it work? Can you read anyone's mind anywhere? Can the rest of your family also read minds? Once again he shifted in his seat uncomfortably. Was he scared I'd squeal on him? You can trust me, Edward. I don't know if I have a choice anymore. You're very observant. He mumbled again. No, it's just me. I can't hear anyone anywhere. I have to be fairly close. The more familiar the voice is, the further away I can hear them. But still, no more than a few miles. Wow, that's more than I was expecting to get out of stubborn Edward. Has he given up being mean? Why do you think you can't hear me? He thought about it for a while before he answered. I think it had something to do with whatever you are hiding. The only guess I have is that maybe your mind doesn't work like the rest of theirs do. What? My mind doesn't work right? I'm an even bigger freak. It's just a theory, which brings us back to you. Tell me your theory. He seemed kind of anxious for my reply. What will his reaction be? Will he kill me? I won't laugh, promise. I'm more afraid of your reaction. I made sure not to look at him. Is it that bad? How did you come up with it? Comic book or one of your own? He promised he wouldn't laugh, yet he mocks me. It was Saturday at the beach. I ran into an old family friend, Jacob Black. I saw Edward stiffen. He knows what's coming. His dad is one of the Quileute elders. We went for a walk, and he was telling me some old legends. His eyes stuck on mine, grudging my reaction. He told me one about vampires. I practically whispered. My heart was pounding like crazy as he sighed, closing his eyes briefly before placing his hands on the steering wheel. I noticed the extra whiteness of his knuckles. Please don't hurt me. And you immediately thought of me? He growled lowly, his hand tightening. No, he mentioned your family, and after that, I did some research on the internet. Nothing fit. Most of it was kind of silly. And then, I couldn't finish that sentence. Could I tell Edward the First was in love with him? That I shouldn't love him, can't love him. No matter how much I already do love him. Could I get past the vampire part of him? Do I trust him enough not to hurt me? Did it matter that he was a vampire? I'm a mermaid. Why should it matter that he is a vampire? What? He demanded, obviously frustrated with my pause. I decided it didn't matter. Before my eyes, I saw Edward grow furious. His eyes began to glow black as he glared at me. His hands moved from the steering wheel as he clenched them in tight fists. It doesn't matter? I flinched back into the leather seat. No, it doesn't matter to me what you are. This just made him angrier. You don't care that I'm a monster? That I'm not human? His voice was raising in his disgust in himself. I realized that I'm not exactly 100% human myself. Why should I judge you? He looked at me like I was crazy. You're angry. No, then why are you grinding your teeth? So I'm right? Does it matter? He shot back. Not really. But I am curious. He stayed silent as he started up the car and began to drive us home. How old are you? I asked a while later as we grew closer to Forks. 17. Oh, come on, Edward. How long have you been 17? I bet he thinks he's funny being evasive. A while. He admitted it. However, I wanted a figure. I wonder if I could get him to answer my questions. He seriously couldn't think that I wouldn't be curious. There are so many things I want to ask him. Don't laugh, but how can you come out during the daytime? Edward chuckled. Myth. Burned by the sun? Myth. Sleeping in coffins? Myth. He brow furrowed as if he was thinking something over. I don't sleep. Really? At all? Never. Creepy. You haven't asked me the most important question yet. Oh God, what's he going to do? You always see this part in movies. This is when you get attacked by the big bad vampire. You aren't concerned about my diet? Don't you want to know if I drink blood? What else would vampires drink? Jacob said something about that. He said you didn't hunt people. He said your family was supposed to be dangerous because you hunt animals. He scoffed at that. Don't let that make you complacent, though. They're right to keep their distance from us. We are still dangerous. I shivered at the disgust in his voice. Poor Edward, tell me more. Tell me why you hunt animals instead of people. His face puckered at the question before it became sad. I don't want to be a monster. I wanted to hug in, to tell him that he isn't a monster. But something tells me he won't believe me. But animals aren't enough? We call ourselves vegetarians, our little inside joke. It doesn't fully satisfy our hunger or our thirst. It keeps us strong enough to resist most of the time. Do you hunt often? Yes, I went this weekend with Emmett. I didn't want to leave, but it was necessary. It's a bit easier to be around you when I'm not thirsty. I gulped nervously. I smell better to him. Why didn't you want to leave? I already knew the answer. It makes me anxious to be away from you. The entire time I was away, I was worrying about you. You are just so fragile and clumsy. I had to stay away because I can't feel for you. The first day I saw you, I felt it. I couldn't read your mind, and that frustrated me. And then your blood, it was like you were sent from hell to torture me. I thought about killed you that day, and then Tyler nearly killed you with his truck. I saved you so I wouldn't expose myself or my family by going rabid at the smell of your blood. At least that's what I told myself. But even when you did bleed, I wasn't as affected as I should have been. Something was stopping me from hurting you. And when you ran, I felt compelled to check you were okay. And tonight, all I could think about is that if you had gotten yourself in danger or hurt, I would personally kill you myself for making me worry so. But when I saw those vile creatures touching you, chasing you, saying ghastly things, it took everything in me not to rip them apart. But I didn't want to scare you any further. What a confession. I was stunned that Edward felt so strongly for me. Considering that I haven't known him long and the fact he was rude and stayed away from me. Then again, that didn't stop me falling so hard for him either. Maybe it's fate. I feel the same. Edward once again became angry. What had I done? I don't want to hear that you feel that way. It's wrong. It's not safe. I'm dangerous, Bella. Please grasp that. Has he not been listening to me? No, I stubbornly said. I'm serious. He growled, glaring at me. So am I. I told you, it doesn't matter what you are, it's too late. I mumbled the last part to myself. It should. We didn't say another word until we reached a house I've never seen before. It was beautiful and huge, and had to be extremely expensive. Not practical for a vampire to live in, considering the entire front of the house was made up completely of glass. As I looked around, I noticed we were surrounded by trees. Great, he confesses his feelings to me and then brings me to the middle of nowhere to kill me. Typical vampire. What are we doing here? I asked nervously as Edward opened the passenger door. We're here to see Carlisle. The interior of the house was as magnificent as the outside, very modern considering. Edward started to help me out of my jacket, but stopped when he noticed the blue lace of my bra. I bet if he could, he'd blush. I giggled to myself before zipping my jacket back up. I'll get you something to put on. Please be one of your shirts. He disappeared in a blur before returning seconds later, holding up a large white t-shirt. Definitely one of his. He turned his back while I changed. I smiled to myself. A vampire who's a gentleman. What are the odds? You have a nice home. I stated as I walked past him to get a better look. There are a lot of ornaments. When I reached the stairs, I was shocked to notice a cross. A cross? Going on Buffy here, but aren't they supposed to repel vampires? Edward chuckled. Apparently not. No, that's a myth. Carlisle's father was actually an Anglican pastor. I nodded him as if I know what an Anglican pastor is. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. Oh God. I can't go up there, not into a den of vampires while I'm bleeding. Is Edward crazy? He can hardly control himself. Edward, what about the rest of your family? Alice sent them out to hunt. It's just Esme, Carlisle, and us. I gulped. It's too early to meet the parents. I began to feel butterflies bubble in my stomach. What if they don't like me? Calm down before you hyperventilate. Oh, okay. I stuttered as I followed Edward up the staircase towards an open door. From the door frame, I could see an overflowing bookcase. A study? As Edward ushered me in, I noticed Dr. Cullen sitting at his desk, which was cluttered with medical equipment, obviously waiting for me. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with dark auburn hair and a kind face. She approached me cautiously before placing a gentle hand on me. Bella, it's so nice to finally meet you. Alice and Edward have told me lots about you. Esme, Carlisle's wife. She seems to kind to be a vampire. It's nice to meet you too. Are you okay with this? I said, gesturing to my bloody knee. Oh, honey, you are safe in this house. I nodded, giving her a grateful smile. I took this pause to turn to Dr. Cullen. Bella, we have to stop meeting like this. I'll start to wonder if you're injuring yourself on purpose. Dr. Cullen joked, flashing me a smile that I returned. Well, you've caught me. I knew I should never have paid those thugs to chase me. I have learnt my lesson. I replied, causing him to chuckle. I glanced at Edward to find a frown on his face. He did realize that I was joking. Let's take a look at that leg. Dr. Cullen said as he patted the chair beside him. Slowly, I made my way towards him. Gently, Dr. Cullen removed my t-shirt/bandage. I turned away, taking in deep breaths as I fixed my eyes on Edward. God, I hate blood. I noticed Edward stiffen, his eyes darkening as his nose flared. Edward, maybe you should step outside. He shook his head at me. Stubborn vampire. I turned my attention to Dr. Cullen, who was dabbing some antiseptic onto some cotton wool. Oh no, what do I do? As Dr. Cullen made a move to clean my wound, I sprung from my chair, away from him. Bella? He asked, concerned as I continued to step away. Are you okay? I shook my head. I'm sorry, it's just... I'm allergic. Dr. Cullen raised his eyebrows at me, obviously not sure whether to believe me or not. Water then. Gah. No. I startled Esme, but I couldn't expose myself. Bella, I need to clean the wound. An exasperated Dr. Cullen said. I'll do it. Where's the bathroom? Dr. Cullen pointed to a door to the corner of his office. I hurried as fast as I could hop towards the bathroom. God, I must have looked like an idiot. They must think I'm a freak. I sighed as I pushed my ear against the door. Edward, the first think you should hunt. You are the most affected than any of us by her blood. Esme, no. I'm fine. I would never hurt her, I can't. Edward, what do you know about this girl? Dr. Cullen, I know she has a secret, but I can't figure her out. I know that those dumb wolves told her about us. I know that I have feelings for her, but I've only known her for a short time. I also know that in all my 111 years, I have never felt this way about anyone, human or otherwise. Wow, I didn't know he felt that way. Edward, you know that it is too dangerous for her. If you lose control. Dr. C. And what's the alternative, Carlisle? Live alone for another 100-odd years. I've tried to stay away, I tried to hate her. But I can't. I can't stay away. I can't read her mind. Do you know what that is like? When I'm with her, my mind is silent. Oh, Edward. I thought I had it bad as a mermaid. Edward, what about the Volturi? Esme, I don't care. I live in a house of mates. I want happiness, companionship as much as you lot do. I want what I see in your minds. Why can't I have that with her? I felt my heart break. Here I was, wondering if I should leave him because of my problems, and here he is, fighting to be with me. I think I just fell even more in love with this man. I couldn't listen to any more. I turned to fill the sink and grabbed a flannel from the rail. I gently dabbed it across the blooded area while holding my breath. God, this is disgusting. 4, 3, 2, 1. I tumbled to the floor, landing flat on my front. Ow! I glanced down at my tail, noticing the still bloody area where my knee would have been. Grabbing the flannel, I continued to dab the area. Thankfully, the blood had stopped thanks to my t-shirt bandage. Knock, knock. Bella? Are you okay? Oh no, Edward. I can't tell him. I'm nearly finished. Be right out. I mumbled as I thrust my hand out, clenching it into a fist. Steam filled the room as the water evaporated, slowly revealing my legs. Now blood-free, I hop out into the office, nearly stumbling into Edward. He caught me before lifting me into his strong arms. This time, his lack of heartbeat didn't affect me. Mine, however, began to soar. I noticed Esme's lips pull into a smile as she flashed me a wink. Edward placed me gently into the chair I had previously vacated. Dr. Cullen gently examined my knee before pulling out the needle and thread from the dish on his desk. I made sure to keep my eyes on Edward and not on the needle that I could feel tugging at my skin. Within seconds, the tugging stopped. Sneaking a look, I noticed Dr. Cullen had finished. Wow, he's the quickest doctor I know. Of course he has that vampire speed going for him. I chuckled at that thought as Dr. Cullen covered the wound with a plaster. Better? Edward asked. I looked into his dark, worried eyes and felt my heart melt. How have I lived without this man? I'm fine, Edward, really. Please let that be the end of this discussion. Are you hungry? Esme asked as she moved towards the door. Thank God for Esme. Please don't put yourself out. I know you guys don't eat. I wonder what would happen if they did eat human food. I'd have to ask Edward. It's no bother, dear. I actually love to cook but have no use for it. I smiled appreciatively. Thank you. She returned my smile before she left. The air in the office grew tense. Dr. C was tidying his office while Edward stood and watched me as I took in the room. Wow, it's huge. The whole wall was made up of a bookcase which was full of books. I bet some of them were even centuries old. There were pictures littering the other 3 walls. Old painting which were dark and some quite scary. I gulped as I realized they were of vampires. Edward took my arm as he began to lead me out of the office. I halted before popping my head around the door. Thanks, Dr. Cullen. Dr. Cullen's voice stopped me from leaving. Bella, call me Carlisle. I nodded. Thank you, Carlisle. Edward took a hold of my hand as he pulled me towards a set of stairs, leading up towards another floor. He stopped at a door but didn't enter. Weird. I pushed the door open to realize it was just a bedroom. What was Edward's problem? Taking a tentative step into the room, I took a good look around. The room was at the back of the house. 2 of the walls were made from glass, giving a perfect view of the vast greenery of Forks. From up here, it looked beautiful. The next thing I noticed was the lack of bed. There was, however, a black leather sofa. I remember him mentioning something about never sleeping. In the corner was a small desk cluttered with books and CDs. This must be Edward's room. Before I took another step into the room, I took of my Converses, grinning at the feel of the soft, springy gold carpet under my feet. I moved towards the desk, scanning over his clutter. Debussy? I asked, smiling at the memory of my mom as she pretended to play the small piano to Claire de Lune. I don't think she realized I saw the CD player by her feet. Yes. You like? I nodded as I walked towards a large pile of books scattered beside the desk. Each leather bound was dated with a year, written in gold script. Diaries? You write a diary? I asked, shocked. Not many men write in journals. Edward shrugged, his gaze on his feet. I've lived a long time. Writing in a journal is the only way I can get my feelings out. I reached out to grab one of the journals, only to have it whipped out of my hand as soon as my fingers grazed it. Edward placed it back on the pile before taking my hand in his. You don't want to read them, they can get quite dark. Glancing down at our hands, I felt the blood rush to my cheeks. An electric current ran through me at the touch, causing the air around us to grow tense. Esme knocked on the door, startled us apart. I instantly missed the feel of Edward's cold hand in mine. My blush intensified as I turned to face a smiling Esme. The others have arrived and your food is ready, Bella. I audibly gulped. I have yet to meet the rest of the Cullen clan and must have visibly looked worried as Edward's hand began to gently stroke my arm. Don't worry, I won't leave your side for a minute. I nodded dumbly as I took in a deep breath. Edward would never let anyone hurt me. I'll be fine. Edward led me towards the kitchen where a group of people gathered around the kitchen island. The first thing I noticed was that, like Edward and his parents, they were all gorgeous, instantly making me feel out of place. As soon as Edward and I stepped into the kitchen, Alice flung her arms around me. I was stunned at first, gasping in surprise before I also wrapped my arms around her. Vampire or not, Alice would never hurt me. I knew that with all my heart. Oh, Bella, you have no idea how great it is that I don't have to hide from you anymore. She practically squeaked in my poor human ears. It took both Edward and another guy with blonde hair to pull the strong pixie off of me. The blonde guy instantly took a step away from me as soon as I was Alice free. His golden eyes watched me curiously from his new position against the far wall. Bella, this is Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper. Of course you already know Alice. Edward introduced, gesturing to the large bear-like guy who waved while flashing me a large smile. Beside him was a beautiful blonde woman who turned her head away from me as she crossed her arms defiantly. What's her deal? The last person Edward introduced was the blonde. Jasper? Isn't he the same one that Alice is dating? As I took in the group, I must have missed something because from behind me came a hiss. Startled, I turned to notice Edward's angered expression as he glared at Rosalie. What had she said? Shut up, Rose. Edward growled. Rosalie hissed at him before she stomped her foot. You don't understand. Take off your rose-colored glasses, Edward, and see how dangerous this is. What is she going on about? Looking up at Edward, the first realized that whatever she was rambling about had stuck a nerve. No, Rosalie, you don't understand. You have Emmett. Alice has Jasper, Carlisle has Esme. Who do I have? So what if she's human? I would willingly take on the Volturi and anyone else who tries to tear us apart. Don't you understand? She's my mate. Rosalie must have really struck a nerve. Mate? Is that a vampire term? And who's the Volturi? Whoever they are, they must be scary for Rose to bring them up. She opened her mouth to speak again. Rosalie, enough. Esme commanded as she appeared in the kitchen. Rosalie glared at him before blurring to the back door, slamming it as hard as she could without breaking it. I'll talk to her, dude, Emmett said as he followed after her. Edward sighed as he faced me, his eyes glowing with apology. Edward, who's the Volturi? And what did you mean, mate? He sighed but didn't say another thing until I was seated at the kitchen island, a bowl of spaghetti bolognese before me. Wow, it smells gorgeous. I dug in hungrily, trying to ignore the stares from around me. The Volturi are like the vampire royal family. They enforce the little laws we have. One of the major laws being exposure to humans. I interrupted him, but I'm not human, really. I mean, I was, but now I'm kind of half. I guess. Edward looked as if he was going to ask me to elaborate, but stopped himself. I don't know how they would react to that, and I don't want to find out. If they found out, it might not go well for any of us. I nodded. As for mate, I mean life partner. Okay, that's a lot to take in. Can vampires mate with mermaids? How can he be my life partner when I'm human and he's immortal? He'll live longer than I. He'll watch me die. Already, at just the thought of losing him, I felt a stab at my heart. Edward, I don't know what to say. I mumbled, gobsmacked. What does one say to such an admission? It's all right, Bella. You don't have to say anything yet. The fact that you haven't run yet is enough. As if I could leave him now, I have fallen for him so deeply. The ringing of my mobile broke the moment. Unlocking it, I noticed the time displayed on the digital screen. Damn, I forgot about Charlie. I answered my mobile cautiously, preparing myself for the yelling I knew awaited. Bella Swan, do you have any idea what the time is? I gulped as I glanced around the room. Edward's eyes were fixed on me, hanging on my every reaction. Yes, Dad. I'm so sorry. I went shopping with Alice and Edward Cullen in Port Angeles. I fell over and cut my knee open, so they brought me to Dr. Cullen, who stitched me up. We got carried away talking after that. I heard Charlie sigh. Bella, do you know how worried I was? There was a murder today in Mason County, out at Grisham Mill. Security guard was attacked by some animal. I felt my mouth go dry as my eyes fix on Edward. His brow furrows as he stares off into the distance. An animal? I'm pretty sure Charlie doesn't know about vampires, so an animal would be a realistic guess for bite marks and blood loss. If there's been a murder and the Cullens drink animal blood, then there's more vampires in Forks. That thought causes shivers down my spine. You're not in Phoenix anymore, Bells. Until we've hunted this animal down, I want you in by 9 every night. Glancing at Edward's watch, I smiled at Charlie's not-so-subtle attempt at demanding I come home now. I'll see you soon, Dad. I tell him before hanging up. Edward was already on his feet, collecting his and my things. Esme, thank you for dinner. It was gorgeous, I said, giving her cold hand a squeeze. Once again, Edward helped me with my coat before pulling me towards his Volvo. Knowing we didn't have long before we arrived home, I was going to make the most of the time we have alone. So, if crosses have no effect on you, do steaks. Edward's laughter made my heart flutter. Vampires most likely created these rumors themselves for their own entertainment. We are practically indestructible, apart from other vampires and werewolves, of course. Indestructible, I like the sound of that. So let me get this right. You don't sleep. Crosses and steaks have no effect because you're indestructible. You drink from animals. Can you eat normal food? His lips pulled into a grimace. We can eat it, however, it is foul. We have to heave it up afterwards. It is very uncomfortable. Sounds unpleasant. And sunlight. You said it didn't burn you. Does it affect you? I'll show you some time, he said as the Volvo came to a stop. Turning to face the house, I was reluctant to go in. I saw the curtains twitch, signaling that Charlie was aware I was here. I had no choice but to go in now. I flashed Edward a smile as I rested my hand on his cold one at the steering wheel. Thank you for saving me tonight, Edward. I am very grateful. Edward smiled in return. Once I was safely inside the house, Charlie gave me a big speech about keeping safe. He even gave me a bottle of pepper spray. I doubted it would have any effect on a vampire. After he had finished his rant, I left him to watch his baseball catch up while I went to bed. I was beat. About 3 things I was absolutely positive. First, Edward was a vampire. Second, there was a part of him, and I didn't know how potent that part might be, that thirsted for my blood. And third, I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him. I awoke with a start. The sound of my window squeaking roused me. Turning my head, I glanced at my alarm clock. 1 o'clock in the morning? The wind must have blown it open. Rubbing my tired eyes, I sat up and turned towards the window. It was wide open, the curtains blowing wildly out of the window. I shivered in the cold air. As I stood and made my way towards the window, something moved in the shadows. My heart began to pound in fear. Who would be stupid enough to break into the chief of police's house? Jumping back startled, I squint my eyes in the minimal light. It was a person. Finally, they stepped out of the shadow to reveal golden eyes and their glowing skin. My heart began to race faster at the sight of Edward, in my bedroom. I didn't mean to wake you. His voice barely a whisper as he stepped further out of the shadow. It's okay. Was it? A vampire was in my bedroom while I slept, unaware. Why are you in my bedroom at 1 in the morning? Edward began to shift from foot to foot nervously. Well, I had finished hunting early, and as you know, I don't sleep, so I decided to check on you. Check on me? He cleared his throat unnecessarily. I like watching you sleep. It's fascinating to me. Do you know you speak? I felt my mouth go dry. Oh no, what did I say? I hope nothing incriminating. Oh God, I've been dreaming of him. I felt my cheeks begin to burn. How embarrassing. What did I say? His lips pulling into that gorgeous crooked smile he rarely uses. Nothing interesting. However, you have said my name a few times. More so recently. My whole face by now was probably tomato red. How awkward. Don't be embarrassed. If I could dream, it would be about you, and I'm not ashamed of that. My heart skipped a beat. How poetic. So you were just spying on me? I crossed my arms over my chest, making him more nervous. How can I, a seemingly normal fragile human, make this strong, sexy vampire nervous? Where's the logic in that? I like to get out of the house, too many unwanted thoughts flowing through my head. You're silent to me, my sanctuary. It's peaceful. I'll take that as a compliment. Well, next time, make your presences known. I'll never get any sleep if I'm worrying about you sneaking in. His lips pulled into a smile as he moved closer to me. Taking my arm, he led me towards my bed, pushing me down until I was seated. I'd like to try something. Stay very still. I felt my body tense at his words. What's he going to do? I gulped as he moved closer. Oh God, he's going to kill me. I knew I should do something like move, but my body was frozen. I looked up into his gorgeous golden eyes and felt my heart pang. I was in love with this guy, and from the gleam in his eyes, I think he loves me too. An electric shock ran through me as I felt his cold lips press gently against mine. The slightest pressure sent me into frenzy. My hands moved into his auburn hair as I pulled him closer to me. He didn't seem to mind as his arm circled around me, pulling into his lap. As we clung to each other, neither of us willing to stop. It was the first touch of our tongues that seemed to cause Edward to tear away from me. Horror covering his face as he stepped as far away from me he could in the small room. Had I done something wrong? Sorry. I gulped as I felt my blood rush to my cheeks as I kept my head bowed. I wasn't sorry. I don't understand. Why aren't you withering in pain right now? The panic in his voice caused me to finally raise my eyes to his. Pain? I feel fine. What do you mean pain? Edward cautiously stepped closer and took a seat on the bed, a far distance from me. Vampires' teeth and saliva is extremely venomous. It's used to paralyze our victims. It's also how you change a human. You should be in great pain right now. I gulped. You used me as an experiment. I thought you cared more for me than that. How could you? I felt the tears begin to prick at my eyes as I shuffled away from him, pressing myself up against the headboard. Bella, I didn't. It wasn't. He let out a huff of breath before he reached out for my hand. I didn't expect myself to lose control like that. You have to understand, in my 111 years, I have never felt the urge to kiss anyone, vampire or human. I didn't think I had the strength to not hurt you, but I had to try. I guess I was stronger than I thought. So I was an experiment. A little warning would have been nice. Like, hey, I'd like to kiss you, but beware I'm venomous, lips only. I'm sure I would have laughed before I kicked him back out of the window. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to go that far. But then you grabbed onto me and I didn't want to stop. I thought I was used to the scent of your blood, but when your heart was beating so fast like that, I was intoxicated. He paused for an unnecessary breath. It won't happen again. My heart fell to the floor and shattered. It won't happen again. Despite what he just told me, I wanted it to happen again. My skin tingled just at the thought of his lips. Why? I whined like a child. Didn't you just hear me? I could have killed you. I can't lose control with you. I won't. Arg, you're such a tease. I growled as I threw my pillow at him, aiming for his gorgeous head. He caught it between his hands and gave me an amused look. Bella, that wasn't very nice. Really? Neither was what he did. Yeah, well, you're not nice. You don't just kiss a girl and then say, sorry honey, one time only. Do you know how irritating that is? What part of venomous don't you understand? He was becoming frustrated now. His golden eyes were now coal black, the part where I'm not withering in pain. He gave me a curious look. What are you? I felt like laughing at this silly vampire. Where's the fun in me telling you? Figure it out for yourself. I've tried. Whatever you are, I'd love to know why you weren't affected. Only werewolves aren't affected and you don't smell like one. Smell like, gross. Nope, wrong answer. Next theory. I was enjoying the inquisitive look he got, his brows pulling together, creating a cute little dimple as he squinted at me. Maybe you can handle small doses of venom, but I bet a large amount, like from a bite, would affect you. I'm not going to be a lab experiment for nobody. I growled. His eyes popped out of his head at the accusation. I would not even think of it. I couldn't bear to see you in pain. I huffed as I pulled the covers up and over my exposed legs. Note to self, invest in PJs without holes in. Once I was under the covers, I patted the space beside me. If we can't kiss, we can at least cuddle. Reluctantly, he slid in beside me, his arm wrapping around me as I rested my head on his silent chest. I woke to the sunlight shining bright through the window, finally some sun. At that thought, my heart sunk. Sun equals no Edward. Edward! I sat up as my eyes darted around the room, but there was no Edward. On the pillow beside me was a post-it note from my desk. Be safe today, I'll see you after school. I rushed through my daily routine and was out the door without breakfast. I met Jessica and Angela in the parking lot and hung with them for the day. Even though I knew he wasn't here, I still searched for him. At one point, as I stared out of my English class, I swore I saw him in the trees surrounding school. But I knew it was wishful thinking. I wonder what he was doing. He told me the sun didn't hurt him so he could be out and about, just not in public. Was he hunting? Biology was the worst. As soon as I walked in, my eyes drifted to his seat, expecting to see him there, scribbling on his notepad in his elegant script. But his seat was empty. I was so happy that the end of the day finally came. I knew that Edward would be at home waiting for me, wanting to know about my uneventful day without him. Tonight, I was going to introduce him to Charlie. I was incredibly worried about his reaction, but I hoped he wouldn't go all protective dad on me. The only reason I am telling Charlie was so he wouldn't be surprised when he came home to find Edward on the couch with me studying. Plus, I had a feeling Edward will be sticking around a lot. Pulling up into my driveway, I immediately noticed Edward's shiny Volvo parked outside my house. I felt the excitement bubble within me as I parked and sprung out of my truck, landing in his strong arms. I couldn't resist wrapping my fragile arms tightly around his chest, breathing in that sweet honey Edward scent. He chuckled as I pulled away. Miss me that much, huh? His cheeky, crooked smile made me melt into his arms further. You have no idea. It was awful. I groaned as I grabbed his hand in mine and led him through the front door to the living room. I turned on the TV to no particular channel before turning to Edward, curiosity filling my head. I still had so many questions. Edward, how can Carlisle be a doctor with all that blood? It seemed too risky to me. Why do a job where you are constantly surrounded by something you crave? He is very old and has had a long time to build his control. Carlisle's gift is compassion. He loves to help people. That's why he became a doctor. It's also a good reminder that humans are not food and more than just bags of blood. I accepted his logic, wondering if he would one day have the same amount of control. How old is Carlisle? He just celebrated his 307nd birthday. Wow! He didn't look a day over 25, so he's old. Edward chuckled. Very. How old are you, Edward? I remember when he first answered and hoped he would give me a better answer. Of course, I already knew the answer after overhearing his argument, but I wanted to see if he would tell me. 17. Irritating vampire. Edward. I moaned in annoyance. Knowing it wouldn't hurt him, or at least hoping it wouldn't, I curled my fingers, burning his slightly for a second. Ow, Bella. He grumbled as he flinched away. Interesting. You didn't answer me. I whined. So you burned me somehow. I shrugged as I took in his wide golden eyes. I didn't think it would hurt you. He mumbled something under his breath as he rubbed his arm. Vampire don't like fire, Bella. Good to know, but maybe I won't use it on Edward again. Good thing I only scolded you then. Edward flashed me and that makes it better, look before turning to face the TV. I'm 112 years old. Poor Edward was walking the early, alone, with his head full of others' thoughts for that long. It's a wonder he's still sane. How did you become a vampire? I was unsure if I should ask this question, or even if Edward would answer it, but it was worth an ask. Curiosity killed the cat and all. In 1918, Chicago was struck with Spanish influenza. My father was stuck first and died quickly. I fell next. My mother got sick while nursing me. Even though she was sick herself and was in the hospital bed beside me, she still made sure I would get better. Carlisle was a doctor in the hospital we were in. My mother begged him before she died to do anything he could to save me. That night, he smuggled me out of the hospital and changed me. I felt a tear run down my cheek. This poor man has had to live with watching his parents die and will remember it for eternity. I couldn't help but wrap my arms around him, offering him comfort. Soon Carlisle met Esme in the hospital morgue. She had jumped off a cliff and was suspected dead. Of course, Carlisle could still hear a faint heartbeat, so he changed her. He fell in love with her instantly. I rebelled against Carlisle after he found Esme, leaving to try out the other way of living. I returned after a while. I couldn't continue to kill humans when I could hear their thoughts. I found myself targeting murderers, rapists, thieves. People no one would miss. But soon it became too much. Not long after I returned, Carlisle found Rosalie, bleeding in the middle of the street. He saved her, hoping she would be my mate, but I couldn't stand her. Then she found Emmett, mauled by a bear. She brought him back to Carlisle and begged him to save him. It was love at first sight, just like with Carlisle and Esme. And lastly, Alice and Jasper. Alice doesn't know who turned her or who she is. All she knows is she was called Alice. She had a vision of Jasper and searched for him. He had been changed during the Civil War by a power-hungry vampire who was creating an army. After convincing him of another way of life, a life she'd seen in a vision, they came to us. Wow! I was sure that this was the cliff notes of the story, but even that was one hell of a story. Edward blinked as if coming out of a trance before turning towards me. That's some story, Edward. You should write a book. He chuckled. What about you? How did you become? What did you say you were? I chuckled at him. Oh, funny, but I didn't and I don't quite know. I know when and where, but how is a mystery. I remember it was night, a full moon, and that I fell into the ravine. The next morning I was different. I tried doing research, but I never found anything. As far as I know, I'm one of a kind. My sad story of the lonely mermaid. Not as long and action-packed as Edward's, I'm sure, but still my story. I watched as Edward took this new information in, his brows creasing as he mulled it over in his head. What other powers do you have? His eyes were glowing with interest. I can boil water, create fire, freeze water, and manipulate it. I know I was risking exposure, but it felt good to at least share a bit of my secret with him. Is that all you can do? I shook my head. His expression was thoughtful as he watched me. Can I see? Why not? Sure. Follow me. I turned on the tap in the kitchen and grabbed a glass, filling it to the top. Placing it on the table, I first showed him my ability to freeze. Edward just sat at the table, watching in awe as I showed off my abilities, at least the ones I don't need a full moon to perform. On a full moon, I'm at my strongest, my power amplified, giving me the ability to create fire and wind, sometimes even storms. But without the power of the full moon, I cannot access those abilities. Which sucked. However, during a full moon, my power is out of control, making me a dangerous weapon. I've seen vampires with such abilities, but never did one possess them all. His odd voice filled my heart with hope. Maybe he wouldn't be repulsed by my tale. The slam of the door made me jump, causing the water to spray up onto the ceiling. Great. Thrusting my hand out, I started to dry away as much as I could. Bella? Where are you? In the kitchen. I shouted back as I quickly took a seat in the chair opposite Edward. I must have been too busy drying the ceiling to notice Edward had gathered our study books. Gotta love vampire speed. Charlie's footsteps drew closer as I flipped my book open, pretending to be interested in it. When Charlie's steps stopped, I raised my head to greet him, noticing his eyes on Edward's bent head. Hey, Dad. How was work? Did you find that animal? Charlie turned his head back to me. No, we haven't. So yes, you do still have a 9 o'clock curfew. As if I cared about the curfew, it's not like there is anywhere to go in this small town. My day was great, Dad, thanks for asking. I replied sarcastically as I slammed my book shut. I understand Charlie was stressed with this animal case, but he could at least be more relaxed at home. Sorry, Bells. Who's your friend? He nodded his head towards Edward, who raised his head, his golden eyes locking with Charlie's. I'm Edward Cullen, sir. Edward stood, stretching his hand towards Charlie, who shook his hand politely. Cullen? As in Dr. Cullen? Well, it's nice to finally meet one of his kids. I've heard so much about you. Well, this is going better than I thought. Bella's told me a lot about you. I'm sorry about your friend, Carlisle told me. Charlie seemed to grow sad at Edward's words. What friend? What did I miss? What happened, Dad? Edward returned to his seat as Charlie took a seat next to me. He took in a deep sigh as he scrubbed his hands over his face. Waylon was found dead on the outskirts of town today. Another animal attack. It seems it is getting closer to town. I arranged a search party with the rangers for tomorrow. We're going to catch this beast before it gets into town. Oh no. I looked towards Edward, who looked up at me, worry in his eyes as he listened to whatever extra my dad offered in his thoughts. I'm sorry, Dad. Can I get you anything? A beer, maybe, I said as I rose from my chair, moving towards the fridge. After handing him the beer, Charlie rose from his chair and silently went to the living room, sinking into his chair. Your father doesn't know about you, does he? Edward whispered, his brow furrowed as if he was trying to figure me out. Are you insane? Can you imagine what he would do? How he would react? I'd get locked up and become a lab experiment. There's no way I'm letting that happen. Edward seemed shocked at my rank. How could I possibly tell my father what I was? How would you tell someone that? Hey Dad, I have something to tell you. Well, you see, I had an accident a couple of years ago, and the next morning, as soon as I got wet, I grew a tail. Wanna see? I very much doubt he'd believe me without proof, and even then he'd probably run screaming or faint. Of course I didn't mean tell him. It's just, in his thoughts, he is worried about you. He thinks you are frail and defenseless, but you're not. But I am. I could not fight off a vampire if I was attacked. You saw what happened the other night. I couldn't even fight off those drunks. I may have these abilities, but without water I don't have access to them. I am not as fast or strong as you. I don't have the means to fight off a predator. Therefore I am helpless. I saw Edward's brow furrow before he masked it with a look of determination. Then you will never be alone. Until these animals have left, either Alice or I will never leave your side. Grasping my warm hand in his, he squeezed it gently. I can't expect you to protect me 24/7. You have your own life to enjoy instead of spending your time prolonging mine. Edward looked at me as if I had grown another head. Bella, where else would I be? My heart began to flutter at his words. He wanted to be with me. Plain old Bella. I couldn't hold myself back as I sprung out of my chair and wrapped my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. I nearly exploded with joy when his arms wrapped around my waist. Charlie chose that moment to walk into the kitchen, making sure to clear his throats as he entered. I felt my cheeks begin to burn as I pulled away from Edward, not daring to look at my dad's face. I had to say something before he had the chance to say something embarrassing. Are you staying for dinner, Edward? Of course not, but it did the job. Knock, knock, came Alice's chirpy voice from my bedroom door. It has been a week since Edward started up the Operation Protect Bella, as Emmett likes to call it. Taking it in turns, a member of the Cullen family would replace Edward twice a week so he could hunt. Tonight is Alice's time, which for me meant a manicure, pedicure, and facial before bed. Don't get me wrong, I love Alice to bits, apart from when she pulls out those tweezers and uses her vamp strength to pin me to the bed. That was the first time I used my powers against Alice. To say she was irritated was an understatement. She had wrung Edward, who simply laughed at her rant about being scolded. When she threatened to tear up my favorite pair of jeans, I apologized and laid still while she attacked me. When Edward had returned the next day, I practically ran into his arms and begged him to never leave me alone with that evil pixie ever again. To which he responded with a laugh, earning him a burn of his own. What's on the agenda tonight? Torture? Or are we going with the traditional movie? She snorted at my sarcasm before bouncing onto my bed. Nah, we're going to mine. Rosalie and Esme are waiting. Great. A night with human-hating Rosalie. Alice, do I have two? And what about Charlie? Charlie would flip if he didn't find me in my bed tomorrow morning. He'd probably storm the Cullens, gun in hand, and accuse them of kidnapping. Charlie had already given me the talk about boys about 10 seconds after Edward left the night he was introduced. It had been the most awkward moment of my life. Charlie had asked every question a girl dating a vampire would try to avoid. Anything I didn't know, I had to hurry to make something up. If he'd been suspicious, he didn't let it show. It was after the Spanish Inquisition that Charlie made a point of telling me the house rules when involving boys. He then went on to describe in great detail and plan to execute Edward if he so much as touched me. Somehow I doubt Charlie would be able to do the damage he had planned. Edward had found it extremely amusing when I recounted the conversation to him. Charlie agreed that you needed a girl night after being inseparable from Edward for a few days. He isn't Edward's #1 fan, is he? Shaking my head, I stood to start packing. Nope, it's that whole teenage boy trying to seduce my daughter must scare away dad mechanism. It's what dads do. I mumbled, knowing she'd hear me. I don't remember my parents or my life before becoming a vampire. I guess it's probably better that way considering I found out I was in an asylum. I span to face her shocked. Alice was in a mental institute. I'd seen those old-type asylums in films. They used to electrocute the patients. I shuddered at the thought of someone doing that to little Alice. Edward said you were looking into your human life. Did you find anything else? I asked curiously. Only my name and my headstone. No parents, siblings, or distant relative. But don't worry, I'll keep looking. She jumped up from the bed before padding over to me, grabbing my filled bag, and made her way to the door. Following her, I turned to ask her name, but being psychic as she is, she answered before I had an opportunity. Mary Alice Brandon. Typical old-fashioned name. I expected something like Claudine or Goneril. Does that mean I get to call you Ari? Alice looked at me horrified before continuing down the stairs. Saying goodbye to Charlie, I was pulled towards Edward's Volvo. Edward must really trust Alice if she's allowed to drive his precious car, even I'm not allowed. Something about slow human reflexes. Esme was waiting for us on the porch as we pulled to a stop in front of the house. Greeting us both with a warm hug, we followed her into the living room where Rosalie was sitting with her arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Pausing in the doorway, I was hesitant to enter into the lion's den. After all, I am quite attached to my head. Rosalie barely acknowledged me as she continued to stare at the TV. Alice must have seen my reluctance as she grabbed my arm and began to pull me toward one of the sofas away from Rosalie. Now, first we are going to do your nails, then we're going to do your hair and makeup. Makeup? Why would I need my hair and makeup done? What's going on? I asked suspiciously as Alice began to flutter around me. She stopped and glanced at Esme as if she was asking for permission. Something was definitely going on. Nothing, we're just playing Bella Barbie. Damn, why are vampires so good at lying? I would never be able to tell if Alice was telling the truth or not. I decided to let it go. If she was up to something, I was sure to find out soon. Once my nails had been painted a pretty midnight blue, Alice started on my makeup while Esme made me a snack. Rosalie had followed us, reluctantly and under Esme's demand, up to Alice's bedroom, which was more of a beauty salon, but with a queen-sized bed in the center. Her closet was larger than my bedroom at home. Rosalie, you can do Bella's hair while I do her makeup. That way it will be quicker. Alice suggested as she began to dab foundation on a brush. No was Rosalie's reply. Alice threw her a look of disapproval before leaning over me to apply the foundation. I'll tell Esme who won't be happy, and then I'll tell Edward who will rip apart you beloved Dior dress. Your choice, Alice challenged. I watched in the mirror as Rosalie scowled at the back of my head. Surely Edward wouldn't do something like that just because Rosalie said no? I will not be a part of this charade. Maybe then, Era will grant me mercy when Edward finally slips and exposes us all. Ouch, was she really that heartless? Death had obviously not been kind to Rosalie. I take that back. I'll ask Edward myself to rip her dress up for me. Withdraw your claws, Rosalie. I haven't done anything to you, I remarked, making sure to watch her reaction in the mirror. The anger was obvious, which made the corners of my lips curl into a small smile. Shut up, blood bag. She spat in reply. Ignoring Alice's fussing, I stood from my seat to face Rosalie, who was sitting on Alice's bed. What have I done to offend you? You are the only one out of everyone with a problem. My problem is that you are nothing but a human, and because of Edward's relations with you, we could all end up dead. For one human. A human Edward should have killed that first day in biology. Was she trying to push my buttons? You know nothing about me. You're right, because you won't share anything. You just keep us guessing. I'll share something with you. I grumble as I curl my hand at my side into a fist, using my full power. God, how can someone be so bitter? Locking my eyes with hers, I felt my power flow. I was so engrossed in getting back at Rosalie that I forgot to stop. I could just feel my anger and the relief that came with letting my control go. It wasn't until Alice was shaking my shoulders and shouting my name that I snapped out of it. Glancing into Alice's dazed eyes, I noticed shock. What had I done? Looking away from her, I saw Rosalie stomping on a blanket. What happened? My voice was barely audible as I took in the scene before me. Had I done that? You tried to set me on fire. If it wasn't for my speed, I would be char-grilled by now. Rosalie spat before lifting the blanket, revealing a black smudge on Alice's white carpet. What's the date today? 25th, how could I be so careless? I had been so engrossed in Edward that I had forgotten to keep track. Guilt filled me as I thought of Alice's carpet. It could have been so much worse. Full moon. I muttered to myself. Without saying another word, I left the room, running towards Edward's. There it glowed, big, round and pretty, a full moon. Bella, what's wrong? Nothing, I replied as I stood staring at the moon for a second longer before turning to face Alice. I'm perfectly fine. I pushed past her as I went back to her room. I know I'd be fine. All I had to do was be careful. I could do that. Don't get emotional and don't, for any reason, use my powers. I can do this, I've done it before. Ignoring a scowling Rosalie, I retook my seat at the dresser, waiting for Alice's return. I must have scared Rosalie, not that she'd show it, as she finally agreed to set and dress my hair. Once I had been curled, pinned, and powdered, I was released to eat Esme's delicious tomato pasta bake. After squeezing into the beautiful navy dress and matching pumps Alice had chosen for this session of Bella Barbie, I began to grow suspicious. This has set up written all over it. However, I had to admit, Alice had done a great job. I hardly recognized myself. Are you sure this is a good idea? Alice muttered to Esme, so low I nearly didn't hear her. Of course, dear. Do you see otherwise? I watched as Alice's reflection behind me in the mirror shook her head at Esme. No, I haven't. She replied, her face showing that she was not pleased with this fact. I was startled out of my nosying when there was a loud knock at the door. Who would venture this far into the woods? Probably Girl Scouts. As far as I was aware, the Cullens weren't the type to get visitors, especially not unexpected ones. Alice would have seen them coming. Bella, that's for you. What? Did I hear Esme right? Looking at her face, I noticed that she seemed to be waiting for me to move. Go on, she urged. Doing as I was told, I left Alice's room and made my way towards the front door. I was now positive that this was a setup. I took in a deep breath before swinging the door open. There before me stood Edward, dressed in black slacks, a white shirt, and a black blazer. He held a single red rose in his hand, which he raised towards me in greeting. This was his idea. We were going on a date. I was going on a date with Edward Cullen. I felt my breath escape my lungs as I fully took in his appearance. His eyes were the purest hue of gold I have ever seen them, which means he had hunted very well today. His lips were pulled into a panty-melting crooked smile that had widened since I'd opened the door. I could feel his eyes burning over my body as he took in Alice's hard work. By the sudden minor darkening of his eyes, I conclude that he liked what he saw. Finally breathing again, I took the offered rose and lifted it to my nose. Hey! I finally spoke, pulling the rose away from my nose to flash him a smile. He was so sweet. Hey yourself, he replied, reaching out to grasp my free hand in his cold one. Are you ready to go? I wanted to ask so many questions, but guessing from how my evening has already panned out, I'm guessing I won't get the answers to my questions. I think I should tell him I hate surprises. I think so. Edward looked over my head at something that had caught his attention. Following his eyes, I saw Esme and Alice standing at the bottom of the staircase, watching us with wide smiles. She's all set. Alice replied aloud, probably for my benefit. I turned back to Edward, who helped me into my coat before once again clasping his hand as he led me towards the Volvo. The drive to Port Angeles was a quick one, due to both Edward's speeding and his anxiousness to start our date. I myself felt giddy. I had never felt like this before. I was practically bubbling inside. I know that part of that was the full moon's effects and the other part was because of Edward. We pulled into a parking space in a small lot outside a restaurant with the title Bella Italia above its door. Go figures Edward would pick a place like this. For a big bad vampire, he could be a sap sometimes. Edward opened the passenger door for me before linking his cold hand with mine. A shiver ran through my body as I glanced up into the night sky, taking note that the moon was now higher in the sky. Like before, I stopped for a minute to admire its rare beauty. Edward, noticing my sudden pause, tugged gently on my hand, breaking me out of my trance. God, I hope I don't mess this date up. Are you okay? Edward asked as he held the door to the restaurant open for me. Sure. Why wouldn't I be? Something Alice was thinking about earlier. Did you really do that? Do what? Does he mean the fire? It was nothing, I replied as I tried to end this line of conversation. The last thing I needed was to think about Rosalie. Even now I can feel the anger I have towards her start to bubble to the surface. She was just lucky Alice stopped me. Next time she won't be so. God, the moon was really affecting me tonight. Get it together, Bella. If you say so. But if you need or want to leave, we can. What? No. I want to have dinner and be normal for an evening. Edward replied with his trademark crooked smile as he wrapped his arm around my shoulder and led me towards the desk. Reservation for Cullen, he said to the startled waitress. She blinked a few times in shock before springing to action. I rolled my eyes. Damn gorgeous vampire. Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen, follow me to your table. I looked at Edward with a raised eyebrow to receive an amused smile back. She wanted me to deny it so she didn't feel bad asking me out, he said as he leant in to whisper. Again, I couldn't resist rolling my eyes. Some people are ridiculous. I looked at the waitress before us and again the anger returned. Damn moon. I took in a deep breath as I tried to calm myself. This is ridiculous. She's working at a restaurant yet not a dating service. Maybe she should do her job. Edward looked at me quizzically. The anger flared again as she finally stopped at a take and turned to face us. Like before, she didn't look at me, just smiled gooey-eyed at Edward as she handed him a menu. I'll return to take your orders. I bet you will. God, I've turned into a bitch. Taking a seat opposite Edward, I tried to remember the past full moons. The first full moon I experienced was awful. I didn't know anything was going to happen and had thought I was PMSing or something. I ended up having a huge blowout with Mum, left the house in a huff, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up on the riverbank. The next time I made sure to stay home, but that didn't stop the anger and the out-of-control powers. I found it hard to explain to my mum that I didn't mean to set the desk on fire. To this day, she's convinced I smoke. The one after that was easier because I'd learnt more about my powers and I knew more of what to expect. After that, they got easier, but I still stayed in to avoid any problems. If I had known what Edward had planned, I would have advised another day. But I couldn't resist Edward in a suit. Gazing over the menu, I realized that I had a new dilemma. What to pick out of the large list of yumminess? Looking up, I noticed Edward was watching me intently. So intently that I wanted to laugh at the look of love that shone in his eyes. I doubt he knew what he was feeling, but to me it was obvious. Are you watching me hunt? Because that's rude, I said, trying to make a joke. I smiled as Edward's lips twitched into a smile. Your expressions are fascinating. I was so irritated that I couldn't read your mind, but now I think I've found a way. Interesting. And that is? Did you know that your face is like an open book? You bite your lip when you're nervous or thinking. Your nose crinkles when you don't like something. You blink a lot when you're tired. You get tiny dimples in your cheeks when you smile. When you're angry or annoyed, you get this pucker between your eyebrows. It's nearly as fascinating as watching you sleep. Wow, he sure had been watching me closely. Even I didn't know some of those things. Reaching out, his cold fingers brushed the spot between my eyebrows before his hand moved across my brow and down my cheek to my chin. I raised my hand and clasped it over his, trying to convey with my eyes how much I loved him. The waitress with her bad timing cleared her throat as she collected the discarded menus from the table, causing us to break apart. Your drink orders? She muttered harshly. Ooh, I don't think she likes our PDA. Coke for me, I reply as I gesture towards Edward. I knew he wasn't going to eat anything, but I didn't know how he did the whole public scene. Did he order food and play with it, or just not order? Same for me. And food? She asked as she scribbled on her notepad. A mushroom ravioli, please. I ordered, thinking of the first item on the menu. When Edward remained silent, she finally looked up from her pad and gazed up at him. I wonder what Edward was getting from her mind. And you? Nothing, thank you. The waitress looked at him curiously before shrugging and leaving. What was she thinking this time? I asked, curious to see if she was planning on poisoning my food. Nothing really. She's trying to think of a subtle way to hand me her phone number. She's going to attach it to the bill. A man goes to a restaurant with a woman, it usually means they're on a date. Grr, some women are just desperate. Quickly, she returned with our drinks. I watched as she made her way towards us, sashaying her hips as she weaved through the tables. I should get her fired for using her job to pick up guys. I instantly realized my mistake as soon as I had thought it. As I thought of fired, I thought of my own special way of firing her, and that all it took to cause the cokes to bubble. I watched as the black liquid began to fizz and boil over the edge of the glass. The waitress barely made it to our table before the glass started to heat up. What the hell? She squeaked, pain obvious in her voice. She let go of the glasses, watching in wonder as they tumbled to the floor. The smashing of the glass broke me out of my trance. Just like before with Rosalie, I was aware of what had happened, but I couldn't stop it. I was a time bomb. Edward took in the scene before turning to face me, eyebrows furrowed as he asked me silently what I was up to. Are you okay? I asked as I stood to help her with the glass. Kneeling down, taking special care not to get wet, I began to pick up the pieces with her. To be honest, I was only helping her because I felt guilty. After all, I had caused it, but she did deserve it. What am I saying? No one deserves to be scolded, not even this flirt. It seems the moon is making me a possessive, angry freak. Maybe I should go home. Yeah. I'm fine. Thanks for helping. I'll get you more drinks. I nodded as handed over the pieces. I watched her as I retook my seat. She returned to the bar with her head hung as she stared at her hands. I hope she wasn't hurt. Bella, did you do that? Slowly I nodded, keeping my eyes on the wooden tabletop. Sometimes I hate being a mermaid. Why? I didn't mean to if that's what you're implying. It's the moon. It affects me. I told you before. I can't control my powers like this. All I have to do is think of a word or use my powers or get angry, and that's it. Hello, Mr. Hyde. I watched as Edward thought this over, his eyes flicking over my face as he took in this information. Then we're leaving, he stated as he stood and outstretched his hand towards me. I stayed seated, arms crossed over my chest. I'm not leaving, I said stubbornly. Edward sighed in frustration as he dropped his hand. Come on, Bella, be rational. Edward, my whole life has been turned upside down by my condition, and I don't want to have to hide in my bedroom because I get a bit heated every month. I've done that and I hated it. I want to be able to go on a normal date with my non-normal boyfriend and be non-normal together for one night. So you're going to sit down and watch me eat. I flashed him a grin at that last bit. Edward observed me for a few seconds before retaking his seat. One more incident and we'll leave, deal? Deal. I replied as the waitress returned with new drinks, this time without fail. I took a sip of my drink before placing it back on the table, keeping eye contact with Edward. His eyes darkened slightly as he continued to stare at me. I wonder why that is? Was he getting hungry? He said he was hunting today. So how did you spend your day? I asked. Edward smiled at a memory. Emmett, Jasper, and I went hunting. As ever, I beat Emmett at a race, and then we split up to find our preferences, which in Forks isn't a very wide range, so we decided to go into the mountains. What's your preference? Edward's nose wrinkled at my question. What? It's like you asking me what I'd prefer of the menu. What's your favorite animal? I know he wants to protect me from his kind, but he has to understand that I want to know everything about him. Edward sighed before answering. Mountain lion. Why? Edward looked away at my question, obviously trying to avoid eye contact. I don't understand why he is so squeamish. Because carnivores taste more like humans. No, that wasn't that bad. To be honest, it wasn't what I expected. I thought he'd say something like, they fight back or he likes the chase. Have you ever? He knew what I was asking without me saying it. I already knew the answer from his last, but I wanted him to say it. Yes, many years ago when I was a newborn. I rebelled against Carlisle, but even then I couldn't kill innocent people. I targeted criminals, which with my mind-reading ability was easy to do. Wow, even on human blood, Edward still cared. He was more human than he thought. Wow, your control must be everlasting if you can withstand your singer and as a newborn pick and choose your victims. Edward's brows furrowed further as his eyes turned dark. It doesn't make me less of a monster, Bella. I am still a killer. I wanted to kill you and nearly have done on many occasions. His voice was barely a whisper as he leaned forward so I could hear him. Was he trying to scare me off? But you chose not to kill me or those who were innocent. Edward, you should give yourself more credit. You are not a monster. A monster would have killed me, wouldn't have saved my life, and most certainly wouldn't have vowed to protect my vulnerable ass from others of your kind. You are not a monster, and I will not hear you call yourself that again. I have never felt so passionate about something as I did now as I tried to convince this stubborn creature that he may be a vampire, but that doesn't make him soulless. Bella. He started, but was quickly shot down. End of discussion. I growled, reaching for my glass, only to accidentally knock it over, causing the fizzy liquid to run across the table, rapidly towards me. Without another thought, I clenched my fist to evaporate the Coke before it spilled onto me. The liquid boiled for a couple of seconds before bursting into large orange flames. Quickly, I sprung from my seat with Edward beside me as we tried to distance ourselves from the danger. Thinking hurriedly, I knocked over Edward's glass by causing the liquid to expand. As it fell onto the flames, I froze it, watching as the flames began to simmer down. I shivered as the cold wind picked up. I needed to leave. Looking up at Edward with pleading eyes, he took my arm and led me towards the front desk. We'll take our order to go, he stated as he slapped $100 bill on the desk and waited until the waitress returned with a takeaway box, apologizing profusely for everything that has happened. If only she knew it wasn't their fault, they'd probably blame it on a dodgy electrical wire. Edward, I'm so sorry this is a disaster, I mumbled as I buckled myself into the Volvo. Edward shook his head and grabbed my hand, running his fingers through mine. It's fine. Probably normal for a non-normal couple. Edward was trying to make fun of the situation. I couldn't resist leaning over to him and place a gentle kiss on his cool lips. Thank you, I said before sitting back in my seat. Let me take you somewhere, Edward states as he turns on the engine and heads back towards Forks. Edward skidded to a halt as we reached the break in the trees, moonlight glittering through the small arch excitedly. I jumped off his back to hurry through the opening into the beautiful meadow. It was beyond beautiful. It looked like I had just walking into a scene in some mushy romance novel. Something totally unbelievable. The meadow was small, filled with long, uncut grass and scattered wild flowers. They were gorgeous, even illuminated by the moonlight. I had never seen anything more beautiful. Stepping into the center, I gazed up into the inky sky. For a wet, cloudy, gray place like Forks, tonight the sky was surprisingly clear, making every single star visible. And the moon from here was breathtaking. I swear I've never seen it this close up before. It's even more remarkable. As I stood, gazing at the full moon, I felt icy fingers brush down my bare arms, causing goosebumps to rise. He continued onto my shoulders before he started down my back and finally ending with his arms wrapped around my waist. Instantly, I relaxed into his arms at the feeling of safety and love that overwhelmed me. We stood contently in the silence of the night for a couple of minutes, gazing into the night sky. If vampires and mermaids exist, what about aliens? I know, what a weird thing to think about when you have a hot vampire with his arms around you, but hey, I'm a member of the Curious Supernatural Club. What are you thinking about? I hate not knowing, Edward asked, tilting his head to rest his chin on my crown. I stifled a giggle at his comment. But I thought you said you can read my face well. I heard Edward huff as he buried his nose in my hair. I can read your face, that doesn't mean I can read your mind. Different things. The irritation in his voice made me feel slightly sorry for him. He's gone 100 years knowing what people are thinking and relying on it, and now that skill is taken away and he is left vulnerable. Poor Edward. Aliens, I muttered, knowing he could hear me. What? You've lost me. Turning to face him, I reached my hand up to gently rub the small pucker between his brows. Aliens, that's what I was thinking about. If there's your kind, werewolves and my kind, why not aliens? Edward looked hard into my eyes for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Really, Bella, sometimes I wonder about you. Ignoring his comment, I wrapped my arms around his hard chest, resting my cheek where his still heart lay. Sighing, I thought back over our date. Although it was a disaster and was definitely memorable, I enjoyed myself. It was the first date I have ever been on. A date to the movies when you're 13 with a guy you didn't like doesn't count. Even though our date had gone up in flames, literally, Edward still found a way to make it extremely romantic and end on a happy note. Edward? I mumble, Bella. He replies, chuckling quietly, do you ever think of what I am? I felt Edward's lips softly kiss my crown. What are you? He teased, knowing I wouldn't willingly tell him the answer. No, seriously. Does it worry you not knowing? As I looked up into his face, I took in the thoughtful look. Honestly, no. So far you haven't done anything to harm me, and I very much doubt you ever will. Sure, it bugs me that you are a complete mystery to me, but I know that when you're ready, you will tell me. But what about the Volturi? Do they know that other beings exist? I don't want to endanger others of my kind, even though I don't know if there are any others. Again, Edward just kissed my crown soothingly. If a time comes that we have to face the Volturi, we will worry about it then. Edward's tone was making it obvious that this was the end of this particular conversation. Tugging me down to the grass, Edward stretched out, pulling me to rest against his chest, his arm wrapping around me to hold me close. We had laid in the grass for over an hour. I loved just lying there, gazing into the sky then into his eye. I loved the feeling of content that filled me as I slowly started to drift off to sleep. The next thing I knew, Edward is waking me by placing a sweet kiss to my lips. It took me a second to realize that I was back at the Cullens, wrapped up in a soft gold comforter. Wait. Looking around, I noticed I was in Edward's room. Since when did Edward have a bed? Morning. Edward whispered beside my ear. I turned to face him, lying next to me to my right. Please tell me you didn't sit and watch me sleep again. I muttered as I buried my head in my pillow. I'm so embarrassed. Not all night. He protested. Oh, cause that makes me feel better. I grumbled into the pillow, knowing he could still hear me, just like I can still hear his laughter. Are you seriously laughing at me? How would you like it if I watched you sleep? I don't sleep. He replied smugly, his lips pulled into that gorgeous crooked grin. Damn, why does he have to be so cute? It's hard to be mad at him when he does that. Stupid non-sleeping vampire. Deciding I had stayed in bed long enough, I sat on the edge of the bed and stretched. As I stood, I took notice of my overnight bag sitting beside the new bedside cabinet. Out of curiosity, if you don't sleep, then why did you have the sudden urge to buy a bed in the last couple of days? I turned to face Edward, who was obviously thinking of his reply. It was mainly Esme. When Alice told us she had a vision of you coming to sleepover, Esme was horrified at the thought of you sleeping on a blow-up mattress or the sofa. So she went online shopping. Edward shrugged as if it was something Esme did a lot, which wouldn't surprise me from the looks of the rest of the house. I've slept on worse than a blown-up mattress. But I have to say, I like it. Not only is it comfy, but it's pretty. I love the winding roses. I comment, reaching out to run my fingers over the metal roses on the closest bedpost. Is it okay for me to take a shower? I asked, pulling my attention away from the post to my bag. Sure. I'll get you some towels. After Edward returned with the towels, I took the best shower I have ever had. Even though I was laying in the bath, my tail surprisingly fitting in the large porcelain tub. If Esme did do the interior designing for the house, I definitely need to ask her where she got the shower head. It was huge and the pressure was amazing. Took a bit of getting used to though. It tickled my scales a bit at first. Once I was squeaky clean and smelling like strawberries, I hurriedly got dressed. I couldn't believe it was nearly noon by the time I was finished and sitting at the island in the kitchen. Esme had practically demanded she made me brunch, which consisted of the best macaroni cheese I have ever tasted. She's a brilliant cook for someone who doesn't eat herself. She would have been the best mother if she'd had the chance. Thank you so much, Esme, for having me and for lunch. It was great. I told her as I collected my bag. Anytime, honey. It feels great to actually be able to do something human. Pulling me towards her, she wrapped me in a warm, motherly hug. Well, whenever you want to borrow me, just ask. I told her. Edward, once again, drove like a maniac as he took me home. If I didn't know that he always drove like that, I'd think he was trying to get rid of me quickly. As we drew closer to home, I noticed Edward begin to stiffen, his hands clamping tightly on the steering wheel. Weird. I didn't have long to find out as we turned the corner onto my street. There, in the driveway beside my truck, was Billy's truck. No wonder Edward got tense. Can you read their minds? I asked curiously. If he can read other vampires and humans, can he read werewolves? Yes. They know I'm here. He grumbles, his knuckles turning whiter as they tightened. How? Smell. A wolf is with him. He can smell me. You. More of the smelling. Great. I hope they don't kick a fuss, least I need if for Charlie to get mixed up in a battle between the supernatural. I mumbled as Edward pulled to a stop outside my house. Bella, I'm sorry, but have to go. Glancing at the house, I saw the door open and Jacob step out onto the porch. He'd changed a bit since I'd last seen him, his hair cropped shorter, his muscles bulkier. God, I can't believe that was over 2 weeks ago. Where had the time gone? But surely that wasn't long enough for him to bulk out so much. Was he the wolf Edward had mentioned earlier? Okay, I'll probably see you later. I muttered as I leant across and placed a sweet kiss on his lips. Bye, I said before grabbing my bag and exiting the car. Once I was safely on the path, I watched Edward drive away, mainly as I tried to buy myself some extra time. Finally, as his car disappeared, I took in a deep breath and turned to face Jacob. It was obvious from his facial expression that he wasn't happy about my choice of boyfriend. Hey, Jake. I practically whispered as I nervously passed him into my house. Dumping my bag at the stairs, I wandered into the living room to greet my dad. Oh, hey Bells, how was your pamper weekend with Alice? Charlie asked, his eyes never leaving the television. It was great, however, Rosalie still hasn't warmed up to me. I answered, hoping he didn't ask for any more in-depth replies as I am a terrible liar. How's it going, Billy? I asked, remembering his presence. I'm good, Bella. You staying out of trouble, I hope. As if I've ever been in trouble. I am a model daughter, always. I muttered, avoiding eye contact as he turned to glance at me curiously. Bella, can I talk to you for a minute? Jacob's voice came from behind me. Folding my arms, I leant against the door frame. I know why you want to talk to me, and I don't want to hear it. I whispered so Charlie couldn't hear. You have no idea what you're getting into. God, he makes me sound like an idiot. Has he forgotten that he was the one who told me what the Cullens are? Trust me, I know perfectly who they are. It's you who doesn't know who I am. I wasn't going to tell him, but he needed to know that I wasn't clueless. I don't understand. He hissed, obviously growing impatient with me. I smiled smugly to myself, hoping he'd leave me alone. Suddenly a strong hand clenches around my arm as I was tugged roughly towards the kitchen. Jacob held onto my arm until I was standing by the sink. He was practically shaking as he released me, taking a couple steps back as he tried to calm himself. Bella, they're vampires and you're running around having cozy sleepovers with them. Have you lost your mind? They could kill you. I wanted to laugh, but I knew it would only piss him off further. If they're dangerous, then so are you. I defended. I wasn't going to let him badmouth people he didn't know. It was that damn werewolf/vampire rivalry. Dangerous? Is that what your bloodsucker's been telling you? He hissed as he took a step closer. No, actually, it was my own observation. If the Cullens are dangerous because they happen to be vampires who hunt animals, then what makes you, who turns into a big dog, any different? Dogs, what sharp teeth too. We were now both panting in anger as we glared at each other. It's different. They're killers. They haven't killed a single person in decades. You can't judge them by what you think you know from legends. Edward and his family would never hurt me. Jacob let out a harsh laugh. Yet. Wait until you cut yourself and you're bleeding in front of them. See how controlled they are then. God, he was really starting to bug me. And even though I am Edward's singer, he was still able to resist. All he cared about was getting me to Carlisle, who by the way is a doctor. I know what I'm doing. They would never hurt me. Jacob huffed angrily before he came towards me, his hands clamping on my shoulders as he shook me gently. I can't let you do this, Bella. It's dangerous. I squirmed in his hold as I tried to get free. Once that failed, I slid my hand behind me and unscrewed the tap. Without a second thought, I used my powers to thrust the water at him before curling my hand into a fist to burn him slightly. I hope he heals. He growled in pain as he let me go, his hands rising to grab his arm. I said I didn't want to talk. He looked at me with wide, confused eyes as I stepped away from the sink towards the front door. I'm going for a walk, Dad. I won't be long. Great, so now here I was, poor defenseless Bella, wandering alone through the dark woods behind my house. Looking up at the cloudy sky, I prayed it didn't rain. That would just make my day, to be a sitting duck, mermaid, stranded in the woods until the rain stopped. Talk about vampire bait. I wonder what Edward was doing now. Had he decided to go hunting? Was he having fun with his siblings? Was he thinking about me? About our fail of a date? Sometimes I wish I could just blurt it out after all he's been honest with me. Maybe in the middle of dinner I could just look him in the eyes and say, "Hey Edward, wanna know a secret? I'm a mermaid. Wanna see my tail?" Somehow I don't think that'll go well. Can vampires go into shock? But like a typical girl, I was scared of his reaction. Would he be repulsed? Would he leave? I don't know what I'd do if he left. I think it would break me. The snap of a twig startled me. Spinning towards the sound, I saw empty air. Something had been behind me, I swear it. Quickly, I hurried forward. "Breathe, Bella." Maybe I imagined it. Taking a glance around, I see a shadow move in the distance. Edward had warned me, when a vampire tells you not to go into the woods alone because of dangers like him, you should listen to him. But I didn't. I just needed space. If I didn't leave, I would have done worse to Jacob. I know he was only trying to look out of me, but I am a big girl. The rustling of leaves made me pause. Maybe it was just the wind. Hopefully. God, what am I saying? Of course it's not wind. I sped up, my feet thudding against the damp ground as I started to run. My heart pounding as I dodged a low branch. Right now is not the time to be clumsy. "Hello?" I called out breathlessly. Maybe it was just a deer. When there was no reply, I slowed slightly. I should start to head back before I get too far away. Turning back to check I was in fact alone, I came to a halt, glad for a chance to catch my breath. Taking in my surrounding, I realize I have actually been running for a while, so long that I had ran off the trail and was nearing the cliffs. Another crack of a branch compelled me to turn to my left. I felt my stomach lurch as I saw more empty air. It was a warning. As soon as I turned back, I smacked hard against a granite wall. At first I thought Edward had found me until I looked up into their cold red eyes of a nomad. A nomad Edward thought had left. The nomad was now leering at me, his lips pulled into a cruel smirk. His dirty blonde hair fell down past his fur-clad shoulders. Slowly he tilted his head towards me, burying his nose into my neck as he inhaled my scent. A shiver ran down my spine, a shiver of fear, I'm sure. "Ah, so sweet." His rough voice whispered in my ear. As his hand rose to touch my cheek, I flinched away, biting my lip so I didn't make a noise. "Come on, darling, don't be like that. I'm not gonna hurt ya." Does he think I'm an idiot? It's a human's natural reaction to fear predators or vicious killers. It was instinct to run. His smirk showed humor at my reaction as he reached out and grabbed a section of my hair, raising it to his pale nose. I see you keep dangerous company. How have you survived so long?" He muttered to himself, his voice almost inaudible. Does he mean the Cullens? He's doing that sniffing thing, isn't he? I gulped as he grew closer, his nose moving back to my neck where he took another large inhale like I was a bouquet of the rarest roses. "Red eyes," was all I could manage as I finally looked into those horrifying red eyes. "Yes, ruby red." "Do you know what else is red?" "Really? Who did he think he was, Dracula?" I could control the giggle that escaped my lips. The dumb look I received from him gave me the boost of courage I needed. "You're not seriously using that line, are you? Who taught you to be a vampire? Count Dracula?" I giggled again. I watched his eyebrows tighten in anger, sending another shiver of warning down my spine. Taking another step back, I took in a deep breath as I prepared to sprint. "So, they've told you. Well, that just makes this more interesting." His eyes were glowing with curiosity as he took a step closer, causing me to retreat one. "I sure do hope you are more than a pet. Their revenge will be a good challenge." Pet? I was no one's pet. And damn right would the Cullens avenge my murder. Okay, maybe not Rosalie. I was too distracted to notice he had moved. His ice-cold hand clamped my bare arm, causing me to flinch. Without thinking of exposure, I clenched my fist as tightly as I could. Hopefully he had water on him somewhere. It was my lucky day. Hissing in pain from the burn he received, he didn't notice my hurried departure. "You stupid little witch," he shouted as I continued to run. "I need help." I pulled out my phone, hitting one on my speed dial. I nearly cried in happiness when I heard Edward's panicked voice on the other side of the receiver. "Bella?" Alice had a vision. "I'm coming to get you. Are you okay?" I tried to calm my breathing enough to reply while I ran. "Bella?" "Edward. Pant. Hurry." Pant. Help. I tripped over a raised tree root. Damn. My phone fell through my fingers, crashing to the ground as I broke through the gap in the trees. The cliffs. I was backed into a corner. Nowhere to go. Looking down over the edge of the cliff, I took notice of the rocky bottom. I doubted even a mermaid would survive unscathed. I turned just in time to see the vampire come to a stop in the fringe of the trees. Nowhere left to run. Now, little witch, what to do with you? I hope witches don't exist too. The supernatural community was too big as it is. I don't know what you're talking about. I snarled back, trying to buy Edward time. He was coming, he said so. Hurry, Edward, don't irritate me. You won't like me when I'm angry. He growled. The closer he stepped, the more I tried to step back, wary of the ever closer edge to my rocky death. Edward! I screamed, fear evident in my voice. Hurry! I felt a tear run down my cheek as I tried to control my breathing. How sweet, calling to your vampire lover. Why bother? He's going to be too late. No! I can't die. I won't. I had to get away. Buy Edward more time. But the only way was down. Down to my death or stay to my death. At least if I jump, there's a 40% chance I'll survive. Decision made. I took a large step back, feeling my feet slip off the edge, my arms outstretched as I began to fall backward. Bella, no. I could have sworn I had heard Edward's voice as the rushing air filled my ears before I was engulfed in the icy black water. I don't know if Edward had actually been there or if it was a fragment of my imagination. But I hope he was there so he could at least avenge my death. Usually the water feels like home to me, which is only natural for a mermaid. But today, it felt like my icy prison. I tried my hardest to pump my arms to pull myself to the surface. As I wriggled, I felt a sudden sharp pain in the back of my head. Raising my hand, I recognized the familiar red liquid. Blood. The expected tingling of my transformation was the last thing I felt before the pain took over, pulling me into enclosing darkness. Slowly, as I started to lose consciousness, unable to withstand the pain any longer, I felt a rough tugging at my arm. That was the last thing I remember before waking. I was awoken by the press of cold lips to mine, air being forced into my lungs followed by pressure to my chest. With a splatter, I sat upright, gasping for breath. I tried to raise myself onto my elbows, but was unsuccessful, flopping back onto the sand beneath me. Sand? I was on the beach. How did I get there? Glancing at my tail, panic began to fill my chest. I was out in the open. I was exposed. I had to get away. Whipping my head from left to right as I took in my surroundings, I noticed a figure beside me. My eyes widened. Panic began to fill me as I struggled more to sit up. I'm dreaming. I have to be dreaming. I want to be dreaming. I closed my eyes a couple times before finally rubbing them, hoping the image before me would disappear, but still I saw the gorgeous bronze hair, which was sopping wet and sticking to his forehead. No! Edward. I took in his features, shock, anger, amazement. But not fear. That was good, right? Thrusting my hand out, I dried my tail, happy to find 2 legs in its place. My secret was out. Although I was now fully clothed, a chill ran down my spine. The memories started to flood back to me. The nomad. Did Edward get him? Hi. I muttered as I tried to break the tension. Hi. Is that it? Edward muttered as he let out an exasperated breath and fell back, sand sticking to his wet clothes. You died, Bella. Your heart actually stopped beating. The pain in his voice sent sharp pain to my heart. Edward had to watch me die. I can't imagine what that must have been like. Edward, I stuttered, unable to find the right words. What do you say in a situation like this? Bella, don't, okay? I warned you. Begged you to not go in the woods. Yet you did anyway and you died. Edward whispered, his voice breaking on the last word. But I'm fine. I'm here. You saved me, I said as I brought my hand to rest on his chest. I was pleased that he didn't brush it away. That isn't the point. I shouldn't have had to save you. Edward growled, exasperated, sitting up from the sand to look into my eyes. I should have known he hadn't left. I shouldn't have left you. He was blaming himself? What? How could this possibly be your fault? I sighed. I should have seen this coming. I had an argument with Jacob about you, and I left so I wouldn't hurt him anymore, because I really wanted to. I just kept walking. Then when I saw the nomad, I ran and called you. But like I told you, mermaid powers won't help me. I knew there was a chance I would die when I threw myself off a cliff. I expected that. You expected that? Are you crazy? Edward practically growled. I flinched slightly at his tone. Not only that, but you exposed yourself to a tracker. What? The vampire, he's a tracker. He enjoys a challenge. Now he knows you are not human and he'll want to know what you are. Now he knows you hang around with vampires and that just make it more interesting for him. He'll try to take you and then he'll kill you in front of me just for fun. He will track you down until he finds you and eventually kill you. Edward's eyes were black with anger. This was not good. I fell off a cliff. He probably thinks I'm dead. I protest. He watched me dive in after you. He knows you're alive. My heart begins to pound. Why isn't my life ever easy? Did he see? I ask hesitantly. Edward looks at me and I know that now the elephant in the room will finally be addressed. Well, elephant on the beach. No. Once I saw, I couldn't have let him. He would have gone for you then. I made sure to stay out of view. I watch as Edward's gaze slips to my legs before returning to my face. I tried not to laugh at his reaction. So, you're not freaked out? I ask, feeling my cheeks fill with blood at the thought. I'm a vampire. Why would I be freaked? I shrug my shoulders. Right, why would he be? I don't know. Edward chuckles before he pulls me into his arms, wrapping me tightly against his chest. My silly Bella. He whispers as he kisses my crown. I shiver against the coldness of his skin as well as the coldness of the air. Immediately Edward pulls away. Can we go home now? I mutter. Although I am dry after my deep-sea exploration, I wanted to get a shower and curl up in my PJs. Edward nods before lifting me into his arms as he begins to run, vamp speed, through the trees. I think Carlisle should check you over. After all you did hit your head and drown. I shook my head violently a few seconds before having to stop due to the pain in my head. No, not tonight. I just want to go home, have a bath and sleep. I rest my hurting head against his shoulder, hoping he'd let it drop. Bella, he protested. No, I don't want them to know about me yet. Edward slows to a stop suddenly and placed me on my feet. Why? Because I want them to know me better first. I didn't want them thinking of me as a mermaid every time they see me. I want them to think of me as Bella, who happens to be a mermaid, occasionally. Bella, they love you. I raise my eyebrow at him. Okay, everybody but Rosalie loves you. They wouldn't care if you were part werewolf. But I thought he said werewolves stink? That's beside the point. This is my secret to tell and I'm not ready to tell yet. I watch as Edward's face falls slightly at my words. If I hadn't have found out, you wouldn't have told me, would you? At least not for a while. I shake my head ashamed. Your boyfriend's family is one thing, but your boyfriend, who you love and trust with your life, should be someone you could share things like this with. I've wanted to tell you so many times. But what do you say? How do you tell someone that? If I hadn't have found out, would you have told me and how? I know nothing about what I am. I don't even know if there are others. I don't even know what to call myself. Am I a mermaid? Am I a hybrid? I could feel the tears start to fall down my cheek. I wanted to at least know what I am before I told you. I know what I can do, and that full moons make me crazy, and that I have a huge gold-scaled tail that appears with contact to water. But I don't know exactly how this happened or why. You know, I asked my mom once if she was a mermaid. She laughed at me and told me I had a wonderful imagination and that I should write children's books. Edward sighed as he pulled me into his chest. You're right. I wouldn't have told you until at least a year. I would be scared of your reaction. At least if you knew me for a while before you'd know that I could never hurt someone I love. My heart stopped. Did he just say what I think he said? The stiffening of his body suggests I heard correct. Is he scared I won't say it back? He's always implied it but never actually said it. He loves me. Me, plain old Bella Swan. You love me? I'm sure if Edward could blush, he would be tomato red right now. I took a step back so I could look up into his eyes as I tried to guess the emotions running across his face. Yes, I love you. Edward Cullen stuttered. That's a first. Really? It was such a girly thing to say, so it was the high pitch my voice took as I asked the question. Really? Before my brain could register his words, I had already crashed into his body, wrapping my arms around his neck. He loves me. I love you too. I whisper in his ear before pressing my lips firmly to his. It was a soft, slow, romantic kiss that made my toes tingle and my head light. I didn't want it to stop, but I was quickly getting more breathless. Pulling away made me envy Edward, who didn't need to breath. I can hold my breath for a very long time as a mermaid, but as a human, not so long. Maybe I grow gills? Let's get you home for that bath. Edward mutters as he swings me gently back into his arms. How does that work? Because when you get what you grow a tail. Always curious. I shake my head and chuckle at his inquisitive nature. I don't know. I just wash as normal. And then clean all the scales out of the bath afterwards, which isn't easy. I reply, my mind working as I thought about it as well. I've never really thought about it. Apart from when I have to shave my legs, dry shaving isn't fun. After a few seconds of silence, I was finally overcome with giggles. Is that the only thing you thought to ask me? Edward chuckled. No. How fast can you swim? That's all you could come up with? Really fast, as in vampire speed fast. Shame my legs aren't as good. Edward nodded as he took in this information. When your scales are dry, do they change back into skin? I've never actually looked. I usually wrap them in tissue and shove them in the bin. I don't know. I'll look later. I reply, hoping he has another question. Is your DNA or blood test different? I shrug. I don't know. I've never given anyone the chance to look. I made sure to be very careful just in case. The last thing I want is to end up like Madison and Splash, kept in a tank for scientists to prod at. Would you mind if I did? What? What would you know about blood samples and DNA? I ask, trying my best not to sound offensive. But logically, why would a vampire, apart from Carlisle, be interested in anything like blood and DNA? I've been to medical school twice. You'll be surprised what you learn when you have eternity. Wow, twice. If you really want to, if you can handle that. Edward didn't say any more as he stepped out of the woods to reveal my house, illuminated by the glow of the moon. Oh God, Charlie's going to be pissed. Edward took a slow walk to the door before knocking. I thought about pretending to be asleep and letting Edward take me to bed, but I knew Charlie would know better. He is the chief of police. Edward knocked twice on the door. I barely had time to take in a breath before the door swung open. Immediately, I saw Charlie's worried face, his eyebrows knitted together as he looked from Edward to me and back to Edward. What happened? It was then I realized that Charlie's lips didn't move. He was pushed out of the way to reveal Jacob, his eyes blazing with anger. What did you do? He accused. What did I do? You were the one who wouldn't leave her alone. She ran off into the woods, fell over and hit her head, and when she came to, she called me. Edward practically hissed at Jacob, who I'm sure was seconds away from shaking with anger. I have to admit Edward was good at the cover story. I'm sure I wouldn't have come up with something so logical or coherent. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have had a fight. Jacob spat back, obviously blaming Edward. If you have a problem with me, then speak to me. Don't pester Bella. Edward growled before Charlie jumped in between then. Enough, boys. Bella's home safe. Edward, would you take her to her room, please? Wow! Charlie just asked Edward willingly to put his daughter to bed. I watched Edward's lips pull into a smirk as he pushed past Jacob into the house and towards the door. You're letting him be alone with her? Jacob loudly protested, his voice getting quieter the furthest away we got. What's he thinking? I whispered. Edward chuckled. Ways to kill me, without breaking the treaty first or getting caught. I giggled, knowing he was only thinking about it. At least I hope he was only just thinking. As Edward passes the bathroom, I pull on his collar. He gets the message and pushes the door open, sitting me on the closed toilet seat. I watch as he moves over to the bath and begins to turn the knobs until he was satisfied with the heat. Once the bath is filled high enough, Edward stands awkwardly by the tub. I chuckled before I stood and removed my t-shirt. I watched as Edward politely turned the other way as I continued with the rest of my clothing, making sure to leave on my underwear. That's my Edward, always the gentleman. Once I was in the bath, I added at least half a bottle of bubble liquid. I counted to 10 aloud for Edward's benefit, smiling when my golden tail appeared before me. When Edward didn't turn back around, I tapped the back of his leg with my tail. Startled, he turned to find me surrounded by mountains of bubbles, the end of my tail hanging over the edge because it's too big. He stared for a few seconds before he knelt beside the bath. Tentatively, he stretched his hand out as if to touch, but stopped. His eyes flashed to mine as if to ask for permission. "Edward, you're my boyfriend. You don't have to ask." Edward chuckled before finally resting his hand against my rough tail. Slowly, he stroked his hand across the raised scaled. "It's rough but soft, if that makes sense." I chuckled. I knew what he meant. "I know. Weird, right?" He didn't reply, just continued to gaze. "You probably can't see it with your dull human eyes, but it's not just gold. It's a whole mix of colors. And the scales look like tiny shells. They're made up of small growths." I looked at him awed. He's right, human eyes are dull. I wish I could see what he saw. I love the look of fascination that covers his face. It's quite adorable, like a child with a new toy. "It's beautiful," Edward mumbled before his eyes met mine. The love in his eyes was breathtaking. Leaning forward, as much as I was able, I puckered out my lips. Edward chuckled before he too leant forward, pressing his lips to mine in a not-so-gently kiss. This kiss was not like the one in the woods. This was a kiss of pure lust or passion of hunger. I grinned against his lips as his tongue gently touched mine. Passionate, lusty Edward obviously isn't as worried about venom as calm, collected, in control Edward. Not that I minded. Edward pulled me up onto the edge of the bathtub to get better access to my mouth. I was on cloud 9 and was climbing higher. The loud banging of the bathroom door startled us apart. I jumped and slid off the edge of the tub, landing with a splash and successfully soaking Edward. I couldn't control the happy giggle that escaped me as I looked at Edward frown as he took in his soaked appearance. His hair, like before, was flat against his forehead, his clothes darker in patches where the water had splashed him. The knocking came again, this time louder. "Bella?" Charlie's voice called through the door. "Oh no." I looked at Edward with wide eyes. Quickly, I motioned for Edward to pick me up. He looked slightly hesitant, but did as I asked. He pulled me onto the edge of the bath before he wrapped my arms around his neck and lifted my tail into his other arm. "Bella?" Charlie's voice was becoming more urgent. "1 minute, Dad." I called back, trying not to sound breathless. He looked around unsure for a few seconds, so I pointed to the floor. Once he had gently placed me on the floor, I thrust my hand out and curled it into a fist, evaporating the water. I smiled satisfied at the sight of my legs. I turned to Edward. He stood slightly awkward as he once again tried to avoid looking at my underwear. I chuckled as I pulled on my dressing gown. He had no problem kissing me or groping me like he just has, but seeing me in my underwear is inappropriate. Sometimes I wonder if he's bipolar. Looking at Edward's wet clothing, I try to think of a way to quickly dry him off. I didn't want to hurt him. Using another power, I lifted the water from his clothing, holding it suspended in the air before I evaporated it. There was more knocking at the door. Charlie was growing impatient. I grabbed my toothbrush and shoved it in my mouth, a cover for taking so long to answer the door I have used for years. I motioned for Edward to sit on the toilet seat before I opened the door. There stood my father, a suspicious look on his face as he pushed the door wider. I watched as his eyes surveyed the room. I watched as he took in the full bath, my dry clothing and toothbrush, and Edward's position on the toilet seat. "What's going on?" he asked, his eyes continuously flickering between Edward and myself. "Nothing," I answered, trying my best to act normal. "Why didn't you answer the door, I was brushing my teeth. "Lame." "Yeah. Then why didn't Edward answer the door?" He was filling the bath for me." "Really?" "Right." I know he didn't buy it, but he'd obviously decided to let it go. Probably thought better of it. "Thank you, Edward, for going to get her." That was Charlie's way of telling Edward to get lost. I felt like pouting at Charlie and beg him for 5 more minutes. Edward nodded at Charlie's not-so-subtle request. Sighing, I turned to face Edward. I know he'd be in my room later on, but I still hate to be saying goodbye. Edward smiled as he pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead before walking past Dad. "Don't be long, Bella," Charlie said, following Edward down the stairs. "Remind Bella to see Carlisle tomorrow, just to check she didn't hit her head hard." I heard Edward say before Charlie agreed and closed the door. I sighed as I looked at the bath. Back to bath time. The incessant banging on the front door woke me from my sleep. I didn't move straight away, aware of the ache in my back and head, bringing back the memory of the day before. As I rolled over to glance at my alarm clock, I sighed. 8:15, Dad had just left. Grumbling, I slowly slipped out of bed, pulling on a long cardigan over my old tattered PJs. I swear if it is Alice, I'll murder her myself. I made sure to take the stairs slowly, one at a time. I won't be cliff jumping anytime soon, that's for sure. Once I had finally and slowly made it to the door, I was fully prepared to yell at whoever was on the other side. There, on my porch with his fist raised, stood a tired-looking Jacob, wearing no shirt and a pair of denim shorts. He flashed me a small, shy smile which I wasn't buying. After the commotion he caused yesterday, he's lucky I'll even speak to him. What do you want? I was sleeping, I growled, pulling my cardigan around me more. Jacob sighed before pushing past me, making his way towards the living room. What are you doing? I exclaim as he takes a seat in Charlie's armchair. We need to talk. I sighed. Not this again. About Edward, but your words are wasted here. I know what he is and I don't care. I flopped onto the sofa, pulling my legs to my chest. This isn't about your leech. How dare he? He doesn't even know Edward, and he thinks he can badmouth him. I was about to bite back when his words stopped me. It's about you and what you did yesterday. What I did yesterday? Oh! My eyes widened. I burnt Jacob yesterday. I didn't do anything. I muttered, trying to sound genuine. Bella, you're a shit actress. I felt like sticking my tongue out at him. What are you? Because you told me you were a werewolf? Why would I tell you? I reply, watching Jacob's eyebrows pull together in frustration. Does your bloodsucker know? He practically spits, like it's any of your business, and his name is Edward. Jacob's face screws up as I defend Edward. He's a killing bloodsucker, and he's not even breathing. He doesn't need a name. I felt my anger boil to the surface. What gives him the right? I won't have you come here and insult my boyfriend because you have our weird supernatural enemies. As for what I am, it's none of your business. I have stood from my seat and am practically panting as I tried to control myself. I care for you, Bella, and for Charlie, and I don't want to see either of you get hurt. Jacob replies, his voice calm and caring. The Cullens would never hurt Charlie, and they can't hurt me. Besides, I'm immune to the venom, so far. I saw the color drain from his face. Oh God, what did I say? Have he bitten you? Jacob asked, his voice low as he stood. I could see the muscles in his neck tighten as he began to slightly shake. What? No. I told you they would never. Then how, Bella? Because the only way I'm aware of is their teeth, and Jacob noticed my blushing and caught my meaning. I thought that would calm him, but it only seemed to anger him more. Are you insane? Do you know how dangerous that is? Kissing a vampire is like kissing a poisonous snake. You could die from their venom. He took a step closer. Cautiously, I took one back. I can kiss a vampire if I want. I can do anything I want. But out. I growled back, hoping he'd actually listen. What? You're human. You have no idea. He took another step forward. I said, but out, Jake. This is so not your business. I shouldn't have. We shouldn't even be talking about this. It's private, Dash. His hands clamp on my shoulders tightly. Ow! Jake! Let go. I shout in his face, but he doesn't flinch. Have you lost your mind? You can't be that stupid. I felt offended by his comment. As I tried to wriggle loose, his grip tightened. Jake, stop. I yelp. I'll kill him. I'll rip his head off for even thinking. Why would he take the risk? He obviously doesn't care that much about you. Stupid blood-sucking leech. That did it. No more Miss Nice Bella. I tried to push as hard as I could, but he didn't budge, damn werewolf. So I used my greatest weapon. I clenched my fist and smiled as I took notice of the angry red patch that started to appear on his forearms. He hissed and finally let me go. Breathless and buzzing with anger, I fell back onto the sofa to catch my bearings. First, yes, it was a stupid experiment, and no, it wasn't Edward. It was me who pushed his limit. So blame me. Second, if you call him a bloodsucker or a leech again, I will burn your face next. Third, you are not my father, so don't tell me what to do. I hissed. I couldn't help but smile at his bashful face as I said the last bit. Bella, I'm only looking out for you. Look, Dad saw what you did to me yesterday and told the tribe. They're worried that you may be a threat. That's why they want to know what you are. If you don't tell me they are willing to start asking questions, starting with Charlie. What? They can't do that. You have no right. Charlie is nothing to do with this. You will be involving an innocent where he does not belong. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? You stupid dogs. Edward's voice growled from behind me. When did he get here? I really need to get him a bell. Oh God, did he hear a conversation before? I felt blood rush to my cheeks. Dangerous? You're dangerous, and so can she be if she used this. He pointed to his less red arm on a human. What? How could they even think? I would never and have never. Oh wait, I have. Once on those scumbags, but I wasn't going to admit that now. Plus that was different. They deserved it. You know Bella isn't capable of doing anything like that. You can't pressure her into telling you something like this just because a bunch of dogs are curious. Edward argued back. This isn't anything to do with you, Leech. Jacob hissed at Edward, who took a step forward. You call yourself a friend. Edward chuckled and shook his head. You should be on her side, protecting her. Edward flinched, must have seen something in Jacob's head. That's right, you're the mind reader. Is that how you found out? Jacob asked. His eyebrows rose in curiosity. No, I can't read her mind. Edward muttered, still sounding annoyed at the fact. I don't know why, my mind isn't that interesting. Look, I am not telling you what I am because I don't know. All I know is what I can do, which is manipulate water. So please can we leave it at that and get back to being friends? I asked Jacob, stepping towards him. I couldn't tell him what I am. I couldn't tell anyone. The fact that he, who didn't tell me he is a werewolf, wants me to out myself is hurtful. Bella, I'm sorry, but you don't understand. What? You're right, I don't understand. There's one of me. I may be the only one in the whole world for all I know, and you think I'm a threat. I don't even know what I can do half the time, but I'm positive that controlling water isn't as dangerous as bursting into a dog. I shouted, my chest heaving as I tried to get my breath back. Edward stepped up behind me and gently rubbed my arms, which was indeed soothing. I could see by the look on his face that Jacob didn't approve, but I didn't care. I watched as Jacob finally broke his eyes away from Edward and focused on my obviously upset face. He sighed. Bella, I'm sorry. It's just, more wolves are turning due to the amount of vampires in the area, and they're turning at a younger age. If there are threats, then they need to be located and taken care of. I don't believe you will harm someone intentionally, but you are an unknown to us. His voice was much calmer now. And me. Edward muttered to himself. Jacob heard and raised his eyebrow, obviously asking questions I can't hear. I've researched all night, and I can't find a single thing that isn't folklore or fairy tales. Edward said more to me than Jacob. Well, what you find out, I'd like to know. Oh, for the love of jellyfish, is he still on this? I hope he realizes that I won't tell him anything anyway. Whatever. I muttered before retaking my seat on the sofa. Jacob made his way towards the door but stopped. I almost forgot. The pack is having this beach barbecue party tonight, and I wondered if you wanted to go. As soon as he said beach, I knew I wouldn't go. I can't. I promised Alice I'd be her prom Barbie. Maybe another time. Jacob nodded, his face pulled into a frown. Okay, I'll hold you to that. See ya. How can he do that? Act as if nothing happened. I let out a slow and much-needed breath once he had closed the door. He couldn't have made that more awkward. Of course I wasn't going to go to a party full of werewolves intent on interrogating me. I had an idea, but I didn't want to say anything in front of the dog. Edward said, placing his hands on my shoulder. What? I asked eagerly. I was thinking, if it's okay with you, to invite a friend from Alaska who can sense vampires' powers and some humans too. It may be worth a try. Could I risk myself like that? He's practically family and can be completely trusted. I would never put you in danger. Edward added, observably reading my expressions. Are you sure? He won't say anything, would he? Can I trust a vampire out of the Cullen family? He's a very close friend of Carlyle's. He would rather die than betray him. I have complete faith in him. I knew it would be near impossible for anyone, apart from me, to hide anything from Edward, so I had to believe his judgment. Okay, as long as you're sure. I mumble before I step into his arms, enjoying the calm feeling that overcome me at his embrace. Thank you for earlier. Edward pulled back to place a soft kiss on my lips. When Alice said that your future disappeared, I began to panic. I rushed over here to hear you and Wolf Boy arguing, so I let myself in. I love you, Bella, and I will never let anything happen to you. Don't listen to anything that smelly mutt tells you. I felt giggly as Edward told me he loved me again. I will never get used to that or the reaction those 4 words made me feel. The butterflies in my tummy, the tingling in my bones, the smile that automatically pulled at my lips. God, I sounded like a 13-year-old girl, but I didn't care. I don't intend to. I know you love me as much as I love you. I'm not going anywhere. Now, about this research, I said as I clasped his hand and tried to pull him towards the sofa. When he didn't budge, I turned to him with an eyebrow raised. We have somewhere to go first. Edward pulled back on my hand, so I fell into his chest. Yeah? Carlisle needs to check you over. Blah. I just wanted a lazy day, but I feel fine. Edward chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, and so do the elderly. Now come on, my fragile mermaid. Let's get that bump checked out. I couldn't help but giggle at him. Edward could really be goofy sometimes. Fine, Mr. Bossy, vampire pants. I replied as I made my way towards the stairs to get changed. As always, Esme greeted me with a huge smile and a motherly hug as we entered the kitchen. With my mom being in Phoenix, I was nice to have Esme. She would have been the world's best mother if she'd had the chance. I expected to see all the Cullens sans Rosalie waiting for me like usual. However, I was slightly disappointed when it was just Esme. Ah, Bella, I hope you're all right. Edward said you had an accident. I looked at Edward with a raised eyebrow. What had he told them? Yeah, it's just like me to slip off the edge of a cliff. Lucky for me, I have a vampire in shining armor. I winked at Edward before placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Esme's face began to glow as she watched our display. Yes, very lucky. However, I don't recommend you do it often. I nodded. That's what I loved about Esme. She didn't tell you off or criticize you. She gave you subtle motherly suggestions that had hidden meanings. My mom would be upfront and make me feel awful. Emmett came bounding in from the garage, covered in dirt with Jasper not far behind him in much the same state. Knowing them, they'd either been hunting or wrestling in the woods. Emmett appeared at my side within a blink, wrapping me up in his huge arms and squeezing me tight. If it wasn't for Edward's warnings, I'm sure Emmett might have accidentally broken a bone. Bella, been chased by any vampires lately? Trust Emmett. Yeah, I'm a magnet for danger. I told him honestly as he gently lowered me to the floor. He chuckled. That you are. Maybe that's your secret. I shook my head at him. If only it was that simple. He raised an eyebrow at me, obviously thinking. Jasper took this opportunity to say a brief hello before heading off to get changed. Esme would kill him for tracking dirt on her cream carpet. Emmett followed seconds after, but not until he messed up my hair. Demon, come on, Carlisle's waiting. Edward muttered, linking his arm with mine as he led me up the stairs towards Carlisle's office. As he opened the door, it was exactly how I remembered. The memory of last time flashed before my eyes. That had been a close call. Carlisle checked me over and was happy I had survived with just a mild concussion. Edward was relieved, even though I had told him I was fine, and he'd checked me over twice the night before. We left Carlisle to read his ancient dusty books to head to Edward's hidey hole, the music room. I had yet to hear him play and was determined to get a private concert. Of course, all my nagging finally paid off as Edward plunked himself on the bench. I was fascinated by his hands I've seen crush a rock to dust, play something so sweet as his fingers gently glide over the keys. I continued to watch him, or more accurately ogle him, taking advantage of his concentration to gaze at my handsome vampire. At that moment I knew. It struck me like a bolt of lightning. I knew that I loved Edward Cullen with my whole heart and that no matter what, we will make this work. The mermaid and the vampire against the world. I just knew it, in my heart, we would be okay. We were soulmates. Reaching for my bag, I pulled out my gift to Edward. At first I was unsure if he'd like it, but something told me I should give it to him. Maybe it was a mermaid commitment thing. But I wanted him to have it, a little piece of me. When I turned back to him, Edward had finished playing and was now watching me curiously. I wanted to give you something. I'd understand if you don't like it. I told him as I handed over the jar covered in brown paper. He looked at it apprehensively before ripping off the paper. His face broke out in a huge smile as he pulled the jar closer to his face. Why, I don't know, because his eyesight was beyond perfect. I can have this? He asked, glee shining in his eyes. Sure. A little bit of me, literally. I chuckled as I looked at the golden scales that flew around the water in the jar. I had found them in the bottom of the bath and had quickly put them in a bubble so they couldn't dry out. After finding the jar, I had filled it with water and put in the scales. At first, I just stared in awe as I shook the jar with a snow globe. Then I thought of Edward the other day when I was in the bath, the way he stared in amazement at my tail. I just knew he'd love M. This is without a doubt the best present I have ever been given. I love you, Bella, he said as he leant forward, pressing his lips to mine. I love you too. The Cullens have been patrolling Forks for the past week in hopes of catching James. Edward was intent on catching him, worried about what he'd say or do with what he'd found out about me. I had asked Carlisle about witches, but he couldn't be any help. He'd told me that he'd never encountered one himself, but had heard rumors during his time with the Volturi. He'd told me how they'd killed anyone accused in fear for what they could do to them. Of course, anything I found on the internet was futile, just like my research into the Cold Ones. It was either made up of legends or fiction. I'd even done more research into mermaids, however, I wasn't pleased with what I found. Mermaids are claimed to be the sirens of the sea, luring sailors into the sea where they would drown, in hopes to find a compatible mate. I obviously missed that scene in The Little Mermaid. Of course, like many myths, there have been many sightings, however, they could not be backed up. It's so frustrating not being about to find anything that could help me. It's not like there's a mermaid crisis hotline for me to ring. However, after I find out everything I could, I will make one. Today, Carlisle and Esme were out on a hunting trip, leaving Edward, Emmett, Alice, and Jasper to babysit me. Of course, Rosalie wouldn't agree to be a guard dog for a human, so she went with them. I decided to keep myself occupied by taking advantage of Carlisle's personal library. Carlisle had pointed me towards the books on creatures he'd collected over the centuries. I found a couple of references on mermaids, one being of a god damning herself to the sea after killing her human lover. Another of a creature found on a beach in Australia by a fisherman, reported to be half female, half fish, and having razor-sharp fangs that bit him. The man was called a lunatic and placed in an asylum a few years later. Not really promising. I run into the bathroom in Edward's room, opening my mouth wide as I poked at my teeth in the mirror. I know I shouldn't listen to some of the folklore, but it's all I had, and they had to have some truth behind them, right? I heard a chuckle from behind me. In the mirror, I saw Edward leaning against the door frame, watching me curiously with a wide smile pulling at his lips. What? I asked as I turned to face him shyly. What are you doing? He asked as he stepped away from the door frame to place his hands on my shoulders, gazing at me through the mirror. Checking for fangs. I replied in a whisper. What? Why? Edward asked, trying to hold back his laughter. Because in Carlisle's book it said a man was attacked by a half-fish, half-female creature with razor-sharp fangs that bit him. Edward finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. You really think this is funny? Didn't you ever check for fangs when you were turned? I spat back, not pleased with his amusement. No, because Carlisle told me that that was a myth. I sighed as I folded my arms across my chest. It's not funny. I still don't know half of what I'm capable of. What if I am dangerous like that Australian said? What if I haven't got fangs because I haven't grown into them yet? I've only been a mermaid for 1.5 years and… Edward placed his hand over my mouth to halt my rambling. Bella, I love you no matter what, but if you continue to consider yourself dangerous, I will willingly hand you to Alice for a day of torture. I shivered at the imagery. No, thank you. Okay, I said as I rested my head against Edward's chest. I know you're worried, but I've called Elazar, and he will be happy to help. He'll arrive tonight. My heart fluttered nervously at the thought of the Cullens' Alaskan cousins. I know the Cullens considered them family, but that didn't mean I trusted them. Especially not someone who worked for the Volturi. Are you sure this is going to work? I felt Edward's shoulders shrug against my cheek. No, but there's a chance it might. If he can't read you like I can't, then we carry on as we are now. I nodded in agreement, but I couldn't stop the nervousness that bubbled inside me. Elazar arrived with his coven at sundown, appearing on the Cullens' doorstep like magicians. Beside Elazar stood 4 strikingly beautiful women, 3 had long strawberry blonde locks, but 1 had long dark hair like Elazar. It definitely didn't make a girl feel good about herself. I would love to see an ugly vampire, it just isn't fair. Hello, Carlisle. It's nice to see you again. Elazar said as he took a step forward to shake hands with Carlisle. Edward and I had agreed to have the whole family present while the Denali's were here, for my safety. Edward had warned me of Tanya, who had affections for him, which is Edward's speak for a crush. It's great to see you and I am pleased you agreed to help our Bella. Our Bella, I wanted to cry. That was so sweet. Edward squeezed my hand. Anything for you, Carlisle, your family, Elazar said as he took a step through the doorway into the entryway. I see you've decorated. It's lovely as always, Esme. Esme replied with her thanks from her position behind me. He seems nice enough, not what I expected from a previous member of the Volturi. The rest of the coven followed Elazar in, their golden eyes running over the Cullen members before landing on me. So, this is your chosen mate, Edward? One asked, her voice flooded with disdain. Yes, Tanya, this is my Bella. Tanya. To say I didn't feel intimidated would be a lie because it was obvious from the tightness of her jaw that she was unhappy. Shall we move this to the living room? Carlisle suggested as he and Elazar led the way, Edward and I taking up the rear. Once all the Cullens were seated and the Denali's had made themselves comfortable, my nerves grew. I decided not to sit like the others, but walked over to the glass wall, taking in the surroundings. My heart needed to calm down before it pumped out of my chest. Edward came up behind me, his reflection barely visible through the glass as he placed his arms around my waist, resting his chin on my head. We have asked you here today, Elazar, because Bella has a few questions about her origin that you may be able to answer. Carlisle said, his voice calm but much like his doctor voice, professional. Of course, I'll help as much as I am able. That was my cue. Turning, I faced Elazar, taking in a deep breath. Edward can't read my mind, but he is convinced your gift will be able to tell us what I am. I suspect what I am and know some of what I'm capable of, but I don't know for sure what I am. Research is useless. I sighed. Elazar looked at me with a curious look. I've never met anyone like you before. He mumbled before he stood to come closer to me. Edward instantly reacted by stepping to my side, obviously stating his territory. Water. You're a child of the water. I've only heard legends. His awe was obvious in his voice. What legends? I asked, curious as to what he knew. I've never met one of your kind, but I've heard of them from the Volturi. They were said to have been girls who had fell in the water when the moon was at its most full and most magical. The moon's powers gave them control of water and made them at one with the water. The only sightings of them were from sailors who were struck by their beauty. Which is how the mermaid legends began. Is it true? Elazar asked. I looked at the rest of our audience, to find their eyes bugging out of their head, everyone's eyes fixed on me. Yes, it's true. I replied, fascinating. Elazar said, wait, so you're saying Bella is a mermaid? Emmett commented, stating the obvious. Only Edward would find a mermaid and be its mate. Rosalie mumbled, I am gobsmacked. I didn't know such beings existed. Carlisle said, I can see his mind working as he went over everything I've done or said around him since he met me. Please tell me you have a tale. Emmett exclaimed excitedly. Esme smacked his arm, but that didn't stop the huge grin on his face. Emmett, don't start. Edward warned from beside me, being his usual protective self. I was surprised the Denali coven hadn't yet had their say, however I guess they didn't want to face Edward's wrath. Come on, Edward, you can't say this isn't cool. Emmett said, practically bouncing in his seat. Edward glanced at me, his eyes glowing with love as his beautiful lips pulled into a smile. Of course it's cool, but I'm a little upset that you didn't trust me enough to tell me this, Bella. I consider you one of my best friend. Alice's words cut me like a knife. I never intended to hurt her. I just wanted to know more before I shared myself with my friends. Alice, that's not fair. You know what it's like to have to hide what you are. Edward defended me. You knew? Rosalie's voice growled. You knew that she was a mermaid, and you didn't share with your family, and now we have a tracker on our ass because she used some of her powers to fight him off. Wow, she really hates me. You think I wanted to tell anyone? I have never told a soul about what I am because I didn't know what I am or how it happened. So what could I tell you exactly? I think I'm a mermaid because for the last year and a half when I come into contact with water, I have 10 seconds before my legs morph into a tail. Oh, and I have this ability to control water. I've tried that with my mom, and she told me to write a children's book. When you were turned, you had Carlisle. I had no one. So I'm sorry if it takes me a while to trust people. I let out a deep breath to calm myself. I felt Edward's arms wrap around me and squeeze me tight. "Oh, Bella," Esme said as she came towards me. "You poor thing, having to deal with this on your own." Her slim, cold fingers reached out and interlocked with mine, giving me her motherly comfort. "Bella, I didn't mean to be so harsh. It's just, I've been so frustrated because sometimes I can't see you and I've been worried that I was broken, and all this time you've held the answer." "Oh, Alice. Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Any of you, but let's face it, if I hadn't have figured it out, you would never have told me. I was only telling the truth. Can I see your tail?" Emmett finally burst. I was wondering how long he was going to hold out. He may look like a bear, but he was still a kid inside. "Please. Pretty please." I had prepared myself for the show and tell, but now that I was confronted with it, I was suddenly very self-conscious. To be honest, I felt like a piece in a museum with everyone staring at me. I glanced at Edward to see how he felt about it, but of course he was leaving it up to me. I took in the room of vampires again and felt my heartbeat speed up. The dark-haired vampire stood from her seat next to Tanya. She locked eyes with Eleazar before turning to the three blondes. "Shall we go for a hunt?" she said loudly, most likely for my benefit. Two of the blondes stood and followed the dark-haired one to the doorway. "Tanya?" she inquired as Tanya remained seated. Tanya's eyes were locked with mine, but her face showed no emotions, making it near impossible to guess what she was thinking. "Leave with your sisters, Tanya, before you cause a scene," Edward said, his voice low and commanding. What had he seen in her thoughts? Tanya huffed before she stood in her 5-inch heels to follow her sisters. Once the room was cleared of the main Denali's, I felt more comfortable. I looked up at Edward for courage. "This is going to be the hardest thing I'll ever do. Could you?" I didn't need to finish because Edward nodded, knowing what I was going to ask before dashing off. He returned seconds later with a glass of water which he handed to me. "Ready," I told him, taking a deep breath as he moved behind me. I raised the glass above my head and slowly began to tip it until I felt the entire contents of the glass empty over me, running down my hair and into my clothes. I began to count aloud. I felt the usual tingling in my legs before I began to lose my balance, falling into Edward's waiting arms. He laid me gently on the floor before taking a seat beside me, his hand clasped tightly with mine as I rested on my elbows. I heard a collective gasp from my audience before I felt a rush of air. Glancing away from Edward the First was startled to see myself surrounded by the Cullens and Eleazar, their faces showing their obvious awe and amazement. "Wow, it's so pretty," Alice mumbled as her eyes ran along the length of my tail. Edward told me that it's not just gold but made up of a rainbow of colors. He also told me my dull human eyes wouldn't be able to see it. Despite my disappointed tone, I flashed Edward a huge grin. I will never forget his reaction that night or his face. "Can I touch it?" Typical Emmett. I felt Edward stiffen beside me. God protective much. "Sure, just be gentle," I told him. His face lit up as he placed his huge meaty paws on my tail. Slowly he ran his hand up and down, taking in the texture. "This is so cool," he muttered as he continued to caress my tail. "I want one." He pulled a pout before he removed his hand. Alice was next. She placed her hand gently to it before quickly withdrawing it with a squeak. "It's slimy." I laughed. "What did you expect? Baby's bum soft?" I chuckled again as she tentatively placed her hand to my scales again. "How do you wash?" Emmett asked. I again burst into laughter. "Why is that the first question you vampires ask me?" I asked, really curious to know the answer. "It's an obvious question, Bella. When you think of water, you think of bathing. And when you touch water, you grow a tail. It's a completely reasonable question." Edward answered, a smile on his lips as he remembered the first time he asked me that question. "Nosy, that's what you are," I muttered, but couldn't remove the smile on my face. "Well?" Emmett prompted. "I wash as I am, obviously. Magic, remember." Emmett seemed to accept that answer, which made me want to chuckle. "So, how long can you hold your breath?" He continued, obviously finding this exciting. 15 minutes, but I can swim far in that time. How far? As in here to Morocco. I saw Emmett's eyes bug out of his head. No way, he exclaimed. We've so gotta have a race one day. I laughed, he's such a child. Sure, I agreed, actually looking forward to it. Oh, and of course, vampires are land creatures. Do you know how you became a mermaid? Carlyle asked, ever his curious self. I went to a barbecue/party. I got stranded and decided to walk along the ravine bank in hopes that it would lead me to the road, but it was too dark. I tripped over a rock and slipped, landing in the ravine. I remember the water started to bubble, but I didn't think anything of it. The next morning, when I took a shower, my legs had transformed into a tail. If that's so, then why haven't there been more mermaids made? Esme asked Eleazar, who shrugged. That's actually a good question. I've never thought of that before. I know from the legend, the girls had to be pure of heart. I guess they have to be worthy of the gift. He answered, his gaze never moving from my tail. Worthy? What did I do to be worthy? I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The pure bit I understood. I'd just turned 16, and let's face it, not many weren't pure at that age. But worthy? I was just a kid who barely did anything but study and read. I don't know. It's just legends. I sighed. I know he was trying to help, but he hasn't really told me anything I did know. Well, apart from the pure of heart and worthy bit. I had had enough for tonight. Thrusting out my clenched fist, I smiled as my jean-covered legs became visible through steam. Awesome, Emmett mumbled. I should be heading home. Dal'll be there soon, and I promised him dinner. I hadn't, but I'd had enough of being the center of attention for one day. Edward helped me up off the floor. Thank you for your help, I said to Eleazar before turning to the rest of the Cullens. I'll see you later, I mumbled. To be true, I didn't know how they were going to act around me from now on. I had after all kept something big from them. They probably don't even trust me anymore. Esme came towards me and kissed my cheek. You're still the same Bella to us. That will never change, she whispered in my ear before stepping away, a kind motherly smile over her lips. Thank you, I mouthed before I headed towards the front door. I felt slightly more reassured, but after all, Esme only spoke for herself. I still don't have a clue how the others feel. I don't have to remind you that this must not leave the confines of this family, or there will be extreme consequences, family or not, Edward said to Eleazar, his voice harsh and deadly. I felt a shiver run up my spine. Even I was scared of Edward in this moment. You have my word, Edward. I wouldn't dream of hurting you or your family, Eleazar said as he placed his hand on Edward's shoulder. For some reason, Eleazar's reassurance didn't relieve the knot nerves in my stomach. I had a feeling this was going to come back to bite us in the ass. Or maybe I'm just paranoid. Either way, I knew I'd have Edward. I could feel their eyes upon me even in my sleep. It was like they believed their stare had the ability to wake me. And they were right. With a disgruntled sigh, I opened my eyes and gasped in shock. I did not expect this person in particular to be in my bedroom, sitting a few feet from me in my mother's old rocking chair. I was undecided whether I should scream and run as fast as I could or wait to see what she wanted to say. After all, Rosalie would lose her family if she ever hurt me. As I was debating whether I should call Edward or run for the hills, Rosalie opened her lipstick red lips. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to apologize. I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming. I got the impression that hell would freeze over before I heard anything nice come out of Rosalie's mouth. My gaping mouth must have given my shock away as she let out a chuckle. I'm not a completely heartless bitch, you know. I found this hard to believe. Why are you apologizing to me? I asked, truly curious to her answer. Because I have been the least kindest person to you since you met Edward. She glanced out of the window, as if searching for him. I knew he was being extra vigilant since the arrival of both the Denalis and the Nomad. Where is Edward? I asked. I sent him to feed. My brother would rather die than part from you if it would mean you could be in danger. He cares for you deeply. She turns to face me, staring deeply into my eyes as if she was trying to convey an important message. He looks at you as Emmett looks at me. I felt my lips pull into a smile. I already knew that Edward loved me because he has told me, but for someone else to say it is clear on his face makes it more real. I love Edward with all my heart, I declared. I know, You would not have revealed such a secret to a coven of vampires if you did not love him, family or not." Rosalie sighed as she stared down at her hands. "I admire you for your courage and loyalty. I have to admit, at first I had my doubts. To me, you were a love-stuck teenager who did not understand what she was getting into. But even though you know nothing about yourself, or if we were enemies, you still trusted us with your true identity. How do you know you can trust us?" I had her undivided attention as I bit my lip and thought of my reply. She was right. I had been a teenager with no idea what I was getting into. Why would someone like Edward, who knew I was something supernatural, choose to save me more than once, and yet, when he finally found out what I was, be willing to keep that secret from his family, a family he would die to protect? I told her, my mind flashing through the past weeks since I'd moved to Forks, because he trusted me. And what type of person would I be if I couldn't trust someone I love? I trust Edward because every time I look at him, I don't see a vampire. I see a man who has seen and done things he isn't proud of and is desperate for someone to love him, no matter what he is. And I trusted that Edward would feel that way for me, and in return his family would trust his judgment. Wow, this is getting way too deep for a 3M conversation. She stood from the rocking chair and perched herself on the edge of the bed. "I trust you. It took me a while to understand why you didn't want us to know what you were. You were scared. When I found Emmett mauled by a bear, the first thing I thought was, I have to have this beautiful creature. I had to make him love me. But who could love me? For a second, I believed death would be kinder than an eternity with a soulless creature. How could I make him love me, a demon who pretended to be human? Why would he want me?" She looked lost in thought for a moment before a rare, huge smile pulled at her lips, making her look even more beautiful. She was obviously put on earth to make me feel even more self-conscious. But I'm a selfish creature and wanted to be loved. So I took him to Carlisle. And amazingly, that beautiful creature loves me. I trusted that he would and that he wouldn't hate me for what I did to him. So I now understand. You love each other, and with love comes trust, no matter what species you are. I smiled at Rosalie. I never expected her to be like this, honest and fluffy. "I can see that we were going to be good friends. Do the others hate me?" I asked in a quiet voice. I knew Esme didn't care, but the others might. After all, I did partially lie to them for weeks. Rosalie's hand reached out and patted my knee. "Your family, Bella. They wouldn't care if you were part werewolf." Her brows furrowed at that thought as she wrinkled her nose, probably remembering their stench, as Edward calls it. "Well, maybe a little." I chuckled. "Alice will come around. She understands. Jasper is very intrigued by your kind, being the history buff he is. He and Carlisle are curious to know the truth behind the myths. And Emmett is way too excited that if I wasn't confident in our marriage, I would worry he would leave me for a fishier model." She winked at me. I tried to keep my laughter quiet so I wouldn't wake Charlie, but it was hard. "I liked this new Rosalie. Thank you," I told her. "I am glad I have your trust." She remained silent for a few seconds before standing. "Edward will be back soon, and I don't want him to know about our conversation. He would never let it go that I wasn't as tough and ice queeny as he believes. I don't want to have to hurt him because of his teasing. I hate to think what she would do as revenge." My lips are sealed. I promised. "Good night, Bella," she said as she moved to the window. "Hey, Rosalie, does this make us friends?" I asked, both seriously and teasingly. Rosalie arched a perfect eyebrow at my question. "What would give you such an absurd idea?" she asked, flashing me a wink before she disappeared out of my window. Shaking my head, I chuckled at the craziness of my night. Who would have thought Rosalie and I would be friends? I bet Alice didn't see that once coming. She would be rich as she had because we all would have bet against her this time. "Biella." Someone whined quietly in my ear. I murmured as I turned away from the intrusion. I wanted to stay in bed. "Shh, you'll piss her off," said another voice that was closer. "Biella." The whining became louder. Feeling on my bedside table for the heaviest thing on it, I grabbed it and threw it in the direction of the whining. That should shut them up. The loud crashing to the floor told me I had missed. Damn. A girly giggling came from the direction of the window, followed by a whispered mist. "Biella." He practically screamed, startling me upright in my bed. I brushed my bed hair away from my face to find Emmett, Edward, and Alice scattered around my room. Edward was sat on the bottom of my bed, glaring daggers at Emmett, who stood near my desk, the shattered remains of my alarm clock on the floor to his left. Alice's face was glowing with amusement from her seat in the rocking chair. "What on earth are you doing in my bedroom?" I asked, my voice low, showing my displeasure as I glared daggers at Emmett. It had to have been his idea. "You humans sleep too much," Emmett grumbled, pouting like a 5-year-old. "I'm sorry that being human displeases you," I grumbled as I shuffled back into bed, pulling my quilt over my head. "And now, if you don't mind, I would like to catch up on my sleep." I heard heavy footsteps before the quilt was ripped from my feeble grip. "You have to get ready. We have the whole day planned," Emmett said, his eyes glowing with excitement. I groaned as I rolled over and pressed my face into Edward's lap as he took his seat beside me. He chuckled as he gently ran his fingers through my hair. "Edward saved me," I murmured against his jeans. Again he chuckled. "Emmett, why don't you and Alice leave Bella to me? I'm sure I can manage it without your help," Edward told them. Raising my head slightly, I saw Emmett shrug before he grabbed Alice's arm. "You have 45 minutes, or I will be back with reinforcements," Emmett said, his tone very serious compared to his usual teasing tone. "Morning, Bella. I hope you like your present," Alice exclaimed as she was pulled from the window. Finally, they were gone. I smiled happily as I curled up into a ball in the middle of my bed. "Bella, they will be back if we're not there in the next hour." "Not where?" Sighing, I rolled over to face Edward, whose eyes were full of amusement. "I don't want to go anywhere," I moaned like a child. "Eliezer said that you have not yet reached your full potential and suggested a little exploratory trip in the sea to see if there was any other like you." I shook my head. "There isn't. I've looked. I spent my first few days looking," I told him, sorrow filling my chest at the thought of those trips. I had never felt so lonely in my life. "Okay, but Esme has arranged a family day out to the beach. She's even made you a picnic." I think she secretly wants to do something normal human. It was Emmett's idea, of course, but Esme's just as excited. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to guilt-trip me into going and using Esme as a pawn. Glaring into his eyes, I could see he was secretly smug. He knew I wouldn't disappoint Esme. "Fine," I growled as I got up and stood from my bed. As I stomped my way towards the door, Edward called out to me, "Don't forget Alice's present." I grumbled as I turned around and picked up the purple shopping bag that had taken Alice's place on the rocking chair. I left my room, slamming the bathroom door. I could hear Edward's chuckles through the closed door, which just made me angrier. "I'm so going to tell Esme he's using her as a plea campaign. I'll tell her Edward said she was like his own kitten for the Find an Animal a Home campaign and that he wasn't ashamed to use his own mother as an excuse. I can't wait to see his punishment." Emmett would get a thwack around the head, but what would Esme's favorite get? Opening the shopping bag while I mumbled angrily to myself, I pulled out the pretty blue knee-length sundress. It was beautiful, but I didn't really expect anything less from Alice. At least I had something to wear. The ride in Edward's car to the beach was a quiet one. I refused to talk to him while he had that smug smile on his face. I'm so going to ask Alice to keep him busy while I destroy his vintage music collection. Ha, suck on that, Edward. It wasn't long before we arrived, parking next to Alice's yellow Porsche, Rosalie's red convertible, and Carlisle's Mercedes. It was mildly sunny outside, warm but cloudy. Perfect beach weather for sparkly vampires. Down the sandy beach, Esme and Carlisle sat on a large blanket, an umbrella leaning protectively over them. If anyone else saw them, they'd think they were a perfectly normal couple spending a romantic day on the beach. Until Emmett and Jasper start wrestling and Esme tells them off. Then to everyone else they become parents of misbehaving teens who are desperate for some peace and quiet. I chuckled as I watched Esme, dressed in a purple summer dress and sunglasses, stand with her hands on her hips as she scalded the boys. Carlisle watched his wife with amusement. Next to their blanket was another, where Alice and Rosalie, dressed in their revealing bikinis and wag sunglasses, pretended to sunbath. I very much doubt a vampire could get a suntan. Oh, thank God, I was running out of ways to amuse myself. Rosalie would only go so far on a family outing. Emmett exclaimed, announcing our arrival. Rosalie hissed at him as she threw a rock at his head. Where she got it, I had no idea. Maybe she always kept something near in case Emmett misbehaved. Emmett, behave. Esme scalded him again. Before I could take a seat on the blanket next to Alice, Emmett appeared from nowhere. I screamed as he flung me up over his shoulder and ran towards the sea. I could see Edward chuckling from my upside-down view. Damn him for not saving me. I kicked as much as I could to no avail. Stupid vampire. Emmett moved me into a bridle position and began to swing me a couple of times. I felt the wind shoot across my face as he threw me into the air. I couldn't control the scream that escaped me as I plunged into the cool waters. It wasn't long until my legs morphed into a tail, and it became easier to be underwater. I swear I must have gills. Slowly, intent on revenge, I swam towards the set of feet I could see through the water. I knew I had to be quick if I wanted to scare him. So as fast as I could and as strong as I could, I swam around the feet so my tail circled it but didn't touch. In a flash, my tail wrapped around the feet tightly and pulled, bringing the body crashing to the sandy flood. Thank God the water had been knee-deep, or I would never have had the element of surprise. As I rose my shoulders above the water, I saw a grumpy Emmett scrub his hand through his hair that now hung limply against his forehead. That'll teach him. The rest of the Cullens could be heard laughing from the beach, which only made Emmett grumpier. Oh, it's on Ariel, Emmett exclaimed as he dove underwater. Faster than he is, I too dove under, swimming as fast as I could away before he could catch up, and then circled around back to the shore. I pulled myself up onto the sand and dried myself off. I wonder how long Emmett would be looking for me. After all, he didn't breathe. Standing, I went up to Edward on a spare blanket and sat between his legs, resting my back against his chest. In this very moment, I was content and couldn't imagine a life without the Cullens. An hour had passed before Emmett resurfaced, his lips pulled into a pout. I bet it's not every day he loses to a girl, especially one that's not a vampire. I tried to muffle my chuckles as he trudged, dripping wet onto the sandy beach, but it was obvious he had heard me, as well as the other Cullens. Slowly, like a predator after its prey, Emmett crouched and moved towards me, his lips pulling into a sly smile. To be perfectly honest, if I didn't know he was such a softie, I would have been terrified. By the time he had reached our blanket, I had cowered more into Edward's body. He stretched out one of his large bare paws towards me as if to grab me, but I ducked, my hand stretched out towards me as if it could protect me. Wow! Why can't I do that? Emmett exclaimed from above me. Opening my squinting eyes, I could see a watery barrier between Emmett and myself. What the hell? Cautiously, I poked the barrier with my finger. The water rippled, but I couldn't feel it. Weird? What's happening? I asked in a panic. This was new. I'd never been able to do this before. Bella? Are you okay? What? Of course I was okay. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I asked, poking the clear barrier again as if it would break. Because we can't see you. If it wasn't for your heartbeat, we would have thought you'd teleported out of here. Alice replied. I turned my head to her in shock. The watery barrier followed, as if I was cocooned in a bubble. I could see everything on the outside, but apparently they could see me. What are you on about? I can do a few tricks, but invisibility. Don't be ridiculous. I protested. How do I get rid of this? I tried pushing my arms out again like I had before, but nothing happened. Desperately, I began to wave my arms. Something had to work. Bella, trust me, you are invisible. How did this happen? Edward asked soothingly. I don't know. I just flung my arm up. I growled, frustrated. What else? Carlisle pressed, his voice obviously bubbling with excitement. I don't know. I thought hard and reenacted what I had done. My hand turned as I raised my right arm. Lifting it to face me, I turned it the opposite way. I sighed in relief as the water disappeared, returning to my normal vision. I turned to face Edward, whose eyes were wide with awe. I turned my hand. I explained, giving them a demonstration. That is so cool. I want to be a mermaid. Emmett exclaimed. Merman? Mervamp. I chuckled at his childish behavior. Do mermen actually exist? How would I know? I replied, shaking my head in amusement. What was it like? Carlisle asked, his eyes glowing with curiosity. It was weird, like a bubble of water was wrapped around me and I could touch it and it would ripple, but I couldn't feel anything. That would make sense, after all water is reflective. Carlyle's brows furrowed in interest. Does this mean I might get more powers? I asked, both excited and cautious. What if this had happened at school? I could be exposed. I'd have to be even more careful than usual. Maybe? Edward replied. We'll have to wait and see. Great, because I'm patient, not. I wonder what I'll get next. Gills? When we had returned to the Cullens' home, Eleazar and the rest of the Denali's had returned from their hunt. I'd asked Edward earlier why they hadn't joined us, and he'd replied that they didn't want to impose on a family moment. I appreciated the thought. Tanya was her usual grumpy self, practically snarling as Edward, and I entered the lounge hand in hand. I felt Edward's hand tighten in mine as she glared at us. I was getting ticked off with this Tanya and her negative behavior. Why did she even come here if she didn't want to be here? I knew I was moments away from exploding at her stupid, perfect face. How did the outing go? Carmen asked as she and Eleazar entered the lounge, giant smiles over their faces. It was awesome. Bella has a new power. Emmett practically exploded, causing Rosalie to bow her head in shame at his childishness. Bella is a human, not a puppy. Control yourself. She growled as she plunked herself on one of the sofas. I can't help it. This is the most exciting thing that's happened in years. He replied as he bounced to the seat next to Rosalie. I don't mind. I told her, curling up on Edward's lap in the spare armchair. Yeah, see, Bella gets it. Emmett stuck his tongue out at Rosalie, who responded with a thwack to the head. Eleazar chuckled with everyone else before asking his burning question. What is your new power? Emmett started to bounce in his seat. You'll never guess because it is so cool. Rosalie sighed again, shaking her head at me in apology. The Denali's turned to me, their eyes wide and waiting. I discovered that I can make myself invisible. They stared for a second before they began to speak at once, apart from Tanya, who couldn't give a flying monkey what I could do. How? Can I see? That is amazing. Can you imagine the uses? Show Bella. Emmett was a large child. I'm convinced. To humor them and out of personal curiosity to see if I could actually do it again, I turned my hand like I did to turn it off. It must have worked because I heard a collectible gasp. I told ya. I felt Edward chuckle at Emmett's childish comments. Uncomfortable being a spectator's show, I turned my hand again, returning to my visible state. That is incredibly interesting. Edward, can you still feel her? Eleazar asked what to me seemed like a stupid question. Yeah, it's like she hasn't moved. I could feel, smell, and hear her, but I couldn't see her. It's both disconcerting and interesting. He replied, moving his hand to rest on my back. I grinned at him as I felt the familiar tingle of electricity run through my body at the contact. And Bella, how did it feel for you? Carlyle asked this time. It was disorientating at first. This time I could see much better, but apart from that I wouldn't have thought anything had happened. Carlyle flashed a smile to Eleazar. I could imagine that it was chaos in their minds right now. I think it's time Bella got home. Edward announced as he helped me stand. The Cullens hurried towards me, each grabbing me up in a hug, even Rosalie, before letting Edward guided me out the door. The drive home was quiet. Barely any conversation passed between us, letting me reflect on my new powers. Of all the powers you would think of to do with water, invisibility was not one of them. It would come in handy. No more panicking if I got caught short. What other powers will I develop? Edward followed me to the door, taking the keys from me and opening the lock. Looks like Charlie's doing another late shift. Ain't no rest for the chief. Edward paused in the open doorway. His body went ridged and hunched in a crouch. Edward? I asked, concerned. Someone's been here. A vampire. He practically hissed as he stepped further into the hallway. The nomad from the cliff? He's a tracker. There wouldn't have been any other way he could have tracked you to this house. But this isn't his scent. Edward's nose twitched, reminding me of a cat. I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to stop myself from laughing. This wasn't the time. He's working with someone else, a mate maybe. Edward's brow puckered in worry. I walked towards him and placed my hand on his back between his shoulder blades. This was my attempt to calm him down, however I doubted it would work. Be prepared for the brooding. Edward, for now we need to get my dad safe at the least. Then we can move on to the nomads. Edward didn't appear to be listening. I sighed and went about putting my bag and jacket away. The ringing of Edward's phone startled him out of his brood. Alice, why didn't you see anything? What if Bella had been here? Or worse, Charlie. Edward, don't take it out on Alice, I said, glaring at him as I moved towards the couch. Might as well get comfortable for a while. No, it's not him. It's someone else. No, it isn't the Volturi. They would have sent Dimitri, and I know his scent. This is new. Of course we're not staying here. Sick of being left out, I stomped my way to Edward. You know what? I'm not being driven out of my home because I'm some sicko's trophy. If he comes here, then we'll be waiting. I crossed my arms in a typical teenage stubbornness. Bella, it's dangerous, and I won't risk you. And how else are you going to find them? Last I knew, you weren't a tracker, and I can semi-protect myself. Maybe I'll develop some vampire ass-kicking powers. Doubtful, but I was trying to lighten the mood. Bella, you are my mate. It's my job to protect you. I will do anything I can, even if I have to kidnap you and take you to another continent. I scoffed at his threat. I know he would, if he thought it would help to keep me safe, but he also knew that I wouldn't allow it. That won't be necessary. What does Alice see? Edward seemed to remember he was on the phone when I heard the mumbling of Alice's reply. She said she can't see anything. Whoever was here has some ability to protect themselves from Alice's visions. It's like Alice is playing catch-up. It's like she's chasing them and is always one step behind. I could hear the frustration in his voice and can only imagine how Alice felt. The one thing she relies on the most is her sight. It's okay. They haven't done anything yet. I was talking more to Alice than Edward. Now I am going to have a bath and go to bed. Edward mumbled something to Alice I couldn't hear before hang up. You are not staying here. You can bath at mine and we'll figure something out to get Charlie to stay somewhere else. Maybe he will stay with the wolves. You could call Billy. Edward's hands were tugging at his hair, the stress finally getting to him. I placed my hands over his and he allowed me to pull them away, clasping them in mine to my chest. Nothing is going to happen tonight. They will know that you know they'd been here and probably guessed that you'll be here. They will wait until I'm alone. Edward sighed, meaning he was giving in. I'm not leaving your side, he said, determined, his voice hard, giving me no doubt he meant it. Then you'll just have to scrub my back. I felt my lips spread into a teasing smile, hoping he would take me up on my offer. There's room for both of us in the bath, you, me, Bubbles. I saw a slight smile grace his lips, and I knew this serious conversation was over for tonight. Are you sure? My brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? He tugged his hands as if he was going to run them through his hair, but I held them as tightly as I could in mine. I mean, is Edward embarrassed? Am I sure I want to have a bath with my boyfriend who I love very much and he loves me? It's very intimate. And we haven't discussed. I cut him off. Edward, I love you and want to go all the way with you. But I'm not ready yet, and I know you aren't, and I know you worry if you'll be able to without hurting me, so we have to start somewhere. I thought serious conversation was over for the day, guess not. We kiss, but that's it so far. If we were ever going to go all the way, we'd have to build up to it. With your thirst and strength and my powers, who knows what could happen. Besides, a bath involves water. I'll be naked for about 30 seconds before I change. We've never discussed this before. I've had this discussion with Carlisle, of course, because of the bond. I knew Edward thought of Carlisle as a father, but I never would have thought they discussed our sex life. And what does he mean, the bond? What does being mated have to do with anything? Edward must have noticed my confusion. A vampire mating drives the couple to bond in every way, with vampires having a very high sexual appetite, and once mated, it is our nature to physically complete the bond. And I didn't know if we could physically, with you being human. I didn't know if I could be with you without hurting you, especially with the overwhelming urge to claim you. I don't know if I could stay in control. I could see the pain on his face the thought gave him and used my clasp on his hands to pull him closer to me. Edward, you know you could have discussed this with me. Do you think I know what I'm doing? I'm a virgin too. You're the first person I've ever want to be with. Like I said, we have to build up to it. I know you would never hurt me consciously, and I very much doubt you will even hurt me unconsciously, with me being your mate. So first, we'll start with a simple bath. Are you up for it? There was a flicker of apprehension before Edward pulled away, keeping my hand in his, as he began to pull me towards the bathroom. I felt my stomach do flips as he closed the door behind me. You fill the water to a temperature you like, Edward said as he took a seat on the closed toilet lid, watching me as I fill the bath so it was nice and warm. I may be part fish, but that doesn't mean I like cold baths. Once it was full, I poured a small amount of strawberry bubble bath in and used my power to mix it with the water. Once I was satisfied the bath was sorted, I turned to face a thoughtful and, I would say, worried Edward. I almost giggled at his face. How can someone who's seen everything anyone has ever thought be so shy and taboo about something like sex? Especially when he lives with 3 very active couples for decades. I would definitely have to initiate this time. I moved to stand between Edward's legs, startling him out of his thoughts as I took his hands from his knees. He lifted his eyes to meet mine before dropping them to his hands that I moved to place on the hem of my tee. I felt as he let out a shuddered breath as I removed my hands. For a second his hands remained still at my waist before he seemed to get the courage and slid his hands up my sides, pulling the tee over my head. I heard his breath hitch as he took in my appearance. I shivered as he tentatively placed his hands on my hips. "I'm sorry, my hands are cold." I chuckled at Edward's apology. He's a vampire, his hands are always cold. It's not the cold. I breathed, taking his hand again and gently moved it across my stomach, feeling it contract at the contact. I took my hand from his and placed them on his shoulders. "Don't be scared to touch me. I won't break." I breathed again, trying to give him confidence. I shivered again as Edward slid his hand across my stomach to my back and up, past my bra strap. "You are so soft," he mumbled, barely audible. Unable to contain myself, I lifted Edward's chin and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. He returned the kiss with a bit more pressure, pulling me towards him. I lowered my hands and began to lift his shirt, my hands ghosting over his hard sides. Edward broke the kiss and shivered. "How can your skin be so hard but so soft?" I whispered, pulling the tee over his head. My breathing became heavy as I ran my hands down his chest, my fingers taking in every detail, caressing his skin, scratching my nails through the light dusting of chest hair. Edward shivered again. "What does it feel like?" For me, when Edward touched me, it was like he lit every nerve across my body, causing it to tingle and send shocks throughout my body. Amazing. It feels like a feather or silk is being caressed against my skin. Edward's hands moved back to my back, gently stroking the skin below my bra strap as he pulled me against his chest. I expelled a gasp at the contact, feeling an electrical charge run through me at the skin-to-skin contact. Edward groaned as he froze. I knew he was trying to control himself. I can only imagine how my scent was attacking him. Edward seemed to gain control as he raised his coal black eyes to mine, their attention drifting from my lips to my eyes, seemingly in conflict. The next thing I knew, I was pushed up against the wall, Edward's lips attacking mine with fever, my hands clawing at his back as I was assaulted with Edward's delicious body against mine. Sensing I needed to breath, he moved his lips from mine, moving to my cheek, my ear, my neck, where he paused to breath in my scent. I thought for a second that would be the end of our steamy moment, so I was shocked when Edward moved onto my chest, placing soft open mouth kisses that caused me to moan in pleasure. I felt Edward's lips pull into a smile as he moved on, pausing again as he came to my cleavage. Seemingly unsure, he raised his eyes once again to mine. Deciding to push a little further, I reached behind and unclasped my bra. I watched as Edward's eyes wavered with his next move, to look or not to look. He must have decided because he took a step away and suddenly I felt the chill in the bathroom. At first I thought he had resolved to put an end to our fooling and that he couldn't take any more without losing control. But he released a breath and whispered, "Beautiful." I barely saw him move before I felt his arms around me and his lips against mine. And then there was a splash. I didn't even realize we had moved. But there I was, clasped close to Edward, surrounded by bubbles. He chuckled at my shocked face as he returned to kissing me. I didn't even pay attention to the trickling of water that my tail growth caused. Apparently, I'd filled the bath too high for 2 people and a tail. After half an hour, the water turned cold, causing me to shiver. I didn't want to move. I was perfectly comfortable being snuggled up close to Edward. But Edward had other ideas. Without warning, he lifted me in a bridal carry and stepped out of the bath. It wasn't until now that I realized he was only in his boxer. The thought made me giggle. Who knew vampires wore underwear? Edward, without any effort, snagged a towel from the radiator and wrapped it around his waist before wrapping me in one. "So, you didn't hurt me and you stayed in control," I said with both apprehension and pride. He had had his nose pressed skin to my neck at a time my pulse was racing faster than ever. It was a great difficulty and I was very much in control. "I doubt that. I would argue you weren't in control or I wasn't doing my job right." Edward chuckled as he placed me gently on my bed as he sat on the covers next to me. "Fine, I wasn't always in control. Could you blame me? I may be a vampire, but I'm still a man." I giggled. "So test one was a great success," I said, biting my lip as I rolled over, with a slight difficulty due to my tail, my eyes watching his grow dark as he stared at my lip. "Great success," he muttered, never taking his eyes off my lips. "I think we should get dressed," he muttered suddenly as he sprung from my bed and in a matter of seconds returned to his spot next to me fully clothed. "I think I have exerted my limits for today," I pouted as I reached my hand behind me and used my heat to return my legs. I chuckled as Edward turned his head away. "Edward, are you serious? Half an hour ago you had your face nuzzled between my breast and now you won't look to preserve my modest. I will never understand your mind." I continued to chuckle as I moved from the bed to my chest of drawers to collect some PJs. In an act of rebellion, I turned, in full view of Edward and dressed, fully aware that he was breathing audibly. I don't know where this sudden boldness came from, whether it was because I was secure in knowing Edward loved me, legs or tail, or because after the last hour, I knew exactly how my body affected Edward. Either way, I felt bolder. I dived under the covers, my body snuggling close to Edward's, my head resting on his chest. "You do know that your distraction only worked for a little while. Tomorrow we will have to discuss what we're going to do about your intruders." Edward mumbled next to my ear. "Then I'll have to come up with another distraction." Edward shook his head and chuckled before he started to hum, lulling me into sleep with a smile gracing my lips. The next morning, I woke to find myself alone. Charlie must be home. I quickly got dressed before making my way to the kitchen. Charlie sat, in civilian clothes, at the kitchen table reading the newspaper. "Morning, Dad," I said cheerfully as I bounced to the fridge, pulling out milk for my morning coffee. "Morning, Bells. What do you have planned for today?" I shrugged as I removed the coffee jug from the hot plate. "Nothing. Maybe some schoolwork. What about you?" He put down his paper and studied me. "Well, we've been invited to the Cullens for lunch." "We had? What were they up to?" I knew Edward said they would come up with a plan, but why would that involve Charlie? "We have?" "Yep. In fact, Edward rang himself." My eyebrows raised higher. "What time are we expected?" I glanced at the clock, surprised at the time. Had I really slept till 11? 12:30. I nodded as I wrapped my hands around the cup. Charlie and I weren't much for words, content to pass the time in silence instead of meaningless chatter. I should have expected the knock on the door, and I knew before I opened it who it was. Edward grinned at me as he passed over the threshold, pulling me into his arms and pressing his lips to mine. I nearly lost control of myself as I pulled him closer to me. If it wasn't for Charlie clearing his throat, I would have probably jumped on Edward. I pulled away and blushed deeply as I raised my eyes to Charlie's, who just looked to Edward, a glare setting on his face. "Hello, Edward." I wish Edward could blush. I would pay good money to see my vampire look less composed. "Hello, sir. How are you?" Edward's voice was calm, but the hand that tightened slightly let me know he was anything but. I wonder what Charlie was thinking. I was having a good morning. I sighed. Charlie is not going to behave himself. We have plans. We'll meet you at the Cullens at 12:30. Charlie mouth opened slightly as if he was about to protest, but thought better of it as he nodded. "Just make sure you're there." He turned and made his way back to the kitchen. Sometimes Charlie is so weird. "Let's go," I said as I turned to Edward, who already had my coat in his hands ready for me. I smiled. He is always the gentleman. The journey to the Cullens' house was comfortably quiet. Edward held his hand in mine the whole journey there, making me slightly nervous that he also didn't have his eyes on the steering wheel. I was relieved Edward had decided to drive me to his house instead of Charlie's awkward silences and uncomfortable questions, for us both, no doubt. Alice practically bounced out of the house when she saw me, her arms crushing me slightly before she stripped me of my coat in a flurry of movement. I don't even remember walking into the house, let alone her bedroom where Rosalie was waiting, curling iron in hand and a worrying smile pulling at her perfect red lips. They had to stop using their vamp speed. It's dizzying. Let's get you pampered. Alice giggled as she bounced to the vanity. It's only dinner with you lot and Charlie, not the queen. I grumbled as I crossed my arms defiantly. Don't spoil my fun. She pouted and I decided it would be easier to give in and possibly less stressful. I sighed and took a seat in the chair. Let the torture commence. Charlie sat stoically at the head of the Cullens' grand dining table, shoveling the last of Esme's fabulous lasagna into his scowl. Carlyle cleared his throat in a convincing human manner before glancing my way, as if he was trying to encourage me to start the conversation. I sighed. Why did I have to start? Dad, we have something to tell you. His sharp gaze snapped to me. Tell me you are not pregnant. My cheeks flamed red instantly at Emmett's loud chuckle, that was quietened by the loud thwack that followed from Rosalie. No! God, why do you always go to the extreme? Charlie's brows seemed to get even closer to his eyes, if that was possible. Oh, come on. You think I don't know that you spend too much time together, and of course I know about your little bath time fun. Really, if you didn't want to be caught out, you should have tidied up. My face became even redder, if that was possible. There was no stopping Emmett this time. Even Rosalie wasn't quick enough. Really? Go, Eddie, finally. This time both Esme and Rosalie punished Emmett. I was sure Charlie was going to join in by the daggers he was flashing Emmett. Shut up. Edward growled through clenched teeth. Charlie took in a deep, calming breath. Dad, I'm 18 years old. I am not pregnant, nor do I plan to be. He seemed to relax considerably. At least his face color returned back to normal. Charlie, there is a very serious matter we need to discuss. Carlyle finally intersected and tried to restore the conversation to the matter at hand. There was an incident the other day. He nodded towards me, asking for me to proceed. Okay, how to tell you? I have a stalker. Charlie glanced across the table. Yeah, Edward. Emmett and Jasper sniggered. No, we don't know his name, but we've seen him, and the other day he broke into our house. Charlie's face immediately changed from stoic to angry protective dad. What? I am the chief of police, and this is the first time I'm hearing of this now. What on earth are you people thinking? Dad stood in his anger, his face returning to purple. Carlyle stood too, his hands raised in a calming manner. Now Charlie, we just found out as well. This guy is apparently armed and dangerous. I wanted to snigger, armed to the teeth. Come on, Bella, man up. So am I. I carry a gun. The house is full of guns. Who better to protect Bella than me? Oh dear. Cue the angry pulsing vein on Charlie's forehead. Charlie, we think you and Bella should come stay with us for a couple of days, just until this guy is caught. Esme tried her caring mother routine to calm my father, and for a second everyone thought it had worked. I am not being driven from my own home by a mere stalker because he may or may not have a gun. I sighed loud enough for it to draw his shocked attention from across the table. This isn't working. I glanced at Edward, pleading with him to try something. Charlie, we are not doubting your ability to protect Bella or yourself, but this guy is dangerous and we only want you both to be safe. Charlie chuckled. What makes your house any safer than mine? If he is a stalker, then he will find her anywhere. Why not on my own terms? Dad argued, not accepting Edward's logic. There are more numbers here. We would outnumber them 9-2. Jasper weighed in, his voice reminding me of a commanding general. Them, Charlie shouted. Awesome. Now it was even worse. I was certain that Charlie was going to burst a blood vessel any minute. Okay, you want the truth? I yelled, finally losing my rag. Edward's eyes widened at my reaction, instantly placing his hand on mine to try and calm me. I could already feel my blood boiling, which meant that soon something would likely explode. Bella, breathe. Edward tried, but I was too far gone. No, Edward, this guy made me fall off a cliff. I could have died if it wasn't for you. And now he's tracking me. I will not let him hurt any of my family. He what? Charlie erupted. He chased me through the woods and cornered me. I had one escape, and I decided to jump. I'm fine, I'm a strong swimmer. Emmett burst with a loud chuckle. Emmett, get out! Edward yelled. Emmett sprung to his feet and shuffled to the door, his chin resting on his chest and chide. Rose ran after him, apologizing profusely. As soon as the door was closed, Emmett's loud laughter echoed, sobering the mood slightly. I don't understand. Who is this guy? How did he meet you? Why is he stalking you? No offense, but you're with Edward all the time. That's surely a deterrent. I could see his logic, however, we aren't fighting someone exactly sane. That's precisely why he became attached to Bella. He's seen them together and has become jealous. His girlfriend is going along with it, like some sick game. We don't know who they are, just what they look like. Carlisle intersected, trying to restore order. Well, describe them to me. I will then go to the station and open a high-priority case. I'll have everyone on it immediately. We were getting nowhere. Maybe we should never have told him. Again, I pleaded with my mind-reading boyfriend to help reason with my father. Charlie, that's unnecessary. We can deal with this. Oh, Edward, how can someone who reads minds be such a fool? I could have slapped him over the head. Maybe he should join Chuckles out in the hall. Excuse me. What is a doctor, his housewife, and 6 teenagers going to do that a whole police department can't? Even Carlisle looked at Edward as if he couldn't believe what he'd said. That's not what he meant. We just don't want to alert him to the attention and for someone to get hurt if he does something reckless. Carlisle reasoned in Edward's defense. Carlisle, no disrespect, but this is my daughter and I will decide how I keep her safe. Why are you so stubborn? I wanted to scream. Will you just stop for 1 second and listen? I yelled as my anger flared again. My glass of cola couldn't take it anymore, boiled until its glass housing smashed, startling everyone present. I took a calming breath and I started to mop up the mess with my napkin. I hissed as the sharp scratch of the jiggered glass scraped my palm. Edward reacted immediately, grasping my hand to inspect the small red river that ran down my palm. I focused on his darkening eyes, pulling my hand gently from his and covering it with my uninjured hand. I'm okay. I'll clean it up. I whispered as I placed a fresh napkin to the cut. Is everyone okay? I asked quietly, out of habit. Everyone nodded but Charlie, who was watching us with curious eyes. Bella, are you okay? Charlie asked, ever the caring father. Yes, it's just a graze. I pulled the napkin to check if it was still bleeding. But it wasn't. I was completely healed, just a brownish bruise left in its place. I raised my confused eyes to meet Edward's, his surprise obvious. Remembering we had an audience, I quickly hid my hand under the table. I just don't understand. You're being stalked by some dangerous lunatic, but you don't want the police to interfere. Bella, I'm the chief of police. You can understand why this, coming from my own daughter, doesn't make any sense whatsoever. A thought come into my head, a brilliant thought, because he was on Quiloot land. He's a Quiloot and Jake said that Billy said this is a tribe matter. And you know how they are about police. We didn't want to say anything because we didn't want you to be angry with Billy. I am a genius. I saw Carlisle's eyebrows raise and a smile tease his lips. Even he saw my genius. Damn him. How can he even make this rule about my own daughter and not have the stones to tell me? What kind of friend doesn't warn you when your daughter is in danger? Oh, I am so sorry, Billy, for the wrath I have directed your way. I'll have to remember to call Jake and give him a heads up, even if we still weren't talking. He knows how dangerous this guy is. He was hoping I would tell you soon and persuade you to stay away from the house. I could still see the irritation on his face, but he returned to his seat, which was a hopeful sign. Nope. I still ain't giving into this menace. Let him come, I say. He won't last long. I rolled my eyes at my father's bravado. He's very dangerous and said he would kill anyone who gets in his way. You are not staying there. I argued, trying to exaggerate as much as I could. We are. My house will be the safest, surrounded by my guns. He said. He scowled at Edward as he mentioned his guns, which I shook my head at. When will he give Edward a break? It's not safe. I said, my voice raising slightly, much to Charlie's annoyance. Now listen to me, young lady. I am your father, and you will do as you are told. Oh, really? Out of the two of us, I was less breakable and had means of protection, including a tiny vampire army. No, you listen. This guy is insane and dangerous, and you are vulnerable, and I need to keep you safe. Let us do that. Confusion clouded Charlie's face at my words. US? You, the Cullens, and Billy? What are you telling me? I was hitting my head against a brick wall. Okay, Dad. There are some things I can't tell you. And I can't because not knowing is keeping you safe and alive. This stalker and his friend are a part of those things. So when I tell you that it is dangerous and I am trying to protect you, please believe me and do as I say. Charlie watched me curiously before clearing his throat seriously. Bella, you are going to tell me what is going on right this moment, or you? I don't know, I'll send you back to your mother's. I wanted to laugh. What kind of threat was that? Dad. I started but was interrupted. No. Just stop. Tell me right now. I can't. I shouted back in frustration, shocking my father and everyone at the table. Why? He shouted in reply. Because they'll kill you. I practically screamed. Have they threatened to hurt me? Is that what this is about? I was going to pull out my hair. No, nothing like that. I replied quietly, losing my fight. Then I don't understand. By his tone, Charlie had put an end to this conversation. He stood and moved towards the door. And now it is time to leave. Thank you, Esme, for the delicious food. He nodded towards her in way of thanks before moving through the door. I glanced at the Cullens, my eyes pleading with them for help, but only received chagrin from each of them. I was screwed. Not having any other option, I followed after my father, the Cullens trailing behind to see us off, like any normal host would. Charlie didn't even stop at the front door, just carried onto his cruiser, slamming his driver door behind him. He was acting like child, and I was so embarrassed. I'm sorry. I should have known how he would have reacted. Esme wrapped me in her arms. I'm sorry it didn't go to plan. We'll figure something out, but until then, we will all protect you both. My eyes widened in shock. Oh, I couldn't ask that of you. You have your own lives. Besides, I'm not completely helpless. I raised my hand to show the brown bruise. Carlisle grasped it tightly in his shock and fascination. He flipped it over to check it was the same hand. I smelt the blood. He exclaimed as he brought my hand closer to his eyes, despite his beyond perfect vision. There was, and quite a bit of it. And then it was gone, as if I'd done it a week ago. When will my powers stop evolving? Carlisle seemed to think it over for a second. Maybe it is environmental? You're hanging around vampires all the time. Maybe you're like the wolves? Their curse is triggered by proximity. Maybe you're the same. You adapt to protect yourself. This is very interesting. Okay, now I felt like he was going to put me in a glass tub in his lab. I reclaimed my hand and placed it on Edward's cool cheeks. I'll race you home. I winked at him before placing a chaste kiss on his lips. I'll see you guys later. I called to the Cullens as I ran down the steps to Charlie's cruiser. His mustache twitched in thought as he took in my irritated expression and the defiant crossing of my arms. One last chance, Bella. Nope. I'm trying to protect you, Dad. Just trust me. He sighed but said nothing else as he started the engine. That's it for today. See you in the next video. Bye. The end.